All right, I got my pop out chat. Wait, what? Oh, shit. My bad. Okay, I didn't know how to use this. Give me a sec. Didn't know how to read that prompt thing. All right. Okay, live chat. All right, let's read this. Random memes, rhetoric, black issues, Ukraine misogyny. I think it was a lot of, I don't know when the hell. There's so many fucking people on these things. But
New Deal and what was afforded to black people and what wasn't afforded to black people, and like that being like the
my Discord, not yours. We're skipping ahead. We are not finishing up yesterday's video because apparently Low Tier God went on a fucking rampage. And I want to see that. And it looks like a Low Tier God might get in there at this time, according to this.
You guys have a person, it's that you
just think black people need one.
They're more structured. White people are more structured than blacks.
Exactly. Like you guys have, like you.
If
black people weren't in America right now, white people would be fine. Whereas if you took all black people out of America, if you took all black people out of America right now, gave us our own land, and said, "Here you go, do your own thing," I'm not gonna lie, I do not think it would end well.
It would be like Smallville.
We would need to get together first. So yeah, you like we cannot just all leave America right now.
Pepe Clout.
And have our own land and end well. It wouldn't.
So I have a question for a Low Tier God. If you say that like the black community like can't be helped, how do you live your day-to-day life? Like what do you like if you're just completely black pilled, so to speak? Like how do you live your day-to-day?
As an individual? I got to the point where I realized that in this realm, it's never going to be any unity involved. All my fights, physical fights, IRL have been with blacks. Anytime I've ever been teased for how I've spoken growing up, it's always been with blacks. Anytime I've had any beefs in real life, it's always been with blacks. But that's my personal experience. I still love being black. I still love black people, but I feel like it's just an unfixable issue. There's too much envy in the community, if you want to call it a community.
So, Low Tier,
it's definitely not unfixable.
Lev, I got a question for you. What did you mean by the statement, black men mistreat and disregard black women?
Okay.
Damn, are we getting on that?
That's what I was. That's what I was actually going to bring up. Also,
quick meme about how Lav got involved in the combo. Lav receives the clout signal and pathetically ditches panel she was on.
So, I'd recommend not voting for somebody because they're the loudest and they're interrupting literally every single person that's taking their turn. The fact that you even, condone that is kind of sad.
Go cast your vote. Type number associated.
Got some right on
vote for on screen.
I'm a prisoner here. You think I willingly want to be here?
Not you, Gunnar, you're
John.
What?
Why are you guys trying to get more people to vote when, didn't last year that was the most people that ever voted in American history?
Yeah, but it's still what, 65, 70%?
67, yep.
Do you guys think women should be able to vote?
No, absolutely not.
I think we all think women should be able to vote, yes.
Yeah.
So that was I was going to talk about what you thought about the
debate yesterday.
You thought about Anna.
I don't know what to say about that. Was she like overtime? Could she have left at any moment? I need more context. I guess I'm gonna get upset about that. Is that what my Discord, not yours? Is that what I'm supposed to be?
Or just Anna's viewpoints in general.
But before we tangent, can I tell Low Tier God something that I think
about the Black experience?
Well, yeah, exactly. So as a white man, so no, hey, listen, I took a college class. Okay.
She literally did that. It's a meme, but it's not a meme. She ditched her panel she was on to hop onto the Destiny stream. Yeah, but was she like scheduled in there for longer? Or was she like overtime and it was kind of up to her whether or not she wanted to sit in on the panel? I've done that before where I'm like 40 minutes overtime on a panel. I'm just kind of hanging out.
So no, there was actually so the truth is that like this unity is an illusion.
Oh, and the host was like, what the fuck when she was gone? Oh, no, the host of the panel was shocked she had left and she was meant to be in the next round. Oh, that's some pretty cringe shit. Yeah, that is some clout chaser behavior, but you know, it is what it is. I guess you expect that kind of thing, I guess.
And I'm talking about for white folk, for black folk, for whoever. Like if you look at white history or whatever, we have this big narrative of like, oh, we've been organized for so long. But if you look at like the 1800s were a fucking mess. Like everybody was fighting everybody over everything all the time, and they all had different ideas. And even in like the early 20th century, Zora Neale Hurston, who's a black female author who grew up a few miles away from my house, she rejected Black Harlem because there was like a Black Illuminati, there was like a Black Enlightenment movement where they were trying to say, we're going to create our own culture, we're going to do our thing, we're going to get money, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But what they thought was fancy, what they thought was correct, was adopting to white culture. So they wanted everybody to be really well read and really well spoken and really fit into like white expectations of what black folk were supposed to be. Whereas Zora Neale Hurston basically said, fuck you, there's parts of our culture that should be independent and we shouldn't adapt in this, that, the other way. So what I'm trying to point out is that like, if you're looking for like a perfect unity or cohesion of culture, it's never going to happen. And basically the only thing that you can do is advocate for your group as best as you can.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to make when I say that it's unfixable. I think we gotta get past.
Do you mean external or internal? Because like you fixed it for yourself, right?
I would say as a whole. So if we're going internal, right? It starts from within. So my thing is the envy. The envy is almost like it can be fixed in the community, and I feel like. Also, I feel like we're blaming the wrong people. So when we want to blame slavery on, I guess Europeans, so on and so forth, if you really read back, I don't know if you ever heard of the Dohimbi tribe or something like that.
Yeah, the Dohimbi, the Benin. Yeah, Benin.
Yeah. So they were responsible for 1/3 of African slavery. So they sent over like 500,000 blacks to America.
Do you know what movie was based off of them recently?
The Woman King.
Yeah, and not only that, do you know who the female warriors from Wakanda are based off of?
Yeah. So yeah,
the fucking female warriors of Benin.
Exactly. So, I mean, we got to get out of the whole blaming system. I feel like what we do now is when we don't get our way, we try to use that pandering card. Now, a lot of people probably think I'm trying to, I guess maybe be on the white side. That's not what I'm trying to do. What I do is I go against the grain, but I'm still for blacks and for positivity and everything like that, which is one of the misconceptions that I had like a couple months ago with Jidion. Like it never was, I was like trying to diss or anything like that. I was just like, yo, you're blessed, this and that. Maybe it's not like a racial issue. And I was trying to think of like maybe a bigger issue like business 101, because I'm a business major. So, I'm a business graduate. So I look at things differently.
Can you shout out my friend RTBA, Right to Bear Arms, lol. It's his birthday and he's too shy. Fuck that guy.
So when I go and I read back that one of the biggest, slave trades or some of the biggest slave trades were Africans themselves, who do we really have to blame? And when do we pick up the pieces and just say, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just, let's be like the new Asian or something. Let's get a San Gabriel. There'll never be a black San Gabriel.
Well, the shit for me though is like, so I see it both ways. The one thing that you said that I super agree with is like, how about I stop trying to blame, or white people stop trying to blame black folk for fucking problems. Black folks stop trying to blame white people, and we just say, hey, the country's a fucking mess. Why don't we fix it? Like that would be an infinitely better attitude to adopt. Is, hey, it's fucked up. Let's fix it. But when we say, hey, it's fucked up, let's fix it. I can't help but notice that like Republicans, conservatives, like I come from that world. We always talk about equality of opportunity. We always talk about like, oh, in America, you can be anything, you can do anything. But that dream is kind of dying with the way our economy is set up. And then also not just that, but like educational access or high quality educational access, that's a major problem. Like a lot of people who go to dog shit schools end up having dog shit results later on in life. So that's kind of my thing where it's like, I don't give a fuck what you call it. Call it disparate outcomes. Call it systemic racism. Call it whatever the fuck you want. But recognize there's a problem and we should all be pushing in the same direction.
I feel like it's like, you know, if a overweight person goes to the gym, but they're forced to go to the gym, you know? They don't want to help themselves, but they want to get back in shape. So they go to they're like, help me. Then the trainer's like, okay, do you want to get back in shape? How hard are you willing to work? It's like, well, you know, I just want you to do your stuff. It's like, okay, but you have to do the work. It has to be on you. And I feel like we haven't really accepted that. Like, if black people to get reparations today, I still feel like it'll be like a major problem just because like
I just had this conversation.
We don't like,
I think if black people get reparations today, I think a lot of the money is going to get misused, and then it's just going to be well, assuming it's cash in hand, and then it's going to be used as for everybody to go, well, you can no longer complain about racism ever again because we paid you to stop caring. Pretty much. We paid for it. Stop complaining about racism. We paid for that problem to go away. So yeah, I don't think reparations would be good.
We wouldn't have, like, Dave Chappelle made a whole skit about it.
Yeah, that's why I haven't been streaming
today. They were like, you know what, all people get their reparations. It wouldn't go to the right things, you know. It wouldn't go to the right infrastructure to have.
I'm just going to be honest. Exactly what will happen is reparations will become a thing. Every single store on earth will do like a Black Friday deal, no pun intended. Like fucking 80% off everything, and then all of the money is going to be bought into microwaves and fucking TVs. That's exactly what would happen. And I don't think that's uniquely going to happen if it was black or even like white people. I think white people would do the same, very similar thing would happen. I think the problem might be a little bit unique for black people due to the financial literacy is lower amongst the black community, unfortunately. But I think that's exactly what would happen.
Generational wealth. And that'll be trickled down to generation upon generation. You know, it's already bad enough that like when someone has like a black business, you know, it's like sometimes we dog each other. It's not like, yo, let me support that. You know, it's like, oh, look at him trying to do this, you know, like Ice Cube. He just created the Big Three, which is the first recognized African-American sports league in American history, you know? And, you know, I too, you know, Alba, do you watch the Big Three?
Hell no.
Low tier God, do you watch the Big Three?
I watch that shit.
Exactly. I don't watch it either. So, but it's like, you know, it's spirit, I support it, but am I supporting it financially?
Same thing with tax returns, right?
Shutting it out on my social media.
Bruh,
doing all this? No.
I'm going to keep it a stack with you. I ain't supporting something just because it's black. It's got to be quality. I'm not saying it's not bad. It's just not part of my interest. Maybe if I was a huge basketball fan, I might watch that shit, but
I feel you. I feel you too. It does have to be quality, but this is the thing. You see, like, okay, let's say this isn't quality, okay? But we're supporting something, the NBA, which has been around forever and is majorly run by
white people profiting off of black athletes.
Exactly.
Okay, what kind of white people?
Is there any
Shut the fuck up.
Is there any black owners in the NBA? Like I don't know. I feel like that's ridiculous that there's not at least one. Oh, except for Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's the only, and for him to be an owner, he has to be the greatest basketball player of all time.
Yeah.
You feel me? So he has to be the exception of the exception of the exception just to be at the top tier of the NBA.
Doesn't Jay-Z own a team?
He owns like a small percentage.
Of the Nets, yeah.
Wait, it's not
I
the
love
Nets. I'm
sports.
pretty sure. Wait, who owns a portion of the Nets?
Jay-Z owns like a small
Doesn't Jay-Z?
percentage.
Yeah.
Oh, Jay-Z, yes.
So if you guys,
Does Destiny get
But he put
invited to the
himself in that.
cookout?
He put
I think
himself in
so.
that position because he let go of the whole systematic racism bullshit. Like, so when everybody was kneeling and
I don't think he did.
when everybody was kneeling, take a look at this. When everybody was kneeling, Jay-Z was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go talk to the NFL and get shit back going again. I know everybody said Jay-Z is all about his money first and then everything else second. But I mean, the fix shit sometimes is not always just like a big black issue. Like he got shit going again because he sat down with the NFL. Once people seen like a positive black figure say, fuck it, let's put it behind us, play football and get this money. I felt like that's when shit started picking up again. Because let's keep it real. Complaining or us going on strike or anything like that, that's not gonna do anything. At the end of the day, like if basketball players go on strike, it solves nothing. If we all kneel, it solves nothing.
What?
If anything, in America,
Wait, is that true? Basketball players going on strike would do nothing? I feel like that would do something, no? Obviously, you need the right players to go on strike, but I feel like that would do something. Would it not?
let me say something real quick. In America, I feel like what black people need to understand is that at the top of the tier, we're allowed to be millionaires. So anybody that's black can be a famous millionaire. So what the fuck are you complaining for? I mean, we got people like Blueface who's rich. You're going to tell me that you see somebody that's rich as fuck like that fucking around and you're still complaining? This is America. Anybody can get money.
That's not
There was
the exception. Though,
yeah, and well,
no, I
what
think he's just saying that's the viewpoint of those people. I don't think that he actually believes.
Hey,
that.
you guys are hanging around 2 billionaires, okay? 2 black millionaires. Don't tell us we're the exception.
Okay, so well, then this is kind of my point. Is I felt like there was a real political moment that.
Wait, who? Is it Aba and Jidion? Or is Low Tier God supposed to be? I don't think LTG is a millionaire.
That happened basically in the wake of George Floyd, where everybody, largely conservative Americans, were like anti-BLM, anti-police reform, any kind of criticism of the police, blah blah blah. But then after George Floyd was like so fucked up that you basically had 2/3 of the country that was behind police reform, and then that got squandered. This is kind of the thing where, for me, I get a little fucking pissy. I don't know if IRI is still listening or not. But for me, I feel like the political class just completely dropped the fucking ball on police reform during that moment, because there's real things you could do, like federal subsidies.
Okay, that was
Okay.
before he comes back, I just want to say
I think this is all cope. This is all cope. All this talk about the exception, honestly, if people are struggling and they got these issues, they can use the creator kit. They can find ways to get money. They can get the skills they need. I know plenty of people who run courses. So I feel like if you haven't used, if you're struggling, if you're 18 or whatever you're watching, then you should try out the creator kit.
Yo,
wait, no, I want
He's memeing, dude. He's fucking trolling, dude.
Go first.
Can I ask you a question, Alba?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think? What do you think about the black community? Do you think it's more of do you think the black community is a lost cause, or do you think it needs a leader and govern to kind of help okay, this is what we should be doing, yada yada yada, where it's not everybody has to follow this, but mostly the vast majority is moving in this way, back in the 60s.
Let me counter you with a counter argument. So to Jidion and Low Tier, I'm going to ask you too. Okay, and this is something I think about all the time. It's on one hand we're all black, on the other hand is you don't know how much you're tied to each other. You know what I'm saying? And he kind of said that too, alluded to earlier, but how much of a community is it really? It's I think so long as we tie ourselves to this idea that kind of blackness is going to constantly unite us, I don't think there's going to be much opportunity for much uniting. I don't think there's that much of a bonding factor as you make it out to be. And maybe people say this because I'm of African descent. Well, Low Tier, what are you? Caribbean?
I'm a mutt.
Okay.
Oh, I don't 100% know. I know my dad was adopted. I'm gonna label myself as black.
Okay.
But you see, that's the thing about especially American black people is bro, when I went to the UK, Like I felt like that was like the most eye-opening experience because I would have people be like, "Oh, yo, what are you?" I was just be like, "Oh, I'm from Texas," and they'd be like, "Man, if you don't shut the fuck up with that, like, where are you from? Are you Nigerian? Are you like?" And then it's like it really puts like a spotlight on me, and I'm just like, "Damn, you know, I don't know exactly where I'm from. I don't know what my heritage is."
And wait, is that the first time he's experienced that? Hey, Ahrelevant, like farming today. Oh yeah, well, yeah, I should probably do that. Give me.
And like it's like I'm not gonna lie, it's like low key like a really it's kind of like a scary thing. It's kind of like it's like having Alzheimer's, you know? It's like you fucking ended up somewhere and you don't know how you got there. You feel me?
We got to do 23andMe.
Exactly.
Can I ask y'all a question that might be kind of like contentious?
Oh, is this the black lady? All right, before she speaks up, because this is when the rage is going to start coming out. If you want to help support my stream and my fast pass to recovery, because my voice and my health is directly tied to the like ratio on the stream. Like the stream. Huh? It allows me to provide an ad-free viewing experience. It allows me to organically grow on this stream without any cost to you. And it will help fix my health and my shitty voice. All right? Come on. What's not to like about it? Come on. Drop the like. Jesus, that hurt. Holy fuck. I'm not doing that again.
Sure.
Someone brought up like an accomplishment, something that Ice Cube just did. Or something positive that he just did.
No, this is a socialist college girl. Got it.
Oh, he created the Big Three.
What is that?
It's a basketball league.
Yeah.
The greatest basketball league where they play 3-on-3 with all the guys who can no longer play in the NBA or never made it.
Y'all were talking.
Is her straighter aid? Is this chick a YouTuber? Or is it some random chick? What is this? This is the Black Becky, isn't it?
Talking about like Kanye earlier and like the anti-Semitic comments and Kyrie Irving, and like Ice Cube has a history of, I think he's like either tweeted some like anti-Semitic memes and stuff like that.
No, he got some lyrics. He got some lyrics talking about the Jews.
Okay.
What year did he say those lyrics in?
The lyrics were like, everybody got to pay their money to a Jew or something like that. I might have made it up, but it sounded like it involved money and Jews. That's all you need to know.
What year was it though?
This was part of NWA.
I don't know.
Okay, that's why he got away with it. That's why he got away with it.
Yeah,
Ice Cube was speaking out against like Kanye West, and he literally tweeted like, "Please leave my name out of all the anti-Semitic talk. I'm not anti-Semitic. I've never been anti-Semitic." And like people were saying like, "But you shared anti-Semitic memes," because I think he did. I think it went beyond the lyrics. I think he did share some memes that had like bankers basically, and he was kind of alluding to like a Jewish cabal or like the Illuminati.
Yes.
And I think Steven was saying earlier that he thinks that there's like a particular problem with anti-Semitism in the Black community. Or like, what do y'all think about that?
I feel like I think Kanye said it in an interview where a lot of
I literally don't know. I don't know much about the racism inside of like the Black community. All I know is like Black people can be and are racist.
Black people, we say stuff and it's just stuff that we've heard for so long. Like, you know, it's like kind of like white people not seasoning food or stuff like that, where we think it's some backhanded shit where we don't think
white people really don't be seasoning food though.
It's racist, but it's just like when you do put a magnifying glass to
it is a bit racist
to it. It's just like, oh shit, this low-key does have some like racial origins. And I think in a clip Kanye was talking about how he was talking about Jewish people and he was saying how like that's just how he's always grown up to learn. But it's just like, you know, it's like, where did you learn that from? Because when you look back and see where all
you can go into a white household and get plain mashed potatoes with nothing on it. That should be a hate crime.
These tropes of like Jewish people own all the banks and stuff like that and all this and that. When you tie it all back, it ends up being like white supremacist groups saying that stuff. So it's just like byproducts of stuff we've heard, but we think it's just stuff that we've always been told.
I don't even think it's that deep. I don't even think it's that deep. How about I tell you this? Like this is true for like a lot of minority communities, but there's just a lot of prejudice against other communities, period. And so if you think about Asians, oftentimes the representation of Asians in Black communities is generally the guy who owns the liquor store or owns the corner store or whatever. And so they have that relationship with the Asian community through that lens. Or if you think about anti-whiteness sentiment, is generally seeing them through the lens as like, these are the police officers or these are the racist folks that we encounter from time to time. So there's a prejudice against white folks to some degree in regards to like racial experiences that you have. And so you think about Jewish folks, and then you hear being rapped about all the time, or these are the guys who are in power, and these are the guys who are fucking over the people and the record labels and doing all this stuff. So from a media perspective, the way that you internalize it is generally negative. So in terms of prejudice or like negative sentiments to a lot of minority groups, it's done through the lens of these people have power and they fuck us over often. And so there's a bit of a negative resentment there. Or these people have mistreated us, and it's kind of like a constant media portrayal that's like a feedback loop.
Listen, I got a little bit more anti-Semitic in this conversation because a powerful Jewish man pulled me out of the chat temporarily because we were talking about Black unity. So I'm getting a little suspicious.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about Dan?
Actually, was
Fuck
Dan?
You guys remember? I remember Dave Chappelle had this bit about like him going to the corner store, and the way that he described the man who ran the convenience store as being incredibly suspicious the moment he walked in is the way that a lot of people have encountered experiences with the Asian community in terms of like being in their corner stores within a lot of inner city spots.
What was that one movie? The movie where the guy shot Menace to Society, I think. Where like Asian people were like, hurry up, and he like ended up shooting them in the movie.
Yeah.
Like,
so,
like even in our media, like, you know, like.
When people say it's anti-Semitism, I always cringe a little bit because I think of anti-Semitism, I think of the sentiments that ferment society to lead to the point where it creates the Holocaust or whatever. And I don't think the sentiment that Black folks are espousing in regards to like that would lead to that outcome. I understand the roots may seem similar. I just don't think like the power structure.
The roots are exactly the same.
Yes, but I think where the starting point, I think the starting points of the people involved are not. And I think the power dynamics involved are not. And so I understand the historical context.
Why would you let that get loose in the first place? This is why white people bitch.
But do you guys understand? Like, hold, do you guys understand the religion?
I might disagree with Abba here. Give me a sec. Because Abba right now is talking about the power structures that Black people have when they talk about anti-Semitism versus non-Black people. But Kanye is one of the most powerful men in the world. He's Black, and he's on some anti-Semitism. I don't know about that. I gotta grab some more water. Give me a sec. All right.
Relationship that they have to some degree with.
Man, really, we need you as our Black orbiter representative again. Some of our DGGs were becoming unhinged. What do you mean?
Other minority groups is similar to the relationship that they have with the Jewish community. You guys are saying it's different because there's Jews involved, but I would argue that if you polled most people and you ask them like their opinions of like either the Asian folks or the white people or Jewish folks specifically, they would have probably the same negative sentiment towards each group, irrespective of like.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem with that is that now we live in a technological age where Black and white people are integrating at rates that they never have before. So if Black people online are sharing these anti-Semitic memes, these anti-Semitic sentiments, and white people are sharing these anti-Semitic sentiments, it's like Germany uniting against Jews again. So I'm Jewish. I'm in a bunch of Jewish spaces.
What?
And we see right now, like more than ever, are people like Groypers.
I feel like she was doing okay, and then she went way too hard. She went to 11. She should have went at like 3, but she went to 11. Buy some lozenges. I literally will today, T1.
And Black people, the two most like unlikely allies, coming together and spewing this like crazy shit, and it's extremely reminiscent of Germany in the 1940s, where it doesn't start with let's kill
this. So I guess it's extremely reminiscent of like most of the anti-Semitism that has occurred for a very long time. She's the reason why I think she's going to an 11 when she should be at a 3 here is because it's like a lot of anti-Semitic tropes are that there's like very rich, powerful Jewish people that are in control. Well, not actually, this isn't even not even true because the anti-Semitism from the Black community seems pretty targeted at Jews in media, not even necessarily in banking. How the fuck do you not have any cough drops? I literally haven't been this sick in my entire life, ever. It has not happened once, ever, beyond this point in my entire life. It's just an unbelievably unfortunate time. God hated me is the reason why. I have 4 conversations that I was scheduled to have, and I'm probably going to have to cancel all of them. And there's this shit that I can get in on when it happening on Destiny's stream, and it is the most sick I've ever been in my entire life, like by two times. It's been happening for way too long. It's been happening to way crazy of a degree. It's just fucking annoying. It's just fucking infuriating. That's so fucking annoying. Like, I don't know what happened. Literally went to my girlfriend's place, and then I guess, I don't know. Maybe she's just really fucking dirty or something and doesn't properly clean it. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I went there and I instantly got terribly sick. Really, really sick. Really consistently. I'm not sure what happened, but something happened.
All Jews. It starts with this is who's in power. Or even questions about it, like this is who why are these people in power, what is it? And then like this false kind of narrative that the money hungry, the jokes, it starts with jokes, like these are things that it just snowballs.
But this is where like right wingers or liberal anti-social justice warriors get pissy or whatever, and the Black folk can play their small.
Wait, hold up, Naim, I didn't read your message. Would you ever collab with other YouTubers like on Twitch? Would love to see content featuring you and Ludwig. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to collaborate with people that big, but yeah, I'd collaborate with people on YouTube 100%.
Violin for
That'd be fun.
But when you like normalize like rhetoric where you're like all people are fucking in this X group are pieces of shit because of whatever reason. When you talk about like the dialogue of whiteness, when it comes to intersectionality or CRT or whatever, that shit it can be flipped on its head so fucking fast because Asians and Jews technically do better than white Americans. So if you go from a systemic analysis perspective, you could just as easily arrive at anti-Asian or anti-Jewish sentiment.
I saw some dude on TikTok, he was breaking it down and he was basically saying like the anti-Semitic rhetoric.
Like, shit ain't gonna work for me.
Why they're like, why why is this a bad thing? We're saying they're good with money. We're saying all this and everything like that. But the guy was like, the reason why it's a bad thing.
Shut up, LTG. What are you doing? Are you not muted?
Shit, right?
if someone came out and was like, black people are stupid, their brains don't function the same and stuff like that, they're viewing black people as not as a threat and just like, lower. Whereas
we'll see if it works, because I'm on a Elgato Cam link.
People are good with their money. Oh, they always stick together. Oh, they control everything. They're saying that out of like a place of fear, and they're saying because they view them as a way of like a threat and stuff like that. So when he put it in that perspective, I was like, it really clicked for me. I was like, wow, I like it really hit for me, like why people I can see like how that can be very alarming and stuff, because it's just like that's why Hitler did what he did, because he saw Jewish people as a threat.
Okay, can I ask a quick question? So I would argue that black folks as a whole probably have a more negative sentiment towards white people specifically than they do against Jewish people. Do we
definitely
think that the anti-white sentiment in the black community is going to ferment some kind of white Holocaust?
No, but I think it's more dangerous because white people don't hate white people. So you have like a big enough community who's hating Jewish people, who's also like a mega minority now. Like now, Jewish people, there's less Jewish people than there are black people. And then you put into perspective that they've already.
I was about to make a Kanye joke, but I didn't want to risk the whole goddamn YouTube channel.
Gone through a Holocaust. They're the highest when it comes to hate crime rates. Like even you are more likely as a Jewish man to get hate crimed than you are a black man. Like this is true in America because there's just less of them.
Is that true? Statistically, I don't know if that's true.
On the street.
So you're saying more people hate Jewish folks, and Jewish folks are small in numbers, so it's more dangerous?
Yes, because they don't have any institutions put in place to like protect them, and also nobody gives a fuck.
Right, I need to start making more babies so we can get this Jew hate on.
I think people do give a fuck. Like there's been a lot of
no people do.
They're absolutely. We're sending billions of dollars to fucking Israel, and there's a bunch of people not criticizing this shit and shutting it down. There's absolutely people that care about anti-Semitism. Like literally Kanye got canceled for it when he said worse shit about white people, when he said worse shit about black people. We absolutely care a lot about anti-Semitism and our relationship with Jewish culture and Jewish people. We do. Now, that it doesn't cancel out her point, though, which I think is absolutely valid, which is that, I agree with Abba that we're not going to see anti-white hate crimes because, generally speaking, or a genocide against white people because of the anti-white sentiment in the black community, because white people there's so many white people, right? This is like, just a comparison was like, would be if we, as a group, white people and black people, all started shitting on Syrians or something. Like, there's far less Syrians than there are white people, black people, whatever group.
Dude, there was anytime a synagogue is shot up, nobody gives a fuck.
What are you talking about? Literally, weren't we freaking out when that synagogue was getting clapped and fuck, I forgot where it was.
In the news for a fucking day. And that, dude, it's like, it's gnarly.
That's so cap. That's so cap.
That's not
that is cap.
It's not cap.
That's okay.
No, I think sometimes
No, I get it. That's cap.
No. Like
the last time that happened.
About is kind of true. Like at Parkland, the Nicholas Cruz shooting, I think in Florida, that school that he shot up was like majority Jewish. And I didn't really hear like any media outlets. I could be wrong. Somebody could link me articles. Cover on the fact that I think a lot of his, of the motivation for that crime and that school shooting, had to do potentially with anti-Semitism. But like another thing I wanted to bring up was y'all were saying that like, I think
what you mean with the motherfucker streaming his attempt in Germany? I think that was it, Sebastian. Yeah.
But you're kind of making the argument that there's anti-Semitism within the black community, so there is some prejudice there, but y'all don't have the power to actually like enact that prejudice meaningfully. And of course, I know you're saying it's still bad, but what do you think about like the Breakfast Club having like Louis Farrakhan and like Charlemagne the God kind of like talking about defending and playing defense for these figures who are like openly anti-Semitic in a lot of different ways?
Charlemagne the God is not, bro. Charlemagne the God.
He's the GOAT.
Fuck out of
y'all don't
He's
the GOAT. What you mean? I'm gonna take up for Charlotte.
Charlemagne the God denounced the hell out of Kanye.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
I mean, the real reason why
did
Kanye
you see the Charlemagne the God clip from fucking 10 years ago?
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
Wait, you don't think he should have denounced him?
Huh?
You don't think he should have denounced him, Jidion? For the comments that he made?
Well, denounced who?
I don't know. For like the anti-Semitic comments that he made.
I'm the most oppressed. I happen to be gay, black, and Jewish. Alas, I still have male privilege, so I just got to become a woman next, Giga Chad.
Maybe you guys feel the same about this, but I feel like the way that Shaq and everybody in the black media came out super strongly with their like, oh, I'm so sorry that you guys. I feel like man, y'all doing a bit too much. This is a little bit.
That's exactly what I feel. You know, I feel like
y'all look like y'all about to cry.
Like what place does Shaq or Charlemagne the God have to denounce Kyrie for saying something anti-Semitic?
Because I think they're around Jewish people but they're around Jewish people who they love. They work. Okay, sure, but also these are their friends. This is who they're around. Of course they're gonna care.
I mean, like if someone dropped a hard R and they're like, "Love, you know what? We need to get Love to denounce this person." Like, why are we going to Love to denounce someone that said the hard R? You feel me? Like why out of everybody, why you?
Can I answer a question Abba asked a second ago? So basically, do white people think that a black genocide against white people is coming? No, but white people are trending towards a minority status in the country. So unless there like becomes like a racial concern,
I hate that fucking. I know what he means, and I hate that talking point. White people are trending towards... No, they're not. They're trending towards a sub 50%. That's not a minority set. They're still very much the number one racial group in America, and they will be for decades and decades. The idea that they're going to become a minority because they're sub 50%, that's such a stupid way of looking at it. When they make up way more of the pie than any other group. I hate that fucking framing so much. People are acting like in the next 5 years, white people are going to make up like 20% of the population.
Conservative alliance between conservative Hispanics, conservative whites.
They're just going to be 49. Like
and conservative blacks. It could get really ugly along racial lines, and that's what people are afraid of.
Well, it's more so.
I feel like it was very smart. I feel like it was very smart that they got every single
Lord Southern.
I feel like they got every single.
Don't talk shit about my boy.
It's not gonna happen.
Like what I saw was like whenever they had everybody go like when Kanye said what he said, they didn't go to Jay-Z or Drake or anybody to.
Oh no, they tried. They emailed everybody, said, "Hey, how do you feel about doing a comment?" And then they slid them a couple of checks. They said, "Yo, listen, we'll pay you to do this."
But like Shaq and Chuck and LeBron, like it's like why ask them? You feel me? I'm not saying you should denounce Kyrie, but why ask LeBron? Why ask Shaq? Why ask Chuck? None of them are Jewish. None of them are Jewish. The only thing about them is that they're prominent black athletes. And me personally, I feel like
Kanye was.
I feel like it was more to set a I feel like it was more to set a point of like
get in line.
We have the biggest black figures to say Kyrie was wrong. I honestly think that. I feel like
do you not think that's a matter of your algorithm? Because what I saw is Jamie Lee Curtis come forward crying about it on like The View or something. Of course it was. Of course it was cringe. But I'm wondering because like I didn't see all these like black people come forward and were like, "Be nice to the Jews."
It's because you don't watch Sports Laugh. But if anybody turned into ESPN,
I do watch
it was 48 hours of like rabbis telling NBA players who can barely read that they're that they need to apologize.
That's corny. Yeah.
Oh, they're like, yo, get in line.
Like
we got checks coming.
Like this is the type of energy that like I feel like politicians should have if they say something anti-Semitic or racist. You know, not a basketball player.
Don't you think that's kind of racist on its face too? Like getting all these black people to answer for like one mentally ill black person is like crazy.
Yeah,
it's not that it's racist. It's that they know.
I think it's racist.
you have to make an example, and they want to make an example out of Kyrie. It's just
I feel like it's responding to the demand, because like people are gonna do shit like just assume every black person is anti-Semitic. So having a couple black people be like, "Whoa, we don't all do this," is pretty important.
Yeah, I guess it just shows how. Yeah,
cool. Shaq's an NBA player though, or like he was an NBA player. He's involved in it. That makes sense. But do you take frustration with the fact that you felt like individual black, like prominent black men and celebrities were made to answer for like another black man's like anti-Semitism, and you think that's bullshit? Or like why don't you like this the denouncing? Because they didn't organically do it themselves, or because like you kind of felt like they were asked to, or do you think that that's like a big
I don't think they were
signal?
asked to. I think they were told to. I really genuinely think they were told to. I think even before
By
like
who?
Because bro, all these
who laughed?
Okay, that's not, you know, I'm not here to answer that question, but what I do know
this
for
is
a fact
okay.
is
I want you to be careful. I want you to be careful because this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
You know, I'm not saying
it's funny, but this is the stuff that gets people to start fucking being suspicious of a very small minority. Yeah. So it's a little spooky. You have to walk the line a little bit.
Okay, but this small minority out of 10, how powerful would you say it is?
It's cool.
Abba, God damn it.
Jews? I mean, when you look about
Jews, I need a soundbite of it. Jews?
When you look at like who's Jewish in like the House and Senate, like not a lot of. Are there a bunch of people in the media who are Jewish?
I'm talking about titans. Titans.
What do you mean titans? Like the most wealthy
people? Yeah, people who are wealthy, influential, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Tell me, like how overrepresented are they?
Here's the thing. Do you think
overrepresented?
Do you think that Jews, like, how do you think that Jews got there? Like, I talk to the Groypers about this all the time because they think that there's like this conspiracy that like Jewish people have like somehow taken over like all this money on purpose. Like, why do you think there are so many rich Jewish people?
Yeah, and can I point out something horrific after you answer that question?
If you're asking me the why, I don't know the why, and there's probably a valid reason why that would.
But you have to think about the why when you bring up the what. Like you have to.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying I don't even think you're allowed in mainstream media to even say that that's true. Now you could get to the why. I just don't think you can openly even say that.
I just want to get to the why this very quickly, and then I'll let everyone talk. Like, I hate whenever this point is brought up because the vast majority of people are like millionaires or like billionaires or straight up Christian.
Everybody was spamming Bible thump that Destiny was back, and then he just walked away.
And yet, like, we don't talk. And, like, there's a fucking Vatican Church, right? Like, oh my God, the Christianity has so much like power over the world, whatever.
The Mormons, how much money they're funneling in?
Yeah, crazy. You don't hear about like this vast like Christian.
How much power does Christians really do have over the world?
That's facts, man.
Anybody can talk shit about a Christian.
What do you mean? How? Wait,
If I went on Twitter right now and said some stuff about Jesus and everything like that, I might just piss off a couple of my fans and stuff like that, but I would never get canceled. But
that's true.
We all see what
it's because when we talk about Christianity, we're talking about the religion. Often when we talk about Jews, we're talking about the Jewish like people, ethnicity, race. It's a race, right? I don't fucking know, right? That's usually what people are referring to. So it's not even like a great.
Happens, and this is like
we all see because the Jews went through a genocide not even 100 years ago. We're still a little sensitive about it.
Was 200 years ago. At some point we gotta move forward.
Well,
I love Abba so much.
Wait, Abba, do you think that Jewish people are kind of like oversensitive about like the Holocaust and anti-Semitism?
I didn't say that is what he's gonna say.
I mean low key.
Oh my goodness. What is he doing? I can't believe it. He committed He committed so fucking hard, dude. Yeah.
Really?
Wait, what? Because I don't feel like Jews bring it up ever.
You know what I mean? Listen. You know, segregation was like...
You could hear the smile on this dude's face.
40, 50 years ago, we got to get over that. I mean, at some point, motherfuckers got to get over it.
Don't you think Jews have gotten over it? They've created their own wealth. They've created their own communities.
I mean, it doesn't sound like it. The way I saw Charles Barkley crying and then, Sarah Lee Thomas, the old white lady.
It's just a trauma. It's just a trauma. So it's the same thing. Black people are talking about the prison industrial complex in the same way because it scares you.
Not just because it scares, but also because like there's still effects on both. Like today, like you can't just pretend that this was basically grandparents' generation.
Wait, am I the retard? He is obviously trolling, right? I'm not the retard, right? These people are autistic. No? I shouldn't say that. Excuse me. He's obviously trolling, is he not? I can't be this socially fucking stunted.
Like, oh no, like now the effects have gone away because we're over with that time period. Like, holy fuck, it wasn't that far ago.
All I'm saying is this. Sometimes I want to be able to just criticize somebody and not it be because they're a woman. And the other times I want to be able to criticize a Jewish person and not be because they're Jewish. You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel like they're too sensitive.
But when you criticize, especially when you're talking about the
you know what I mean? They just got to pick themselves up by the bootstraps and just keep attention.
Abba, the problem is when you're talking about the what in response in when you're talking about Jewish wealth, when you're talking about the what, there's the implicit shadow of the why, which can be hateful. So you need to be sensitive about it. And you haven't answered why. Yeah. Why do you think? Why do you think Jews are rich?
When he's done, can I answer why without Dan pulling me out?
On that point, Abba, I think the problem is that like when you criticize misogyny, doesn't look like the Jewish question. Like anti-Semitism presents in exactly the way that Lav is saying, where people kind of gesture and imply that there's disproportionate Jewish representation and control, and they're getting at that there's a Jewish conspiracy, that Jewish people are making up their oppression, that there is a cabal, that they are conspiring to revolt against the United States. Yeah. I don't see the woman question. You know, I don't hear, like, misogyny doesn't really present in the way that anti-Semitism does, where people think that like women
Why? So this kind of actually plays into one of the trolling things that Abba said that absolutely is the case, that counters Lav's point. Why do you think we have to dog whistle anti-Semitism in comparison to dog whistling sexism? I'd say in many ways we dog whistle the same thing, racism towards black people. Why do you think we don't have to dog whistle racism towards white people? Or transphobia? Why do we not have to, dog whistle homophobia? The reason why is because we care more about, these specific groups being shit on than other groups.
Are involved in like cabals to like oppress men or something like that. It's a lot more denigrating or benevolent. I think that's you're saying like, well, if I can criticize women without being called misogynistic, why can't I criticize a Jewish person without being called anti-Semitic? And it's like, well, the way that you were kind of presenting it, by asking that question, like, I don't know, that's like kind of like classic anti-Semitism, my dude.
Oh, wait, okay, we're here.
Rookie, I did as well, but my voice is completely shattered.
Just using the examples that we have at hand with Kyrie, everybody knows exactly what he did, right? He shared the link to the book.
To one of the greatest documentaries ever made. Yeah.
Not answered
yeah.
the question, and it's really important when he's talking about that he thinks that Jews are being too sensitive, and he won't answer this question. Come on, answer the question, Abba. Why do you think?
Wait, how does she not know he's trolling at this point? He literally just said a link to one of the greatest documentaries of all time in response to an anti-Semitic thing.
Why do you think Jewish people are rich?
I think they're just born this way.
Nah.
All right, yeah, there it is. Come on, man. You can't tell me. You cannot tell me.
So it's in their blood.
All right, can I do it?
Structure.
So, all right, so I'm gonna do it. I want 2 minutes, Dan. Leave me alone. So basically, if you look at medieval history, during medieval history, Christians were prohibited from usury, and as a result, a lot of Jews were forced into business as a trade. And on top of that, it basically it behooved them, by the way, this is from Jewish history, to integrate themselves into the society in the most useful ways possible. That way they wouldn't be persecuted or killed because they were too useful to be persecuted or killed. Also, when you talk about the modern 20th century and it comes to Israel, with Israel, it was not a foregone conclusion that the state of Israel would be successful. There were plenty of times that it was almost destroyed. And people basically had to back each other up in order to make sure that the state was formed. This included, by the way, taking technologies from Western countries that prohibited the sale of technologies that were necessary for Israel to succeed. And as a result, you get all these conspiracy theories about Mossad when they actually operate pretty much similarly to the United States CIA. And the reason why they have to be aggressive with both allies and foreigners, I'll wrap this up in a second, is because they're on a fucking state the size of Rhode Island surrounded by hostile neighbors. So they always have to be on guard. They have to be smart.
And also, they weren't put there because people felt bad for the Jews after the Holocaust. Nobody wanted to live with them, so they delegated a place in a place that they thought that they could have control.
Well,
that's another thing.
I do not appreciate.
Final quote. Abba, I love you. Final quote. Brett and Eric Weinstein from the Weinstein brothers, they said this, and I think it's really smart to keep in mind. The reason why Jews celebrate Passover is because the Jews who waited for the bread to rise did not escape Egypt. And so that's like a mentality that's been passed on for thousands of years, that if you are not on guard and if you don't survive, or if you don't pay attention to your own survival, it will be taken from you. And I'll shut up now. Thanks, Dan.
That's fine, but also...
Wait, Dan gave him that? He's cheating. What the fuck, man? He's cheating.
That was a very base take.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing. I say as a pro-Palestinian individual, I don't want to listen to two pro-Israeli individuals just go on and on about Israel's right to exist.
Wait.
So I just want to say
let Abba respond. Let Abba respond. Let Abba finish. Wait. Let Abba finish his response.
No, this is a problem because you said two pro-Israel individuals. Who are those pro? Are you saying that because I'm Jewish? You think I'm pro-Israel?
Oh, he's debating whether or not it's worth it to drop the big bomb. Drop the big bomb. Drop it. Do it. Fuck, that hurts my throat.
This is a problem.
Commit, Abba. You must.
Abba.
I'm
do it.
Do it.
Do it.
I'm pro-Israel.
You ain't got the strength.
And were
Okay,
you
that's
saying,
fine.
like, I'm pro-Israel?
Pussy.
Wait, I'm pro-Israel.
That's like what a strange thing. What a strange thing to assign to an American Jewish person. This is what I mean.
Do it, you pussy.
Strange. It's a generational thing. There were plenty of people.
It's not strange, but what it is it's fucked up. Like it is. This is lowball anti-Semitism, and it's fucked up, and you need to call it out.
I got a question for counterpoints.
Damn it, Abba, you're a coward. All this infighting among the marginalized, and I'm over here openly admitting it's my fault. Guilty white liberal. Your name is Guilty White Liberal. You donated to a black dude with a picture of fucking Patrick Bateman. God, that's based.
So everything you said that the Jewish people were able to do you think that could have been replicated by blacks? Don't worry about being racist. I'm a new age black. It doesn't matter.
No. And,
exactly.
and actually...
Wait, careful. Qualify that. What do you mean when you say no?
Yeah. So,
isn't it weird how Abba is obviously memeing, but other people in the call are unironically agreeing with him, like Counterpoints and LTG? It's kind of funny.
So what I mean by... actually, this is really interesting. Again, I'll try to be brief. West Africa actually has like very specific geography and topography and agriculture that's required, and jungle, mountains, agriculture, all this kind of stuff, where a lot of the technologies that were used in the Mediterranean and Europe weren't required in West Africa, and so and they wouldn't even be that useful in West Africa. And so basically the development that's required, where you're constantly under threat and pressure from other groups to develop technologically, I just don't think it was present in West and South Africa.
I agree. I actually, this was a part of my theory for why this happened. Not to mention he didn't touch on it maybe as much as the climate demands in Europe and shit.
Till the arrival of colonialism. So, yeah.
The climate demands of Europe for seeking technologies that way your family didn't fucking die during the winter so reliably is a pretty big deal as well in regards to that.
You guys Jewish in here?
So going on that real quick.
I've been Jewish.
You just explained how basically it was almost written. So since it was almost written, maybe this is the actual order of blacks. When you think about it, we're probably not supposed to be on that wavelength.
I know what he means, and I've had the thought process as well. It's a simple thought process. If you make an assumption that inside of worse climates, harsher living conditions, there'll be greater demand for innovations to improve your living conditions to, live comfortably. And with those innovations, then obviously comes more innovation. Because once you start creating things to make life easier, it becomes a little bit more accessible to create more things that make life easier, and you become knowledgeable of different ways of innovating those innovations or just new ideas in general. Essentially like the internet, right? Wasn't even a concept for a very long time throughout human history. But then when we kind of got more sophisticated, we were like, whoa, actually we can have whatever shit. So it's kind of stuff like that. And if black people, if individuals of higher melanin content that is typically only seen inside of areas near the equator of any given celestial object that has a similar solar orbit as us, this is literally something I've thought about, which is weird that low tier God is picking up on that. Then it would have that the darker your skin, the higher likelihood you have a similar lived historical experience to black people on Earth. Because you have a lower demand for that environmental innovation in comparison to white people who will typically grow up in more snowy, cold, frigid environments. And those snowy, cold, frigid environments are indicative of environments that more innovation would happen. So generally speaking, if you generated the Earth 100 times over, probably darker skinned people are not going to be as innovative historically as lighter skinned people. That's something I've thought about.
I don't
this
think
is just the way it was written. It's premonition.
Wait,
but okay, but hold up. So I think that nature and nurture feed into each other, and people evolve over time, and they also evolve with technology. So for instance, like an American black person who lives in the United States is going to have a completely different experience than a West African black person in the 19th century or even now. And also, like, geography is going to determine resources is going to determine wealth is going to determine education is going to determine opportunity is going to determine the next generation's opportunity, so on and so forth. And as a species, I think it's our job to try to enable the maximum of human potential in each successive generation.
All right, I got a funny question for you. Why do you think black
crazy tactic? It's the opposite. The equator is not indicative to innovation because it's not a harsh living environment. Essentially, if you're primitive beings like we all were, we were like Homo erectus and shit, pre-Homo sapien. If you're on the equator, a lot of your like environmental demands are already met. If you how near you are to the equator, because you have temperate living conditions in a lot of the areas. You have, fruits that can grow pretty normally all year round or damn near all year around. So there's less demand from the environment to make you innovate for anything. But in the north, right, or the south, away from the equator, that's not the case. You have a season that is so harsh and brutally cold that if you don't have proper shelter and heating, you and your entire village is going to die. All of you are going to die. And so, and that's such a reliable, long period of your life. The temperature fluctuations, the increased rain and wind combos, shit like that. Harsher environments breed stronger innovations, but out of the sheer necessity for survival, is supposed to be the point.
People don't get credit for Egypt.
Because they're West African and Egyptians are North African? Sorry.
Like, I know that's a fucked up topic. I just had to say that. Yo, Abba, what do you have to say about that? You're African. Did he leave?
Where's
I think Abba's probably North African or East African.
He's going to a synagogue right now to repent.
No.
Nah, I doubt that.
Where did Abba go? Or
I don't know, that was random.
I kind of want to push back on something that Low Tier God said earlier. That was basically like, oh, like people just have to like choose better, et cetera, et cetera. And then like, I don't know. I felt like you were responding kind of weird when it came to the whole idea of like, does racism exist or do people experience it outside of yourself, et cetera, et cetera. And I just want to point out something quickly. You said, oh, Black people just have to choose better. And I think, I don't know if you've obviously taken this into consideration, but whatever. There's a huge problem where Black people just literally choose the same thing as like a white person, but they will be punished for it. For like the best way you can see that is when it comes to drugs, right? When it comes to like marijuana convictions or like the rate of usage when it comes to a lot of drugs are similar between Black and white people, yet Black people are much more likely to be punished for it. So I think it's weird when you're like, oh, you just have to like choose better when you're making the same choices as other races in certain areas, and yet you're still being punished or basically being punished more for it.
Okay. So if I know that the system, you know, Black people say the system is against us. If I know that the system is metaphorically against us, why would I try to replicate the same thing that everybody else is doing, knowing good and well I would not be able to get off the same way? So if I run at a cop and I'm big and I'm Black, I'm 6'5", I'm like 219, right?
Jesus Christ, really? He's 6'5"?
So if I'm big and
I know he was a big dude, but 6'5"? Jesus, this nigga's a fucking mountain.
I'm Black and I run at a cop, fuck you, motherfucker. Like, what do I think is gonna happen? But if I'm looked at as a non-threat, because most police officers, a lot of them that aren't raised in an urban area, when they see Blacks, they see everything that is happening on the screen. They don't see the positive side. They see what's going on in World Star Hip Hop, so on and so forth. So me being 6'5" and Black, anytime I've gotten pulled over, I know how to act accordingly because I know shit can go left if I don't act accordingly. I'm not doing that because I'm being a good boy, you know, to the white cop, but I know how the world is structured. Therefore, I'm gonna sit there, I'm not gonna talk back, and I'm gonna leave. Every time I followed suit when I got pulled over, I never got a ticket from a white cop. But
I have gotten a ticket from a Black cop.
Sorry, real quick. If I pull over Lavloon,
I'm crying and I'm going away scot-free.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say.
No, if I pull over Low Tier God or if I pull over Lavloon, who am I, like, even if we have a perfectly good conversation and it's all pleasant, who am I going to be more on edge around?
You're going to be on edge around me because that's what you're
6'2", Black male, 220 pounds. If I get into a fight, it's going to be rough.
6'5".
6'5". So he's an inch taller than me, and I'm a tall motherfucker.
Wait, Connor is 6'4"? God damn, dude, I'm around mountains, bro. Why is it? Dude, I'm sitting over here 6 foot tall and I feel like, okay. You got goddamn mountains. We got hills talking to each other, fucking boulders just talking to each other in these fucking chat rooms. I think Jidion's like fucking 6'2" or something. Jidion looks big as fuck.
It's almost like we give up more of a threat.
You can be on your best behavior, or you can act even better than white people. But the point is that in certain areas, prejudice is so strong that like it doesn't really matter, right?
Wait. I think we gotta be really careful. Hold on, real quick. We gotta be really careful when we say that. It always matters. There's never a case where it doesn't matter. Like people can always like do better, even if there are some cases where the odds are stacked against you. There's never ever a case where it doesn't matter. Yeah.
You probably agree with Anna then. Did you watch all of those conversations? Because she talks a lot about personal accountability and stuff like that.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
When was I didn't chime in. Was it yesterday?
It was. I think it's been most of the week.
Okay, yeah. I've chimed in a couple of times. My thing is, I've made the correct choices in life to where I didn't have to experience the bullshit that maybe other Black people have put themselves in those situations that could have actually been prevented. Anytime, now I'm just bringing it back to something that Black people complain about, being arrested or being mistreated by cops. I have acted accordingly. The only cop that ever impounded one of my vehicles was a Black cop.
I knew it.
Everybody else let me go. You don't have insurance? Oh, okay, get the insurance, I'm gonna give you a ticket. The time I was caught by a Black cop, I happened to be driving on a suspended license like hella years ago, right?
Did you go up to Black or white area?
So I was raised a little bit in LA and then I moved to the high desert, which is like somewhat suburban, but they're still like multicultural.
Interesting.
Okay, but you can agree that even if you acted the best way, et cetera, there can be somebody out there who acts the best way, and that doesn't matter. Like if somebody already
do you think it doesn't matter? Really?
I feel it definitely matters. It never doesn't matter. I agree with what was said previously. This has been my recommendation. The problem is we aren't. I agree with low tier God half so in this. We will talk endlessly about systemic approaches. We will never talk about personal accountability. You will never, ever, well, this is from my perspective. Maybe Hassan has done it, but I'm going to point towards Hassan as being somebody inside of the community, the environment, that I don't think he'll ever do this. I don't think Hassan will ever look at a black person who was unjustly pulled over by the cops or do whatever, and then talk about ways that black dude could have gone above and beyond to make sure that didn't happen, which is something that does need to happen. You need to have a conversation with black people that's like, look, this shit isn't fair, but you got to do it. Shit is not fair, but you have to do it. I love bringing up how that relationship works with like black families and how they get communicated, because there's so many people that right now with the narrative being pushed of only looking at the system and not looking at personal accountability. There's so many people that think that it's like wrong to say that just straight up, if you're a minority group, you need to hold yourself to a higher standard. That's just what you have to do. You have to hold yourself, your conduct, your character. Unfortunately, kind of reverse. It should be that you shouldn't have to, because society should be understanding of like, how, the lack of socioeconomic access or social stigma might prevent you. It doesn't matter, right? What you have to do is you have to be on your best behavior, and you should be on your best behavior, right? Your parents shouldn't have raised you to not be on your best behavior. Just because that's the reality of the world we live in, no matter how you put it. And I think that's where I agree with low tier God in that aspect, that we should be saying things like, I forget the name of the guy. I almost want to look him up. There was a guy, a black dude, that was killed unarmed after he drove his car away from some cops. He shot a round out of his window of a 9mm, and then when he like pulled off into a park or something, and then fucking hopped out of his car and started running away. And this is the fucking if anybody remembers it, this was the cop encounter where the dude was shot like 50 times or something by like 7 different cops. They all unloaded. He was shot like 50 or like fucking 80 times or something. And all I was thinking while I was watching the footage is this dude didn't want to live. And the reason why was because any person that is cognizant would not have done 99% of the shit that they did if they were legitimately even scared for their life and running from the cops. Like, it's just not possible. And even if we do entertain that it is possible and it was something that happened, our first response is especially if you're black, don't do any of the shit that guy did. It was such a terrible situation that at 9 different levels could have been resulted so amicably between that individual and the cops, but they just kept escalating it. And especially being a black person, they escalated. It was terrible. You good, bro? Fuck no.
Well, let me finish this sentence.
Every single video I've seen.
What I mean by it doesn't matter, right? What I'm saying is that there can be a person out there who acts in their fucking best behavior, and if you have a cop that is like already so prejudiced or so scared or whatever, they're gonna see everything that black person does as a potential threat, or they're gonna already basically have believe
it happens, but how often do you think that happens?
Well, I just want to make sure that low tier God acknowledges that that happens, because
racism exists.
Because earlier when I was pressing on it, he was like, just make better choices. So that's why I'm asking and clarifying.
Free Aba in the chat right now, man. Free Aba in the chat. They fucking locked him up. Free him.
I don't make excuses. Like, I understand how shit can go. So if for me, it's all about choices. If you know being black in America is dangerous, especially when it comes to law enforcement and how you're perceived, why don't you act accordingly? I was in Neiman Marcus, right? I could afford anything in there. I went in there, just quick example. I went in there, the guy was looking at me weird. I'm like, okay, I understand, because he probably just has that, you know, just based off of what he's seen on TV and this and that. That's just how he thinks. But it's up to me to change his mind just on a single-handed way. I've talked to people who are actual skinheads. It was like, yo, you're like the only black guy I can talk to. Like, sometimes you just got to change somebody's mind.
Okay, it's just a yes or no question. Are there times
yes or no question for what?
That sometimes people can act on their best behavior and other people are still going to be racist, prejudiced, and fuck them over. Like, even though they're acting in their complete best behavior.
I think he knows that, but I also think he said
shut the fuck up, Lav. The question wasn't for you. God damn, shut your mouth.
He doesn't believe that that's extremely frequent.
There's a chance, but you could change your outcome.
So again, it's a yes or no question. Yes, like you could, like, you believe that, okay, if somebody acts in their best behavior, there's always gonna be a change. Or it's, yeah, you said that, like, they're gonna change the outcome. You don't think there's any point in time where if somebody's in their best behavior, they're still gonna get fucked over?
No.
Ooh.
Okay.
I think you need to bite the bullet on that. Like, I think that
we don't care. Lav is like, well, obviously he's gonna agree with it, and he didn't agree with it. And she's like, well, I don't think you needed it, but shut up. He's a grown-ass black man. He can answer for himself. Just let him speak for himself. Jesus Christ. She's like running defense for him. She doesn't even know him. It's like the first time they've talked. You don't know who he is. You're literally talking to the guy that did every racial slur in the oh my god. Low tier god. Fucking freeze.
Someone said he's racist against his own race.
Moon cricket, porch monkey.
Jesus.
Spook, ape, coon, moon cricket, porch monkey.
Jesus Christ, you're talking to this guy, dude.
Baboon, gorilla.
You're literally talking to this guy that does this for fucking 3 minutes.
Black ghost. What else does this nigga look like? Critters. Niglet.
Sorry.
Any black clown you could think of. Listen, if I were you, my nigga. I would remove every last video I put up because I'm gonna kill your channel. It's already on the verge of death, which is why he's not streaming, because he has so many flags on his channel. Right?
He's literally talking about another streamer, dude. Oh, that shit got me crying, dude. Oh God, racism is funny when it's not against me. So
what you're saying is
no, it's not a good thing that he did. It's a bad thing that he did. But I thought it was funny because she doesn't know he's that guy. She doesn't know, and she's running defense for him for some reason. Like, let him answer and figure out who he is.
You think it happens extremely infrequently. The problem is he's answered. He's already answered you for.
Pixie, thank God, is fucking actually pushing back against this because it's so fucking annoying.
Different times. You're like posturing over a black man.
Stop! Oh my God! Hold on. Stop. Hold on. Wait. The number one rule for this Discord server, okay? No racial slurs. And no opposite of the racial slurs, which is virtue signaling. None of that bullshit, okay? Don't ever do that.
That's what I feel like Pixie's doing.
I don't care what you feel like she's doing. Okay, go.
Let me ask her a question. Do you have a black boyfriend?
What'd you say?
Do you have a black boyfriend? Does she have a black boyfriend?
No, I'm not dating anyone right now.
Why did you ask that?
I was just asking because maybe you had some sort of sentimental, maybe you came home and cried on a pillow or cried on your lap.
Oh my God. No, I just think the whole thing of like,
question because I know sometimes
your choice is bullshit because it's not always your choice. We can say it's your choice half the time. We can even say it's a lot of time, whatever. But to say it's always your choice, I think that's.
I agree with Pixie. It was pretty dumb statement from LTG there. That was an L. You definitely can act optimally and still get fucked over because of your race. 100%. But I agree with LTG on most of it, that like if you act on your best behavior, most of the time you're going to be all right. Most of the time you'll be just fine. But there is absolutely times where you're going to do everything right, and you're done. You're absolutely done.
Kind of done.
Okay, here, let me bridge these gaps, okay? To say that it's always a choice is stupid, and low tier God, if he's pushed enough, will admit that it's not always a choice. You can do everything right and still get fucked up. And probably for black people, you can do everything right.
Officers?
What?
Are police officers?
Yeah, you can do everything right and still get fucked up. It can happen if you're white, it can happen if you're black, probably a little more likely to happen when you're black. Something that low tier God, I think he was going to say this earlier, but I think he got cut off. I think what he was going to say was...
that's actually a good point by Destiny. I literally think even if you're white, you can be fucked up if you do everything right from a cop. There's sometimes a cop is just like on a mission. There's some days somebody pissed in their coffee or something. Maybe you looked at them the wrong way on top of it, whatever. I don't know. Something happens and then it's just done. Is it common? No, I'm not on that ACAB shit. I ain't on that ACAB shit. I don't think cops are just walking around and as soon as they see a 6'5" dude, they're like, oh, you're dead, blam, super soak you. I don't think that happens. I think that's some fucking mythical, whatever, weirdo, fucking online lefty, terminally cringe shit. Some fucking goddamn laundry list of fucking, I don't know, man. It's, some subhuman shit where people think that shit happens. And that's not real. But can it happen? Yeah, for sure.
Oftentimes, when you see videos of people getting fucked up by the cops, black or white, usually there's some stupid shit happening first. Now, occasionally, you do have your Philando Castiles who do nothing wrong. I don't think he did a single thing wrong.
I'd have to go over that.
Then oftentimes you'll see videos where people are doing dumb shit, shady shit. It looks like they're grabbing a gun, they're fighting the cops or whatever, and then something happens that's not cool, it's not acceptable, it's not good, but it's a situation that was like entirely avoidable. I think is the point low tier God is trying to get across.
Yeah, and the thing is, if I say certain shit, I know people are gonna think about me weird. Like, can I remind you guys that I would choose nothing else but to be black? Like, I'm an attractive black guy. Obviously, I would choose to be nothing else. So I probably look weird, but I mean, it's when you look at the history
probably look
of like shit that has happened. Like if you look back on Rodney King, like that shit could have been prevented. Like you just, when it comes to police officers, you simply just don't resist. Like if you want to,
wait,
yes, true.
Look, you think Rodney King could have prevented what happened to him?
I'm using that for an example. Like if you look back on,
I'm just gonna be honest. This doesn't look great. I literally do not remember like any police shit except for like 3 instances. 3 times. It happens so often. I just can't keep up. All of them are blurring together. I don't remember any. Like I don't even fully remember the Breonna Taylor shit. I don't fully remember George Floyd's shit.
Certain shit that has happened. All you do, look, when you get pulled over, put your hands on the steering wheel, ask the police officer, may I get my license? Like I've been pulled over like fucking 10 times and I've only gotten like 3 tickets.
Here, I'll give you a really hold on, wait, real quick. I'll give you a really hold on. Wait, we live in a space. Okay, hold on. Here's a really space. Okay, hold on.
Of course, but I think that's what Pixie wants to hear.
No.
Like Pixie wants to hear low tier gods say like it also sucks that we have
Dude, when did it become LiveStream? Jesus.
to do this, but like I will because it's the situation that I've been given.
If you resist, only bad things can happen. If you don't resist, there's a chance bad things will happen regardless. Choose wisely. Yeah, that's why you just shouldn't resist. Your place, the audit says it perfectly. Your place to contest the legitimacy of an arrest isn't when the arrest is happening. It's after the arrest has happened in court. That's just based. That's just a based opinion. Your moment to contest the legitimacy of a stop is not during the stop, during the arrest. It's later in court. Don't do it like out there. That's how you lose your life.
Sure.
Like,
okay.
That's what low tier God is saying.
Sure. So George Floyd could have been completely avoided. That's a situation that was avoidable.
Thank you.
But that sucks to say, but like that's a situation that 100% started with a criminal.
Get him out of here. He's done. He's done. Time's up.
Activity, continued with resisting the police, and then ended with him dying, which sucked, and he didn't deserve to die. And I'm glad the cop got convicted, but that was a situation that was 100% avoidable.
Wait, Destiny, how are you saying it's avoidable? Like, if he had just like not,
he could have not done the illegal activity in the first place, or he could have not resisted the cops when they tried to arrest him.
Okay, can I say a couple of words?
Go for it.
It was a choice. Get it? So when she says something about choices, George Floyd had a choice. If he could have, just like Destiny said, he could have completely, that situation could have never happened. Yet it happened, and I bet you there's a lot of black people that are happy it happened because they got a free Dior bag from busting the windows out of a store.
Dude, this guy's got some trauma. Fucking low tier God has got some fucking trauma, dude.
In a Atlanta mall.
Jesus.
Yeah, I
wouldn't have gone that far, but
Destiny spiel on this
I'm
one?
hooked, I can say that.
Well, I mean,
You can optimize choices based off of environment. You can optimize education. You can.
Do you think if low tier God was a woman, he would be getting the same reaction from DGG as Anna or Lav? Or some of the shit he says is super out there? I don't think it is. I mean, we went over it. We went over it. I think everything that low tier God is saying, or at least that I've seen him say so far, is a lot of it's been wrong, but only a little bit wrong. Like, I agree with them on the personal responsibility. I agree we need to start talking about personal responsibility amongst all people, including black people. I think if often in many of these cases we talk about racism, which there is valid points of talking about racism from the police force towards the black communities and the black individuals we talk about, there are avoidable. Like Destiny said with George Floyd, is avoidable. A lot of these situations are avoidable with higher personal accountability. So no, I think it's I think he's more right on this. I think with the Anna chick, she's just fucking insane. With her the stuff that she's saying, like maybe low tier. I think actually low tier God would probably agree with a lot of the shit Anna's saying. So I would probably change my statement for when he agrees with what she says. But what she pretty much just says is black men are just like uniquely bad. Why? Because black men are bad. They're just bad people. Black men are just them specifically are just bad people. And low tier God is talking about something a little bit different. I imagine low tier God's criticisms of the black community, if I was talking to him, he would share the similar criticisms with like white communities that have similar rates of violence and theft, like low income white communities. I'm sure he would say these people need to take personal accountability, stop doing whatever. But the only thing that would be different is those white communities can't blame the system as easily as like black communities can. Whereas like instead of, in his mind, me taking personal accountability for my actions, instead of doing that, I can blame the system. White people don't really have that system as easily like able to be criticized unless you're like an online lefty and just want to complain about capitalism because you don't want to work an 8-hour Starbucks shift.
You can optimize redistribution of wealth. You can optimize culture. You can optimize all these external environmental factors, and our society is not perfect. It is fucked up. So while I am happy to hear choice bootstrap rhetoric on Twitch and YouTube, or on YouTube at least, fucking, you know.
Yeah, Honda Bleh, I don't know how to pronounce your name. You ever watch Kevin Samuels? Because that'll change your mind real fast.
But we should also optimize the environment, because the truth is things don't have to suck this bad.
And it's all based on choices.
Why does everyone think, because obviously we know, I think that like black people are like brought up to fear the police, right? Because of like what has happened to them. Why do you think that these black people, low tier God, are still like getting killed? If like, why do you think they're reacting in a way that someone who was scared of a policeman like wouldn't act?
They are. I think they are acting in a way. They're scared of the police, so they get like confrontational. It's just the way that they deal with fear. It is a very, 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 and I could go on with the varies, effective way of dealing with something you're afraid of inside of a lot of low socioeconomic, or I guess poor socioeconomic conditions, is to deal with it in an aggressive manner. This is a very like like in these communities, you have to be hyper masculine in order to make it inside of many of these different areas. You have to be a guy that people don't want to fuck with, so that way people don't fuck with you. Otherwise, people will fuck with you. If you're like the meek, neat, fucking weirdo nerd, you're just going to get your shit swiped all the time. So in a lot of these communities, the people that you're scared of, you have to act like you're bigger than them, tougher than them. You're more, gripped up than them. So I think it is I don't agree that this is the way that the fear isn't manifesting. Oh yeah, and also if you like the stream, please, or if you're enjoying the stream, please like the stream. I have a lot of people in here. Probably some of you haven't liked the stream. If you want to see continued streams on YouTube, long form streams, if you want to see continued content, maybe interviews, debates, whatever on YouTube, like the stream. It helps boost the algo. So if you want a free way to help support my content, that's a great way to do it. Also, it helps provide the ad-free viewing experience that you have on YouTube. I don't have nearly as much control over the ads on Twitch as I do on YouTube, where on Twitch you have mid-roll ads that are unskippable. On YouTube, there are skippable ads and it's only pre-roll. So, and I can choose to just not run further ads, which I'm not gonna run ads on my live streams, because I think it dramatically takes away from the live stream. So, if you would like that, please, if you would enjoy that, please put a like on the video. I appreciate 40 of you, now getting close to 50 of you who liked the stream after that shout out. Thank you for going out of your way to doing that. And Fireside Data, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Thank you, Fireside Data. Thank you for joining.
It starts in the home. First off, Black people, what we do is we look for the fastest way to get money, which AKA is scams. So when you're doing illegal shit, you're gonna be scared.
I need to get more.
Like if I get
I need to get other Black people in here.
Look,
God damn it, dude.
Go ahead, this and that.
Oh fuck.
It starts in the
is this when people started DMing me?
Home. So if we grow up looking at rappers who are committing scams or rapping about flip.
Wait, people are saying free Abba. Abba didn't get banned. I don't know why people are saying free Abba on YouTube yet. He's not banned.
See, the thing about Black people, we love to replicate what we see on TV, what we see in movies. That's what happened. How many people you think?
The only race not taking accountability is Black men. He's proving Anna's point. What are you talking about? Hold up. Man, I wish I could just see your logs, man.
Did drive-bys to Tupac because they felt amplified. So it's like it starts in the home. If your parents teach you, you know what, fear the police, fuck the police, this and that, don't ever let a cop know your rights. That's the bad way to teach the community. So if we're consistently being taught to fear police, we're gonna act in a certain manner that puts us in danger around police officers, and it's gonna be a revolving door. Yeah. It's never going to get solved.
So what do you feel about the Black absentee father point?
I mean, most Black men, we fornicate for pleasurable purposes. So we're usually not looking, for a wifey when we're having sex. And I think it also starts at home too. Like my father wasn't there, but it didn't morph me into a guy that's just gonna, shoot the club up, AKA, or ejaculate in a bunch of chicks.
Definitely.
And just be a fatherless Black guy. Like you still have a choice. Like I can break the cycle. I can have kids now and I could be absent, or I can have kids and make sure that I'm hands-on and create the best specimens that I could possibly be. I mean, that they could possibly be. But the thing is, I don't date Black women. So, I mean, that, I'm looking for culture.
This is literally what Anna was talking about.
Wait. Before you guys continue, like, I'm not gonna lie, low tier God. Like, I see where you're coming from, but you saying stuff like this enables people like Nick Fuentes to like just have like field days and stuff like that.
I mean, I think so. But that's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is.
I know. You're being realist. You're being realist. I'm not gonna discount you and say.
I mean, it's so that is correct from Jidion. Yeah, it does enable Nick Fuentes to get a dub, but I mean, I think, again, only to the extent at which I think he's made some dumb point. Like, when he's talking about the scamming, I'd have to hear what exactly he means. I mean, yeah, I don't know what he means by the scamming, but if it's true, it's true.
Not being real, but you know,
should he just lie? Of course not. No, never.
We can't just, you know, I know we should put the blame mostly on us, but we can't always just, like, you know, the blame's not always gonna be just on us, you know?
I think the blame mostly goes with society. While I do agree with Low Tier God that we don't put enough blame on the individual, I think most of the blame goes on society. I do. I don't think it should be a lot of people's personal responsibility to kind of do all of these things independently of the system helping them out and getting them where they need to be. Yeah. So, yeah, I kind of disagree with. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to allow other groups to talk about this. I feel like there should be like-minded Black people that only are allowed to speak on this level of quote unquote scrutiny or blatant.
None of them are gonna, because, you know, they don't want to fucking get like canceled and shit. So none of them are gonna say shit in here. So of course they're gonna agree with you. Like, they're gonna have to agree with you. You're the only Black dude talking, but, like, you know, what you're saying, like, you know, we're asking for this and stuff like that. You know, we're not asking for this. The Black community is not asking.
Well, what exactly, when you say we're asking for, what do you mean exactly?
Like, the Black community is not asking for, you know, police to beat us or.
Oh, fuck no. Absolutely not.
Controlling our communities 24/7 or to be fucking, you know, like, if we really want to be real, you know, a lot
Did
of the
you get your second booster shot? I think it was my first booster before TwitchCon, so almost a month ago, yeah.
That Black people are getting, you know, we're not creating guns. We're not going to Mexico to get this shit. So where is it coming from?
But we're fucking buying them, though.
We are buying them, but but we got to find the source of the problem.
But let's how about we do it like everybody else? Let's go get a gun license. Let's register that weapon. Instead of picking up that weapon illegally, let's register it. So if we shoot, everything's registered instead of just, you know what,
a response to LTG here should be that for doing things legally in a pub bar, in a lot of these communities, it can be considerably harder because you probably don't have access to a car. Public transportation is probably ass. And there's probably just less places to do it inside of your area. So, yeah.
I'm gonna pick up a gun from Jerry. Yeah, I
can't buy a gun in Chicago.
Me up a Glock. Like, let's do things correct. See, the thing is,
LTG, can I hit this real quick?
Of course, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, like, this is the thing from the community that really, this is where I really do see it both ways, okay? I appreciate what you're saying, because I think on an individual perspective, you have to take that because you have to deal with the way society is, and you can't wait for somebody to come and save you. The system isn't going to be fixed by the time you and I are dead. So taking like an individualist mindset, I can only control what I can control, and if I act the best way possible, I'm going to have better outcomes, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's a perfectly good individual thing to adopt. But when I was working in the communities that I was working in, there were kids who were smart. I actually worked in the schools. Very smart, but around 8 to 10, they were told that cops were the fucking enemy, that education was a fucking sham, that they weren't going to be doing anything else except for basically dealing drugs and burglarizing shit. And on top of that, it was a good thing that they were going to do that. So they created like a burglary ring of teenagers who were breaking into shit. They catch their felony. Once they catch their felony, they're basically prohibited from voting. They're prohibited from so much other part of life. So they double down on the criminal lifestyle. By the time they're like 16 to 18, they're slinging weed, they're slinging coke. And then by the time they're in their 20s, they've been in and out of the system so fucking bad that it doesn't matter. And it's the family that's recruiting them into this lifestyle because that's the lifestyle that they were brought up in. So what I'm saying is, if you wanted to break that cycle, you would have to have better schools. You would have to have better mentorship programs. You would have to have better shit, because a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old can't decide whether or not they're going to become a fucking criminal. That decision is already being made for them by their family. So if you want to break that cycle, yeah, sure, the personal responsibility.
This is a really good point.
Shit is fucking awesome, but we could have a fucking better system too.
Could have a better system, but
and low tier God, I feel like we're doing better in today's community as well, where it's like kids are seeing now, you know, okay, I don't have to just be a rapper, you know, rapping about, oh yeah, I just fucked Shaquita and I shot Tyrone in the head, and you know, and they're also saying, oh, I don't have to just be a basketball player. Now they're saying, you know, people like you, people like me, people like Kai, Rage, Bruce, all these other black, Flight, everybody. Like, oh, okay, I could just turn on the camera and create like that, and I could do. And then now, what we need to do is we need to show other avenues. We need to start promoting. Okay,
hold on. All right. What is your name? The Hondian Baile. You have 2 minutes to get inside of Discord or your band.
Oh, black doctors.
Aren't there some black schools which have massive funding but outcomes are not improving? I believe that's the case. Yeah. I don't think the issue is just funding. It's finding a good place for the funding to go, as well as like whether or not funding is even good to go there in comparison to transportation or to different programs, after school or extracurricular or whatever. And so, but yeah, I think that just funding schools more doesn't instantly make them better.
Lawyers, black attorneys, this, that. Imagine if
How? It's in the description. I don't have Discord. Well, you better get it. That's my Discord. You have 2 minutes, buddy.
I'm not saying Johnny Depp had to get one, but like, imagine if Johnny Depp's defense attorney or whatever was like a black guy or girl. Like, imagine, like, you know, with how publicized that was. You know how many people like young kids that could have been inspired. You know what? I want to be a lawyer. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you. And the thing about this is what I was telling Destiny before. So, you know what me, you, Rage, everybody else, Kai, everybody has in common? And you know why we get money?
What?
You got the answer?
Why do we get money? It's because we're entertaining.
Exactly. So why we could say, oh, you don't have to be a basketball player, rapper, this and that. It's still a circle of entertainment. And just what I was telling Destiny a couple of weeks ago, the only real way black people can get money in America on a grand scale is entertainment. But I guess what you're saying is it doesn't always have to be through rap.
Okay,
but the thing is,
I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Like, I do feel like in the grand scheme of things, that's all we're looked at as good as, you know?
So why not chase that if that's where your, you know, the road to your Emerald City leaves? Why not just chase entertainment if that's what America wants to give us? If black people are like, oh man, Jewish, this, that. You do realize that a lot of Jewish people sign our checks. Like, they do own these companies. And I think that we're allowed to become millionaires. We're allowed to be expressive, but there's just certain shit you cannot say. Like, why if you're making millions of dollars a year, do you want to say anti-Semitic comments? Like, what is the point? What does it change? You're damaging the community again by saying stupid shit, because you're gonna get black people that are like, wait a minute, I should be able to say this. But at the same time, think about it.
How does it affect Kanye? He's a multimillionaire. He's a billionaire.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. Kanye,
fuckloads of money in Clout.
Yeah, so what is he even gaining?
Kanye is crazy. Kanye is
buddy, okay, bye then. Oh, okay. All right, see you later.
having a mental break from reality, okay? That's
true.
Kanye.
The only reason Kanye is saying this weird shit.
Why not listen to it and actually see it from both sides? That's what Discord is for, you fucking moron. Like, I disagree with you so much, you either have to have a conversation with me or get the fuck out of my community. And I think that is fair. If I disagree with you all the way to that point, I'm giving you the opportunity to get in voice chat to disagree with me, and you don't take that, fuck you, dude. Like, fuck off.
Is because Kim started fucking Pete.
Yeah,
it's half true, but it's because he's like has some.
That's like every black guy.
It's because he's got some insane mental shit going on.
A white boy with a 10-inch dick.
Yeah, like I don't know what this weird stigma is. You know, we always think we're the only ones with like big ass cocks. Like, that shouldn't even have been an issue. It should have been like, if it was
does Pete have a big dick, or is this just a meme?
really a problem, he would have been saying this shit with the red hat on. Where was the anti-Semitic comments when he had the red hat on? It wasn't until Kim left him and started fucking, you know, some 28-year-old guy with a fucking.
Isn't Pete Jewish?
He's from Staten Island, but I think
his parents.
If you're from Staten Island, you're culturally Jewish. Just by
I think his parents
but this is kind of like the
It does apparently true meme, not a meme. Kanye said Pete had a 10-inch schlong. Jesus Christ. Damn. Good for that guy. God damn. Good for him.
shit or whatever, so his wife starts fucking a Jewish guy, but the Jewish guy's dad was a firefighter who died in fucking 9/11. You know what I'm saying? Like the math isn't adding up for the global cabal to lead to your wife fucking another guy.
No, the cabal is like it goes nowhere. This cabal thing just makes no fucking sense.
This whole fuckery, look, see how the world plays out? This whole fuckery started because Kim didn't want to fuck with Kanye anymore. Now all of a sudden, all these blacks, now we're talking about Jews. Like that, this is what Kanye wanted.
It's always about
I do agree. Like I feel like talking about Jewish people is the least of our concern. You know, I do think, you know, I feel like the things that we do unite on low key be sometimes the dumbest stuff. It's just like why, like because I'm pretty sure you've seen like why is it that all black people are trying to unite on? Why can't we say anti-Semitic stuff? Whereas like, you know, you should be able to like, you know, work and build on something else. Is that what you're trying to say, Lil Tear God?
Yeah, I feel like we got to be a sport about it. So if we want to say anti-Semitic comments, what would have happened if two white or Jewish, let's just say this, actors, let's just say Seth Rogen and somebody else, say, you know what, fuck it. You know, black people, they made white girls or white chicks. Why don't we dress up as two black chicks and just make the funniest ghettoest comedy? Now, we would have just, oh my God, we would have just had
Robert Downey Jr. fucking awesome job in fucking Tropic Thunder, okay?
That's what I'm saying. That shit went under the radar though. But I'm saying like, if we were to, I want to figure out why we're allowed to be racist, but we're not allowed to, or quote unquote racist, or I don't. Is there another way we can call this shit?
Because white people feel bad for fucking you over for 400 years, so we're letting you catch up a little bit. That's all. But
it's not 100% white people's fault. Like we just talked about all those Africans that were slaughtering and doing cannibalism on blacks and killing 1,200 blacks.
But the same way that you were saying, like, okay, we as black community, yeah, it's not the guns. We're the ones who are buying them and killing people with it, right? Like the way that you're taking collective responsibility for that is the same way that white people should take collective responsibility. It was free labor. They probably knew how fucked up it was. They were watching other human beings suffer and die, and they didn't care. And they made whatever justifications they wanted to. So we have to take collective responsibility as a nation for what we did.
Okay, and I think a lot of white people feel bad about that, but you guys aren't doing shit to us in real time. That is real damaging.
Can I point some shit out?
We're doing shit to each other in real time.
No. Okay, I want to point this shit out. So for instance, like I went on Lauren Southern, Abba joking about that is kind of funny. We went on a fucking documentary shoot in Baltimore. Okay, so we go to West Baltimore, South Baltimore. It's all fucked up, right? Infrastructure sucks. Pipes are still lead. Lead. They have fucked up water, shitty schools, no funding. Everybody's leaving it alone. I literally go talk to the cops in the Western District, and I'm like, hey, where can I go that's safe, day or night, in order to talk to people and shoot a film? They literally tell me it's not safe anywhere. You will get carjacked or shot day or night in this neighborhood. That's how fucking bad it is. And so you can't tell me that, yeah, and when you have 20,000 people who are underemployed, who don't have any money, don't have any hope, don't have any education, don't have anything like that, I could see how people would think that that was like intentional neglect, because it's so fucking bad. And we're talking about the richest country on the planet. How the fuck do we have no-go zones in the United States, the richest country on the planet?
Same way we have sundown towns.
I think, so Lord to your God, I think everything you're saying has elements of truth to it. Have you ever seen videos of people who turn on the cell phone and the video starts and one partner is insanely fucking unhinged and the other person is being really calm?
Oh yeah, man. I hate those videos.
You know what I'm talking about? Like these.
I hate those videos.
Types of like relationship abuse videos or like the freak out videos or whatever. When I see
double fire.
What do you mean by that?
Double fire is when if you're arguing with your girlfriend, right, and you argue back, that's double fire. But instead, one person could just collectively absorb all the fire, and then it fizzles out over time. That's just, I don't know, that's the way I do things. I don't
What?
argue.
Well, sure.
What? That seems weird.
What I'm saying is that, like, one thing you can do is you can get somebody super fucking strung up where both of you are being unhinged as fuck, and then one side can turn the camera on and can look at the other person and go, look at how fucked up this person is. But they're recording, so they know they're on their best behavior, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of like weird, it can be cop videos, it can be relationship videos, it can be whatever. There's a lot of videos where the footage starts at a certain time, and when I look at it, I go, I wonder what happened 20 minutes before this. Sometimes it feels like when the way that you talk about these black issues, I know it doesn't come off this way, but the way that it feels like it, you or other people, white people, black people, when they talk about the black community needing to take responsibility, sometimes it feels like starting the video right at the point when the white person wants to, while looking at the entire black community. That like, yeah, where the black community is at right now is super fucked. Nobody's denying that. White people, black people, whoever. But it's not by accident. It didn't happen randomly. And there's a whole bunch of shit leading up to it that to start at this very moment in time when the footage is rolling and say, look at how fucking crazy and horrible these people are. They need to do better. And it's half true, like they do need to do better, but damn, there's a whole lot of shit leading up to it that put them in that situation that nobody would have been able to crawl their way out of. That's, I think, is like the point that other people on the internet try to make, or that I would try to make.
That's Anna won't concede on.
I don't care. I'm not talking to Anna.
So mad.
I mean, so you believe that in America there's no way. You believe that in America there's no way out of the maze?
In America, I think that any person can find success. I don't know if a whole people can find success. There's always going to be exceptions to any rule, right?
I mean, yeah, it's not meant for everybody to be successful. We need people that's going to deliver our Amazon packages. That's just the way the world works. But I mean, why not at least try, especially if you're in a fucked up area? Always imagine if I stayed in LA. I mean, I go visit my family, and nobody's doing shit.
I mean, like you can always, yeah, you can always try. You can always try. But like, let's say that I find out that my son is walking to school every day, and he tells me that as he's walking, there's always like 3 kids that try to like fuck with him on the way to school, right? Yeah. I could tell him like, well, take a knife or learn to defend yourself or whatever. But realistically, what's going to happen is, well, I'm probably going to start walking with them. If you tell me that there are kids that are bullying you, well, I'm going to go with you. Because at some point, like, you can only tell people to do better so many times where they need a little bit of help to get out. Now, you still should try to help yourself. I agree with that. And sometimes that message gets lost in this permanent fucking victimhood. And people like, dude, I agree with you. When I see people building statues of George Floyd, it's the most cringe-inducing fucking shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, absolutely. But on the other hand, it's like this pull up the ladder mentality to where there's like a certain game, there's like a rat race kind of that it feels like black people have been put into sometimes, where you set the cops on them, you put them in certain communities, and their only way out is through entertainment. And now they're entertainers, and all they want to say is fuck the cops and fuck these communities because they fucked with us. And now other people are turning around and going like, wait a second, that was the only way out for you, but you got the way out, and now you're shitting on the cops. Well, why are you being so disrespectful? Like, why can't you act right? Like, what's going on here? And it's like, it was almost like you were set up to fail from the start. And again, I agree, you got to do better, but the request is a really big one, and that needs to be acknowledged. That's a really big request that nobody else in any other group is making. Nobody's making that. Nobody else in the United States is expected to overcome that much, right? I don't know if anybody else in the United States could overcome that much.
I mean, I want to go back to, and it kind of plays off what you said. I want to go back to, because you said something about entertainment. I want to go back to Jidion, where he said, where if Johnny Depp had a black lawyer, it would have made a bunch of, like a bunch of the black youth say, you know what, I want to go to school for 7 years or whatever and pass the bar. Let me ask you a question. How many black people do you know that would just sit on their ass, study books, and pass the fucking bar? What do you think the percentage of black lawyers there is? We don't want to do that shit. What we want to do, I'm saying we.
I mean, you could just say that, but like,
it's too much work. We want shit fast, right?
Wait. Isn't, I would hope Jidion's point would be that with that representation, more black people would want to do the work, right? It would be seen as more attractive. It'd be seen as more worthwhile in the long run, more worth it, seeing that outcome. I thought that was the whole point.
If we go to college, we go to colleges and like see the work and like HBUs and stuff like that. and then see what would people rather do, then you could just say that. But like if you just say it right now, then yeah, like I would just have to agree. Yeah, like no nigga wants to be a lawyer, but like, you know,
it's too much work.
That was against fucking what's his face, OJ Simpson. He was black.
Well, here's the question. Real quick on that. For what low tier God said there for being a lawyer, right? I agree with you. Nobody does want to do that. What do you think is like one of the biggest drivers for whether or not a kid actually would go through and get a college degree?
Yeah. Okay. So Destiny's, I'm assuming right here, about to repeat what I'm saying.
It's if mom and dad has one, right? So
I see.
Like when you got if you're
I think he's gonna parse it over into the same point here, because he could say, yeah, if mom and dad has one, but then low tier God's response is, well, you know, mom and dad aren't gonna get one, so then nobody's ever gonna get one. I don't know.
Parents have a college degree, you have a 3 in 5 chance of getting one yourself. If they don't, it drops to like 25%. So like, and who's more likely to have a degree? People who have a history of having all the rights afforded to them, all the economic opportunity afforded.
Oh no, he's going back to equality of opportunity
to them, and everything through the generations that this country have existed, or people who didn't have like civil rights protections up until 2 generations ago. Right. Again, not that it's an excuse, but like even when you talk about like the reason why black people don't want to sit through school and get a degree is because, well, what the fuck? What is your success as a black person in the United States? I think we all agree it's through entertainment, right? I'm not going to become a fucking rapper or an NBA player by sitting to school and going to college and getting a degree. And if you don't see that, if you don't see people around you succeeding doing that, like a lot of white people do, Jewish people sure as fuck do, right? But you got parents that are getting degrees, when you've got strong members of the white, fucking Latino, black, like, or not black, Asian community, all these other communities that are doing it, you see that. I think that's what motivates kids to do it. And when black people don't have those role models, I think like Jidion said, seeing like a successful black lawyer on TV would do something, I think, to push kids in that direction.
You know what's fucked about that? So if you look at all these cases that's going on with the rappers, you know, and people who commit stupid ass crimes, so on and so forth, they fire the black lawyers, or the main lawyer is a Jewish guy. So we're crying about Jewish people, yet we only want to hire Jewish lawyers when we get in deep shit. And our supporting lawyers are black. Anytime you watch a video, like let's just say DJ Academics, anytime he's covering a crime, he makes a joke like, oh man, you gotta fire that black lawyer, get you a Jewish lawyer because such and such. So what's the point of going to school to be a black lawyer, right? Passing that hard ass test, the bar, if we're just gonna go with the Jewish lawyer anyway when we commit the fucking crimes that we could have prevented in the first place.
Don't let DJ Academics get away with that bullshit. Call them out on it.
And also it's good.
Black lawyers.
No, like actually. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna ask him because you're saying that like the majority of positive black representation in media is gonna come through like entertainment, celebrities, etc. Like, what did you think about the fact that like Takeoff, recently passed in Houston? Like he was involved in a shooting. Like even his like wealth and privilege and stuff like that didn't like save him from like his untimely death. Because I was speaking to somebody and they he's biracial, and he was telling me that he felt that like Takeoff almost kind of like did it to himself, because he said like, well, he transcended his impoverished circumstances, but he chose to hang around like the wrong people. So he's like partially responsible for it. I don't know what you think about that, or what Jidion feels about that.
I don't know, Jidi, you want to go first? You want me to speak?
Nah, I said the exact same thing because I'm actually from Houston, and he was hanging out in Fifth Ward, and Fifth Ward is like one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in America, let alone Houston. So you being a rapper, being in Fifth Ward is like it's like the president going to fucking Iran. It just doesn't make any sense. So I feel like it's a stigma, especially in the rap culture, where it's just like you have to still look hood and stuff like that. You still have to be down with the cause. Like, all these top rappers, they all have to check in, Takeoff and Migos have to check in with Jay Prince. You have to check into Houston. You have to check into LA. You got to do all that. But, what's their face? Katy Perry doesn't have to check in with anybody. Post Malone doesn't have to check in with anybody. And it's like a bullying mentality. And I feel like it's the thing that's the worst thing in our...
Takeoff wasn't being violent and was hit by a stray bullet? No? I have no idea. I don't know. I have no idea. He was a millionaire in a ghetto. Sadly, was bound to happen. I imagine that there's a pretty high rate of death for millionaires under those circumstances. Yeah. Low tier God doesn't see any traditionally successful black people around him, so he assumes they don't exist. Has he never heard of the internet? Well, I mean, he is one. Or wait, traditionally successful. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think that's just the media depictions, though. Like, it's kind of difficult to just look up online, just random black lawyer. I guess you could say like Obama.
Community that needs to be taken out, but it's here to stay, so it's sad.
And just to throw a little chime on it, so I did a YouTube video on it. I do my videos, I get off, blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of detractor channels, this and that, so my message doesn't get out there crazy. But I woke up the next day and somebody sent me the TikTok of somebody taking a clip of what I said about Offset and the whole situation, and it got like 2.5 million on TikTok, and it wasn't even on my channel. So, I mean, I said what I had to say about it. We put ourselves in these situations. If I'm kicking it around, if I'm kicking it in the hood, if I go to South Central right now to visit my family, I immediately lower my life expectancy just from being in that situation. So you can lower your life expectancy. I mean, when you're black, you already know how shit goes. When you go to certain areas or you're around certain demographics, this and that, you kind of put yourself in those situations. Not saying that I feel like when you're killed, it's never your time to go. I feel like it's only your time to go through disease or natural causes or something like that. But when you're killed, it was never your time to go. It's based off premonition, space and time. So I feel like it wasn't his time to go, but he put himself in that situation of rolling dice and being in that, that amped up environment. And if you watch the video, there's a certain type of a bravado that black men have towards each other where they don't want to look like a bitch. Nobody wants to submit. So when you watch that video, you're hearing Quavo saying, yo, y'all keep doing this, I'm gonna hurt somebody. So he tries to walk off and then somebody tries to hit him, which causes the gunfire. So it's almost like...
Wait, is there a video of the shooting? Wait, is there a video? Somebody link me that on Discord.
Was it meant for him? Like, could this been prevented? Yes, it could.
How do you deal with people like Low Tier God, as in the type of person whose entire ideology is based on anecdotal evidence, which they have lived through, appealing to anecdote and how fickle it is? I think you could do it. It depends on what specific take I want to remove. Yeah. I didn't know that. Somebody link it to me. Would you talk with him? Yeah, of course. Low Tier God is one of the coolest people that I would want to talk to. I think that guy's fucking hilarious. 9 out of 10 on funny factor. He's super cool.
Been prevented if bravado wasn't in place. That could have been 100% prevented.
This phenomena that you talk about where like no black man wants to like look like a bitch, where do you think that comes from?
It comes from
my opinion, and I feel like this is really backed up, a necessity of environment, as well as it being seen as one of the only ways that black people can be. So like my Discord, not yours, like media depictions and entertainment depictions being that's the only way that something like that can be that black people can be is like tough and have that bravado, and the environment that a lot of black people grow up in, just being poor in general, you'll have a easier life kind of if you take up that mentality. Less people will fuck with you.
From growing up, I mean, I was...
Hold up. Give me a sec. I'm gonna watch this Migos video. Oh, that's not okay. I thought that video was gonna have more details than it did. That's kind of cringe.
I was always the quiet kid growing up. You know, I was always tall. I was being made fun of for being tall and quiet because I wasn't amplified enough. And in the Black community, if you don't speak loud enough, you know, if you don't...
Oh, the full thing? I don't remember.
If you're not, you know, one of the loudest ones in the room, you're looked at as a bitch. Also, if you... Yeah, go ahead.
Where do you think that comes from? Like, what, like...
Can I give another sociological answer? There's a theory about like motivations in different kinds of cultures. There's like dignity cultures, there's honor cultures, and all that kind of stuff. And my guess would be that Black hood culture would be classified as an honor culture, where your reputation is important. And so as a result, you have to.
Why do you think that is? Like, what builds an honor culture? Like, what's the foundation? What builds an honor culture? Like. Because I think honor culture comes from places that are like heavily riddled with like war, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you grow up and you're basically in like a war zone, which like I think a lot of Black young men think that they are, I think that makes sense.
And negative media too.
I think more, even more than like negative media or war zone. I think that the idea is like, what are the ways that you can show like you're a man, or where does your masculinity come from in a community where you have no economic opportunity? I feel like there's a lot of reasons why, especially in Black communities.
All right. Well, yeah, he's just okay.
There's like so many kind of weird associations with masculinity and gang culture is because I think for a lot of people, like the only path to success or the only way to exhibit those characteristics are sometimes through like criminal activity. Like you just don't have the ability to go do like white collar jobs, go to college, get work, and then kind of like be the nice providing dude for your family. And when you don't have those types of opportunities, people will gravitate towards the other.
And if I could read this real quick. So honor cultures emerge when
it comes from being forced to be solution oriented to the point where expressed feelings and crying serves no purpose. It should be left to the women who don't need to resolve it. That's a part of it for sure. The demand for young men to start being solution oriented, making money, providing for the household at like fucking 12 years old and shit. Yeah.
a centralized state authority is not present or not legitimate, and when people are extremely materially vulnerable. Under these conditions, people will take offense very easily, grow quickly fearful, and engage in higher rates of defensive, preemptive aggression, as well as vigilante justice in order to settle their disputes. So they're literally saying that it's like a sociological structure. And then dignity culture is more of a modern phenomena because there's a central authority that people resolve violent disputes through. And then as a result, what actually matters more is that everybody involved in the contract maintains their dignity. But I think if you were to do some kind of sociological analysis with this, I think you would find some pretty quick correlations.
And Steven doesn't care, obviously, because he has already shut it down. But for the viewers watching, I wish that this conversation could have been had with Anna, because this is literally the direct counter argument for someone like Anna, who has all the ingredients of something, has the statistics, but also doesn't have the empathy, or doesn't even care about the empathy to understand what culture Black men live in and why it's different than Black women's culture.
This was the biracial chick that was on.
I don't know if she was biracial. I think she was just lighter skinned.
Yo, low tier God, before we end, well, not before this isn't my stream, so let me stop that. But we've had our well, I wouldn't say it's a back and forth. It was just a one-time incident. But you know what, man? Me personally, I have no problem with you. I just feel, man.
Say it.
I don't know how to say this.
Say what you gotta say.
I see the clip of you saying it. I think your mom said, it's the way you say things and stuff like that. You have a way of saying things, and it rubs people the wrong way. And when I did my video, your reaction to it, especially with you being a brother, it made me feel a type of way. But you know what? I feel like that's your right as, a man. You don't have to feel the exact same way. You don't have to feel, you don't have to be by my side, especially just.
I feel like for the people comparing low tier God to Anna, I feel like the comparison should really start and end at the fact that low tier God fucking hates Black women, it seems like, and Anna hates Black men. if that's the comparison that we're making, then yeah.
Because I'm black and stuff like that. So, you know what? All means that way, you know, I have no hard feelings towards that, man. So, you know.
Yeah, it was never.
It's no beef.
Yeah, it's nothing like that. So for you, I look at, you know, you and a bunch of the other guys. I know you guys, I don't know, I use like a bunch of jokes. So my personality is either you're really gonna like me, or you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this guy saying? Like, that's just the way that I work. So for me, when I was doing that, I was like, yo, this guy, like, Jidion is like, you know, he's one of the most popular, if not the most popular black content creators on YouTube. And I was wondering, why the fuck does he give a fuck about Twitch? Mind you, I've been banned on Twitch like 6 times, literally, for, I don't know. I used to be real crazy like some years ago. So when I seen that, I was like, yo, why does he give a fuck if he's really successful? So it was probably my wordplay. And as you could hear me like throughout this conversation, my wordplay is like, either you're gonna take it away or you're not. So my thing was never directed at you to try to like shit on you or anything like that. I was just wondering, you know, from somebody who's in a less successful type of aura, why you would really give a fuck about Twitch. So it was never like I'm trying to shit on you or other black content creators. And I think it caused a shitstorm because everybody's like, yo, this guy, low tier guy, is a fucking hater, this and that. I want all black people to win. If all black people won, the balance would be reset. So yeah, I was never.
Then we get working on that white genocide.
You know, I like, you know, imagine you game up with your homies, you know, you have the ability to make a living, and like Destiny, you know, who would you say you're like? Imagine if YouTube was like, yo, you can't have Aba on your show.
Why does he hate black women? I imagine for the exact stereotypes. He said ghetto. It's probably just for those stereotypes that like black women are ratchet and shit. I don't know about this, man. Dude, I have 2 conversations I need to have later. My voice is not working with me. Anna incoming. Is she? No low tier god has a disdain for black people or a certain population of black people in general. He straight up said he found black women ratchet. He said all of his past romantic relationships with black women were violent. I'd believe it. LTG's just a troll, same as John Zerka. No way.
You know, like
no way.
Ins, dones. You know, you can't have them on. Like it takes the fun out of it. You know what I mean? And so that's the reason why. That's the reason why I feel like I'm most hurt about Twitch is because it's just like, damn. You know, like I can only talk to my friends when they're not in their grind mode, and it's like, you know, sometimes it's, you know, it's kind of hard because, you know, I'm over here grinding, doing my thing, then all my friends are out here grinding, doing their thing, and so like we have to find time, you know, in between to catch up and see how each other are doing, or like, you know, where moments where like they had a moment on stream where it's like I could have been there with them to say my piece or whatever. It's like, you know, I have to wait till after they get off and then I have to be like, yo, man, congrats on.
Bro, I know that feeling 1,000,000%. Like, I'm banned from Twitch and my wife is a Twitch streamer and I can't be on her stream with her. So it's pretty fucking weird. Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
I know all about
like, it. You know, like it's not a monetary thing at all. You know?
Yeah, it's like the meme of like the kid that's like inside, like watching his friends play outside, and he's just like upstairs in his room, like the little Peppa.
The fucking SpongeBob, like the SpongeBob.
Oh yeah, the SpongeBob.
Like,
yeah.
How do you think I feel? Yo, Jidion, how do you think the fuck I feel? So after I gifted Kai 20 subs, miraculously my shit got hit for fraud. Now, mind you, I've had that account since 2014. So it's just like, damn, I was trying to support, you know, throw him like 20 gifted, and then I lose my fucking account after. So I'm right there on that SpongeBob meme with you. Like, I can't even watch people's streams. I gotta go on desktop just to see some shit, and I can't even log in. So I get where you're coming from, but it was never like a shot like that. But ask yourself this question. So if I would have never had that, like, that type of arrogance and said this and that on the video, you would have never found out who the fuck I was. Like, no,
you can't even say that, like, you know, because one of my best friends, the reason I found him is because all he would do is just comment on every video being like, oh man, that was a great video. It wouldn't be on those stuff like, yo man, we need a collab. He would literally just showing love, and I just hit him up and I was like, yo man, like, yo, you always showing love on my videos. And I was like, where you stay at? He's like, oh, I stay in Houston. I was like, what the fuck? I'm in Houston. And then we became friends. So, like, I feel like you shouldn't have that mindset of, oh, I got to say the most outlandish things or, you know, be out there like that and say something crazy to get people's attention, because you know how your first impression goes a long way. You feel me? So I'm one to talk too, because a lot of people are like that with me, where it's just like, you know, my first impression with them is like, they're like, what the fuck? Look at this dude. But then like over time they get to know the real me and stuff like that. But,
I think after a while too, when you start to become a bigger content creator, you actually start to specifically avoid people that are negative, because what you start to learn is when you give those people attention, everybody tries to build careers off of being haters. And it's like the most annoying fucking thing in the world when you know that some dude is on some wild shit
Anna?
because he's holy shit, she's in here. Because
hi, Annalicia.
Oh God, you removed me from Discord. I didn't know you were still on my server. But yeah, when you start giving those types of people attention, they like everybody starts.
Why did she remove him from Discord?
To talk shit about you, because everybody just wants to get on your radar so that they can be a part of your like orbit and shit.
But you know the fuck thing, nobody ever put into light. So remember when you went to like the world's most racist neighborhood? So I reacted to that video on stream. And I was agreeing with everything you said. This is way before you knew who I was. Nobody clipped that. And I was labeled like some black guy. Like people, they'll like Photoshop me with a fucking Confederate flag on. So it's like nobody showcased, like I've really been rocking with your content for a while, but nobody showcased that. But I don't know, I got this weird fucked up type of stigma on the internet where I'm a small content creator, but when I say shit, for some miraculous reason it sticks. Like I said, it's probably my delivery. But
dude, we just watched a video of him saying every racial slur in the book for black people.
I guess maybe that's something I need to work on, but it was never any like ill will at all. I've never been like, man, fuck Jidion, man, I hate this motherfucker. Was nothing like that. So just want to throw that out there. I've always checked out your content and supported it.
Hey man, that's love, bro. That's love, and I really appreciate that. You know, I'm gonna start peeping yours, and you know. Yeah, man, like I don't like to have any ill will towards anybody, because I feel like everybody in here is trying to get it, you know? Everybody in here is a content creator, right?
Yeah, that's why I don't have any hate.
Yeah, man.
I like to see people succeed.
And you know, that's why I have respect for Destiny, you know? Like I don't like to come in here to like, you know, try to like, you know, like get clips or nothing like that. I just genuinely just like coming in here and like, cause you know, whether I agree or disagree, it's just, you know, everybody's just working towards something, and I feel like that's the common goal. We all love this platform. Everybody in chat, man, you know, chat's being great hosts, so shout out to everybody in chat. Shout out to everybody in this Discord. I'm gonna go get me some pizza, and I gotta go celebrate the Astros won, so I gotta go to the parade. But everybody in chat, be sure to like the stream. I'm out of here. What's good?
Yeah, not everyone's a content creator. Annalicia, she's not a content creator.
Hold on, she's here. Yep, she's here.
I think it's really interesting. I think that it was so at certain points I would have some people who would
hold up. I'm gonna take a piss, and then we're gonna get into this, because I'm sure maybe this is not gonna be super eventful, but I have a feeling this is gonna be at least a little bit eventful. So give me a moment.
Send me the stream so that I could hear whatever the black men that you were having conversations with earlier were saying. And I think it's interesting how black men come up here and tell on themselves, first of all.
Wait, what?
I also think that it's interesting how black men come up here and just affirm everything that I've said. Absolutely.
Wait, who are you?
Hold on, Jidion and Carol.
You're coming in really hot.
Hold on. I'm not trying to come in hot. I just think that, and I'm not gonna get hot. First of all, my throat hurts. Like, I'm not a fucking superhero. But I think that it's really interesting because some of the things, you know what's really funny? Every archetype of the black men that I described yesterday that are negatively contributing to either the culture, the community. I think it's interesting that the black men that and again, these are the ones that claim to be the good black men, right?
Yeah.
So I think and Abba, I don't want to have a problem with you, but I don't appreciate, like, sometimes you have to learn the temperature of the room, and sometimes the ad libs and the condescension and sarcasm, sometimes it's gratuitous. So let's just have the conversation.
Yeah, I agree. Everybody,
Because
let's keep the temperature. Wait, hold on real quick. Let's keep the temperature low in here if we can.
I'm out the loop. I'm kind of out the loop.
Okay, low tier God. This is
my ad libs are only in honor of the Migos passing that too.
All right, see,
Okay.
already, see, that's what I'm saying.
Don't let him forget. Don't let him forget.
Blank slate.
What is your
No,
beef
I'm
with
trying to,
black
hold
men?
on, wait a minute. I'm
No,
trying to.
no. What is your beef with black men? What?
There you go, Jidion. For anybody that wants to support the content, please put a like on the video. All right, please put a like on the video. We are. I'm enjoying this content. I like this. I completely understand why there was people that wanted me to be in on this conversation. Really, it hurts me that I couldn't, but I just can't. It's just the way it is. I can't be talking about these things, but at the moment, because of my voice, not really because of any other reason. But yeah, all right. So, it helps the channel a lot. I'm not gonna pause for too long because also I'm just getting annoyed talking, but my voice hurts.
What do you have against black?
So I'm literally coming up here and to have a conversation, and then this is what you're doing.
No, you, bro. I don't know who you are, so I'm trying.
Right. So why don't you let me finish speaking?
You're not saying nothing. That's the problem.
Okay. Well, I don't know what. That's a different kind of problem.
Okay,
That's
hold
a
on.
different kind of problem.
Jidion, just to bridge the gap, Jidion, she's somebody who, follows.
No, I can speak for myself. No, I can speak. Just allow me to speak.
Okay, I asked you, what are you on about? Can you please tell me what you're
He's cutting me off, and it's like, allow me. I can speak for myself. I'm fine. Everything's okay.
You got it. Let me hear you.
So I think it's interesting that every archetype or every sort of type of issue that we're having in the Black community, you saw one by one come up here and talk to Destiny. You saw the hopeless and absolutely conquered. There's nothing that they can do, and this is just the way that it is. You saw the what's the problem with having a whole bunch of women and being in an open relationship on my end and closed on her end, and someone who tried to justify otherwise degenerate behavior, even in a marriage or within a relationship. Okay. And if you guys think for 1 minute that people come up here to make arguments that they don't themselves adhere to in some way, or at least identify with in some way, you're crazy. First of all.
Okay. So
second of all, hold on.
Okay, my bad.
Right now, Jidion, she's referencing people that came on my stream earlier, so you're not getting this. Yeah, so yeah.
Oh, okay, this is nobody now.
No, nobody now, but I think she's probably getting there. She's warming up. Okay, go ahead, Anna.
So you had the Black man who said there's nothing that they can do. They have to carry their guns. They simply must. So that's one. And then you had the hyper promiscuous one who was really only concerned with his ability to access as many women as he wants. Really, we know that this is a problem in the Black community. We also know that this problem obviously leads to the fractured homes in the Black community. And then now you have who's the gentleman here? LTG.
Low tier God.
Yeah, low tier God.
Yes.
Right. So now we have LTG, and I don't want to be disrespectful to you, because I don't know you, and I really want to have this conversation with you because what you're saying really breaks my heart. I expect it from the white men at the top, but your position is extremely heartbreaking for me because you've completely you've resigned yourself entirely from the Black community, so much so that you don't even date Black women, which is also that's also interesting to me. And if you think that that's not intrinsically connected and linked, that's absurd.
One thing, and I'm gonna let you continue. Every relationship I've had with a Black woman has been domestic from their end. I've been hit and socked and pulled and busted lip from every Black woman that I've dated.
Okay.
So why would I go back?
Wait, was someone laughing? Hold up, was someone laughing?
Black woman that I've dated.
Okay.
It's Jidion.
So why would I go back? If every Black woman has beaten me that I've been in a relationship with. Continue.
I don't know if he was laughing.
So again, I told you that. Well, that's. I'll put that to the side for now. I'm only bringing that up because I want to make the correlation between your mentality and the fact that you think that, the system is just what it is, and you've resigned yourself entirely. And the sad part is that, first of all, Lav and anybody else, and Steven especially, who for whatever reason said that I didn't think that anything could be done. That's a lie. I never ever said that. My position was never a hopeless one. My position was that if we can't agree, it's hopeless. My position is that if accountability is not placed at the feet of the individuals where it belongs, it is hopeless. So for you guys to come up here and superimpose your positions and try to act like that was mine, that's a problem. I don't have the same sentiments as LTG at all. I think that there are absolutely things that you can do. Absolutely. Politically, economically, socially, and familially. I think it's absurd that you guys really, really want him to just lean. You want him to drown into that victimhood. You love it. And he loves it too. But I think that it's...
So what would you prescribe men to do?
Anti-victim. Are you kidding me?
What would you prescribe men to do? Because I think that LTG is describing everything that you've laid out for men to take personal accountability.
Before you continue, do you date Black men?
Personal accountability also means in your community.
She's just gonna be like, no, of course not.
Personal accountability doesn't mean you divorce yourself from your community and your Blackness. That's not how that works.
So you believe in like a tribalism.
Personal accountability.
I don't live in the hood. I denounce my Blackness.
That's not what I said. But if you want to kind of like deduce it to that, that's cool.
I haven't denounced my Blackness. My blood is evolved. I'm a new age Black.
No, whatever that means. What I'm saying
New age Black means that we don't make excuses for being Black. We're Black in America. We try to succeed. We don't blame what happened hundreds of years ago as to the reason why.
Here's the thing, LTG. Here's the thing, because you come up here saying you're a new age Black man. You come up here and saying that you don't blame anybody. But if you don't think that you sound like a victim when you say there's nothing that you can do, if you don't think that you sound like a victim when you say, oh, well, could we do what the Jews did? No, we couldn't. So this is, it was written, it was destined. That is, if that's not a victim pathology, I don't know what is.
Let me ask you a question. Who was the first civilization to sail the seas? Was it Africans or Vikings?
It's 2022. What's your point?
No, listen to the question. So when I say it was written, the first people to sail the seas literally
I'm not doing
were Vikings to conquer everything. Now listen for a second.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. Wait, chill, hold on. Anna, you did this linking me shit from 1964. You wanted to talk history, okay? He's allowed to talk history too, okay?
No, hold on. No. I use that.
I'm giving you a quick example. I'm giving you a quick example of how order can be set.
And it better be happening right now today.
Let him flesh out his point.
Go.
I'll give you a quick example of why shit is the way it is today. Because Africans, we didn't sail the seas. Vikings sailed the seas, started fucking Asians, fucking Blacks, fucking everybody, right? Implemented their seed, took a risk. Now, if any other ethnicity decided to do that, that's who would be in the upper echelon of everything. The reason why people are the way they are is because that's the way it was fucking written. So I believe in a multiverse. So I believe there's a multiverse where Black people are in charge, white people are in charge, Hispanics are in charge, Asians are in charge. We're in the fucking multiverse where Blacks, we're just simply not in charge. So why are we complaining about something we just can't fucking fix? Instead of just, doing like me, right? Doing like Abba, doing like Jidion, really just getting our shit together instead of making excuses. If I go on Twitter and complain, there's nothing I can fix in the Black community. If Abba goes on Twitter and complains, there's nothing he can fix in the Black community. If Jidion does it, there's nothing he can fix. And we all have numbers, we all have reach, but that fixes nothing in the Black community. So it can't be fixed.
glitching.
What you can do is fix yourself as an individual. And it sounds to me like maybe you've dated black men who have fucked you over, who have cheated, this and that.
True. Fucking true.
I'm not you. No one's beating on me. This is what I'm saying.
No, I didn't beat on anybody. Women beat on me.
Okay, well, but I'm not, what I'm saying is I'm not you. I'm saying that I'm not you, but listen to what I'm saying, because I understand the personal accountability, and yes, that's my position.
That way. It is
but
that way.
The problem that I have with what you're saying is, oh well, you know, there's nothing that we can do. You're college educated, right?
Yeah, of course. I got 2 degrees.
Okay.
Ooh, wait,
so
really?
when I was saying,
Scholar.
when I was talking about Pookies and Ray Rays, then again, you guys misrepresented what I said, which is a problem, but whatever. When I was talking about Pookie and Ray Ray, what do you think is? First of all, it was an analogy or a metaphor, maybe. But Pookie and Ray Ray, really and truly, you could be a Pookie and Ray Ray.
Impossible.
Let me tell you how and why.
Impossible.
Can I tell you how and why?
All right, I'm gonna turn into one right now. All right, so what was that? So
Okay,
you said I'm a Pookie, right?
I'm trying to have a serious conversation in good faith, and
you can't keep saying Pookie and Ray Ray, so you want to be serious.
We're just keeping it light. He's just keeping it light.
You want me to talk like a Pookie? I could do that. All right, so what's good?
Right. Okay. So no, I can explain it. I'll explain it.
All right, say less.
Pookie and Ray Ray. Here's the difference. Pookie and Ray Ray's in the hood. They're being degenerates, but you date out, right? So any wealth that you acquire or accumulate over your lifetime, where do you think who is going to get access to that wealth? Do you think?
As far as like the type of woman that I decide my archetype?
That's right.
I mean, I've seen your pictures. I mean, you look like you would be my type. You know, you got the peanut butter skin.
Oh, dude. Oh, oh, Jesus.
Mocha skin. I've seen the hair length. I usually do biracial or above. The reason why I do that is because if I do 100% black, it hits too close to home for me. Both my mom and my sister are dark-skinned women. So if I date a dark-skinned woman, it just hits too close to home. I'm not gonna get 100% erected by dating someone that looks exactly like my fucking sister, my mom. So I like to date more, you know, culturally mixed type of people. So I've always been attracted to the light-skinned girl in the yard. So when I was in third grade, right?
You can ad-lib him, but I can't ad-lib you. Stop.
Yeah,
let him No. Stop. Let him talk.
I've seen her picture. So you're the type of girl, right? And in third grade, you're the type of girl I was attracted to. I like the light-skinned girl with the long hair. I like that. But when I traveled out of that area, I started to discover more things. Wait a minute. Ooh, Spanish pieces. Ooh, wait a minute. Becky's? Excuse me, I'm saying Becky's. I guess that means white women. What sounds better to you, Becky or white woman?
Stacey.
You choose. What was that?
Stacy.
Okay, we'll do Stacy's. All right, so I decided to step out of my comfort zone because I was like, wait a minute, me and black women bump heads. Now, I like the empowerment of black women. I think black women have got it together more than black men, right? They want to go to college. They want to, you know, I love.
I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Candace Owens, I like what she's doing, right? She's holding black people accountable. Most black men, they just want to sit on here and complain on social media and this and that with a hood accent, right? Do you want me to talk in a hood accent for you? I could flip it like a light switch. Would you like that, or you want me to keep going with intellect?
I want you to keep having this conversation with me. I'm doing my very, very best, and it's difficult for me.
Fine.
So I would respect if you could do your best.
My thing is this. I would date a black woman if she fit my archetype, and it's a preference. I'm not 100% against dating black women, but you must be biracial in order for me to rock with you. Why? Because biracial women are more toned. They're less ghetto. Even though you're yelling, it's like it's like a beautiful yell. It's not
Oh, my guy, dude, you got reel it in, man. Reel it in, dude. You gotta fucking stop, bro. No, what are you doing?
Ghetto.
Oh, jeez.
No, listen real quick. Listen real quick. It's not a ghetto, annoying. It's like, it's more like, okay, I can deal with this. Like, I don't mind. There's a little bit of sentimental shit right there. But for me to just straight up date a bone quisha archetype, that's just not my style. It's a preference. So when you say, will a black woman get access to that? There's a possibility. It's not completely out the window, but you must meet my archetype. And you know, black men, we love our archetypes because we don't want to date women that really look like our moms and sisters. We need something a little bit spicy. We're tired of seeing the bone quishas, you know, the fucking Mercedes, the diamonds. We need something that's out of our community that looks different. And we could actually thank the Jewish people and everybody else who scattered us all over the world as to why we could walk down the street with a Latino or, you know, some chick that looks not 100% black. And I'm thankful for that. Go ahead.
So actually, I think that you're worse than Pookie and Ray Ray, and I'm going to tell you why.
Damn.
I think that you're worse than Pookie and Ray Ray because not only do you clearly have a sense of self-hatred, it's seething and it's obvious, and that breaks my heart as well. And I understand that your experiences, because you put that out there, and you said that, you know, you I think you talked earlier about your childhood just a little bit. But I paid attention, and I think you talked about your experience with Black women and the domestic violence. So that I feel bad about that. But everything else, because those things can be true, and those things can affect the way that you see Black women. It doesn't have to be permanent. But that's
different styles of Black people, though. Do you agree?
Wait a minute. That doesn't have to be permanent. But you know the reason why it's going to be permanent? Because you don't really have a sense of love. You don't have a sense of self. And especially when it comes to your Blackness, you really do want to divorce yourself from it. Just like you want to divorce yourself from the community. Because here's the thing. I'm not telling you, oh, you know, there are not issues with the system. I think all of the Black men up here have agreed that there are issues. And I think all of the Black men here have sort of said, well, there's not a whole lot that we can do. When in reality, that is objectively not true. It's not true. All of you guys have the influence if you wanted to. If you collectively wanted to, you could all help to change the culture. You could all.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
No, hold on. Can I finish?
Well, I mean, you've been talking a lot. So, like, if you're gonna call us out, like, we want to know what you're doing, so we can.
No, I know. I'm really trying to have this conversation with him. To be honest with you.
Okay, then y'all can leave if you want. We're all in here. So.
But the thing is, you don't know what a Pookie and Ray Ray is.
Hold on,
like,
hold on.
Not a Pookie and Ray Ray archetype.
Let me finish speaking, because there is no Pookie and Ray Ray. Only Black men want to say, hey, the Pookies and Ray Rays, they're the ones with the guns, they're the ones with the drugs. But really and truly, you don't even deal with the Black community. You don't even deal with Black women. So what's the difference? Because you're college educated, you think that makes you better than Pookie and Ray Ray?
Absolutely.
I've dated so many Black women. I've tried, and it just does not work. We just bump fucking heads. So that's when I decided.
And you think that has to do with the Black women? You don't think that has anything?
Do you think you've dated educated Black women? Like what? Because you said you don't want like the bonquishas. Like, have you dated educated women of like your or like higher than your education level?
Yeah, I mean, I've dated chicks that are biracial. Usually, those are the types that, to me, we fit better because there's some sort of balance. When you got that 100% Black blood and you're a sister, I can't, I got to be careful because I've been uppercut. I mean, I've been elbowed, I've been kicked. I remember there was
the problem. I can laugh at this because I'm Black, but this shit probably shouldn't be laughed at.
Is that you're like ascribing now like a violent gene to Black women is the only problem.
I mean, I believe that's so. I mean, have you seen the World Star Hip Hop videos of the whole?
Oh my God!
And my fucking white guilt's kicking in. Jesus.
Talking about the negative effects of World Star Hip Hop on Black men.
I mean, yeah, that's a negative effect on Black culture in general, for sure.
Right. So now when it comes to Black women, you ascribe to it and you believe it.
I mean, I believe that as far as just Black women, World Star Hip Hop is bad for Blacks in general. Like it gives a bad depiction of us.
But it seems like you're describing like a primal urge for Black women, whereas like with men, it's just culture and you're like above it, like naturally.
I feel like Black women act better when they're dating a guy that's white or Hispanic. They treat them like kings. Now, when they get with us, they like, oh, well, you got to do this, you got to do that, blah, blah, blah. First off,
Yeah,
I'm not going to date a woman that I cannot.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Throw into.
I was gonna say hey, listen,
pool,
that's
and
women,
she's mad
bro.
about the hair not getting natted.
That's all women, bro.
Yeah, I think that's all women.
I mean, but yeah, if I toss my Latina or my my mixed my Afro Latina or my mixed chick in the pool, yeah, she's gonna recover a little bit faster. But if she got that fresh lace front end and I throw her in the pool, oh, I'm definitely getting uppercutted.
So Anna,
hold on, Lev. I don't respectfully. Hold on. LTG,
bro, he doesn't want to fucking date you. Like, why are you?
Real question.
Black girls?
No, real question.
No,
Anna,
that's not what you look like. You're the last person to speak.
Annalicia.
Oh no, he's a big, handsome black man. Pause.
Annalicia, can I ask you a question?
Hold on. No, LTG, one second.
Are you biracial?
No, I'm not.
Then why are you light skinned with long hair?
I have no idea.
You're biracial.
Weren't you guys the one up here saying, "Oh, we don't know where we came from. We have this like having."
That's true, but you're biracial. Your features. I seen you yesterday. I got on the stream. I said, "Wow, who is this?" You had a smooth nose.
Oh my
god. You had a smooth nose. Your face was a different symmetrical. You didn't have any hardcore African features. So if we did a 23andMe, I would guarantee that a chunk of your percentage is not 100% black. You're a biracial woman.
Well, dear God, what do you mean?
Listen, wait a minute. You're not going to sit up here and tell me what I am.
If you put me next to an African man, I look like we're talking about like somebody from Ghana. I have an African homie. We stand next together. I look nothing like it. Why? Because they're Scottish running through me. They're European running through me. Everybody that was in my lineage was not black. Just enough black people fucked to have me black sitting here in front of you. But I understand that. Some of my forefathers were not black. That's why I'm able to sit here and have this conversation with you.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out if you're really being like, you really just don't like, you don't like yourself. You don't like black people.
I love being black.
You love being black.
I absolutely love being black. I mean, handsome black man. Handsome black man. But here's the thing. Did you know that being biracial actually is a plus genetically?
No, but did you know that that's a myth?
Did you know that biracial kids actually excel
So this
at a higher percentage than regular black children?
Let them have the conversation.
This is it's not that
let them have the conversation. Let the two of them go at each other. Have the conversation. Let them go.
Yeah, there's no shit. It's personal. They're both talking about how they hate black men and black women to each other.
Hold
on. Wait a minute. Why are you saying that I hate black men, Steven?
Anna, because he's the antithesis of you, and you don't realize it.
No, he's not, because I think that the black community can absolutely be improved, and he does not.
He's doing what you, Anna. If you're going to say things or give this tacit approval to people that are saying things like abort all black babies.
No, but that's not what I said.
That might not be what you say, but those are the people that you vibe with. Those are the videos that you link me, and those are the speakers that you tell me represent roughly the.
Then. So you believe what they believe.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You were on their podcast, right?
Anna, can I ask you a question?
I don't recommend fresh and fit videos to understand my ideology.
Wait, is that what she did?
But you go on their platform.
To argue with them, yeah, like you're on my platform. You don't agree with me, right? You're on my platform.
Right, but hold on, you go on their platform, you don't agree with them. I don't even go on Cynthia's platform, and it's not even like I'm promoting her videos. We were having a conversation.
You were literally promoting her videos. You literally linked me like how many of them yesterday in DMs, telling me to watch them.
It had to do with the conversation. I'm saying in my real life, I don't promote anyone. So for you to sit here and say that,
I have a question.
Real quick.
This is
a question that can easily differentiate.
Wait, hold on. Just on for Anna. Okay, wait.
Hold on.
Yeah, let her figure out. Yeah, go.
As loud as Anna's getting, you know what? It's soothing.
Okay, I want to ask a question that differentiates.
As loud as she's getting is soothing because to me, it's my ears.
Because the things that you were saying were truly heartbreaking, and unfortunately, I know that everybody thinks that I hate black men, but I really don't. And if I did, I would come up here and I would be championing everything that you're saying, and I would be self-hating along with you.
With the wrong type of black man.
Unfortunately, I do believe that black men can do better, and I don't think that.
Can you explain that to us now?
1 second. I don't think that every black person needs to be a millionaire tomorrow, and I don't think that it's going to be easy. But I know for a fact that there can be incremental and marginal improvements made over time. That's how change works. It is not instantaneous. It happens over time. When you have a mentality like yours and any other defeated black man who came up here and said, there's nothing that we can do. We got to pick up these guns. We have to sell these drugs. We have to be open relationships.
He was talking about the guy earlier.
I didn't say pick up the fucking guns.
He was talking about the guy earlier.
Okay, I have to go soon, so I just want to ask this question. Anna, do you believe that when it comes to like changes in the Black community, et cetera, that there is a level of systemic change that can improve the Black community?
Yeah, that's what I wanted her to say.
I do believe that, but I do believe that Black people have to initiate that systemic change. I believe that I believe that they absolutely can.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think we want free Gucci instead.
That is
Can we all can we all agree that people should date whoever they want, no matter the race? Yeah, for sure. Obviously, you're gonna get people though like Low Tier God. I think it's a bit human. I think it's just a little bit human. That recognize that at least in their area and shit, that there are racial patterns to behavior. So obviously, I believe Low Tier God that many of the Black women he's interacted with have been physically abusive. Wouldn't surprise me, because probably a lot of the Black women that he has been with probably came from either poor socioeconomic backgrounds or just straight up broken homes. And that has a massively higher likelihood for abuse, both, domestic as well as like, fucking drug abuse, alcohol abuse and shit like that. And, Black people have a higher likelihood of coming from a, fatherless, motherless home, whatever, single parent household. So yeah, I could see his desire to want to date non-Black women. But I think the issue comes in not choosing to not date Black women, but not choosing to date people within a specific area, primarily, who might have higher likelihoods of being abusive, right? Like, he probably wants... I thought the argument of whether or not he's dated college-educated Black women was a decent question, not a perfect one, but that'd be something I'd want to inquire about.
The difference between me and you. If I hated myself and I'd resigned myself to anything that had to do with the Black community, I would be sitting up here with you, championing, high-fiving you, talking about how much I don't want to deal with and how ghetto. The fact that you guys can really sit up here and
I don't want to be in the hood. I don't want to live around Black people.
And I actually feel disrespected that people.
Do you live in a Black neighborhood?
I feel disrespected.
Well, I mean,
you live around blocks?
If your opinion is that he's somehow self-loathing and he has some kind of subconscious bias that he can't see and it's driving him to be, self-loathing or whatever, that's fine. But most Black men you've interacted with online have the same prescription for you. Yesterday, I literally listened to you sit here and say that Black men individually should suffer prejudice because of the group identity of Black men and how they're perceived in the media. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that there's a lot of ways in which you interact with people online and address it. You see, it is what you said. I'll play back. Okay, whatever.
She also labeled me a Pookie and Ray Ray when they're different styles of Black men.
She said you were.
I want to appreciate. All right, are you going to keep talking over?
Hold on, wait, chill. Let Abba, guys. Okay, hold on, wait. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. Everybody, take a deep breath. Okay, hold on. I'm not staying up until fucking 5 a.m. Okay, we're not doing a 1 hour conversation in 6 hours because every motherfucker is screaming and talking over themselves. Okay, so most people, you guys are mostly doing okay. Chill. Anna, you need to fucking hurry up with your answers because you talk a lot. Low Tier God, you're doing fine. Jidion, you're doing fine. Everybody's just trying to talk over each other. Okay, Lab, you're doing great. Everybody's doing fine. Just trying to talk over each other and try to move along with your answers a little bit faster. Okay, go ahead. Good luck.
All right, and just to wrap it up, I just think it's interesting that you feel comfortable enough to ascribe to Low Tier God a subconscious bias that he can't see, but you are 100% certain that you have zero subconscious biases against Black men, even though every Black man you've interacted online says that you have disdain for them.
Okay, so Abba, if I had a bias for Black men, which is, again, you think that I hate all Black men and I think that they're this and that, why do I believe that they can improve their situation in their communities if I have a bias against them?
What? Because you feel like that they aren't fulfilling that given thing. That was her whole thing. Her whole thing was Black men are trash because they aren't doing anything. They're lazy bums. What do you mean? That's a part of it. Is that they can do more. It's just they don't do it. No Black man ever actually. They're all lazy. They don't care to actually improve themselves. Like, white people or white men or whatever take responsibility. Hispanic men take responsibility. You black men can improve your circumstances. You just choose not to because you're all bums. You still, both situations, you still hate black men. What do you mean?
Why?
Blueprint. Give us the blueprint. Don't ask him the question. Give us the blueprint.
I'm talking to Abba. Why is that, Abba? If I'm up here and I'm trying to talk to this black man who I'm absolutely heartbroken about his worldviews and his positions as a result of his self-hate and self-loathing, why would I care? Why would I care?
Because consciously you may still want good things for black folks, but subconsciously you may have negative opinions about black men that...
I tell you how I feel about the negative things that black men are doing in the communities. I may say it, and I may say it in a way that's hyperbolic. I may say it in a way that's vitriolic, but I'm absolutely overt with the way that I feel when it comes to the negativity and the destruction that black men are contributing to their position in society and the black community. But if I also believe that they can change it, where's the bias?
Why are you just saying black men though? Like, why are you not including?
I'm talking to Abba.
The bias lies in the ways in which you engage in these conversations, the kind of...
Oh, no. Okay, then Kevin can...
All right.
Then everybody has a bias.
If you're going to ask me a question, I can't answer. Okay, all right. Well, listen, I'll let you just go. Speak to yourself or speak into the void. I really don't care.
Yeah, no,
Congratulations. You are fantastic at facilitating.
I have a question because I feel like I know where I know where the disconnect is, because I think that both of you guys obviously talk about personal responsibility and value it. I think the only difference is that a low-tier God doesn't feel a responsibility to the black community, and it feels like, Anna, you really believe, maybe not in separatism, but sort of like tribalism, and you feel like black people have a responsibility for each other.
Okay,
that's what it's coming across as.
Maybe
that's what it's coming across as. So correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. I know I will. So it's not that I think that black people, I think that if any change is going to be made, that is going to require a level of conscious organization. You need to have a militant approach. That doesn't mean you have to sit around and talk about, I hate white people all day. No, hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
What I'm saying is we have to collectively at least have an understanding of
black men can improve, but they won't. Sounds a bit like Prejudice to me, Anna. Right? Like, what she thought she was saying sounded good, right? How could I be racist or how could I be bigoted against black men if what I'm saying is they can improve? Like, what do you mean? That is no relevancy as to whether or not you can be bigoted. You're just saying they can improve, but they won't, and they never will, because they're all lazy. And that's just what they are. They can improve, but they won't, because they refuse to help each other. Like themselves. Like, you could still hate them.
What is the problem? What's pervasive and what's pervading in the black community? Whether it is behavior, conditioning, systemic, whether it is...
Wait. Can we shortcut all this? Can we shortcut all this? Low tier God asked you, what's the blueprint? So we understand that you're saying there needs to be consciousness about the problems. What's the blueprint? What do you want people like him to do?
It's bullet points.
Well, I have to know I have to know where the self-loathing comes from. I have to know why he wants to divorce himself from himself.
He already explained. Hold on. Wait, what? No. He's already explained all of this. Talk on it. You've heard him say why he doesn't date black women. You've heard him say, yeah, go.
So because you've been in abusive relationships with black women, and again, I mean, it's kind of difficult because it's one-sided, right? You're saying that you were the one that was being beaten on, but nobody really knows, and I don't know.
Wait, hold on. Don't focus on him. Give the overall blueprint for like the black man.
No, stop trying to police my answer.
No, because you're trying to make it personal. We don't care.
Disrespect.
No, because it has to make this. If I'm going to answer the question, I have to have a full picture, and I have to have the full scope of what's happening.
So you can't give a general blueprint to the black community. You have to talk to every single black man.
You're asking me for a blueprint, and you think that it's going to just stop.
Destiny, kick this bitch.
Stop! No shot, Jidion. Stop.
Jesus Christ, dude.
A general blueprint to the black community. You have to talk to every single black man.
You're asking me for a blueprint, and you think that it's going to just stop.
Destiny, kick this bitch.
Stop! No, shot, Jidion. Stop. Chill.
But you know what, Destiny? No,
we need her.
Destiny, I have to appreciate something. Destiny, I have to appreciate every black man that you brought on to have conversations with her has grown to hate her and find her insufferable to the point where conversations are impossible. Hold up, let me speak, Lav. Shut up, Lav. Shut up. So what I'm saying is, in this moment, I think you have to appreciate the way in which she interacts with other black men on these platforms is absolutely toxic to the point that it makes people actually incredibly mad. And so I think there's an understanding that Jidion has where she doesn't facilitate any conversation, cuts people off, and avoids answers.
Abba,
So,
I agree with you. I agree with you, Abba. I agree with you. That's why I'm trying to I'm trying to get her to answer the question because she's extremely combative.
No, she's not just incredibly combative. Like the things that she says about black men, I understand why people get so upset. And Jidion has experienced it for the first time. So whilst his response was out of pocket to some degree, you have to understand Annalise has been sitting up here and been saying crazy things about black men for multiple days, and he's just getting the taste.
I understand.
Same way about black men.
Can I respond, please?
Wait, can you just give a blueprint instead of doing this pointless argument?
No. So Abba can say what and I can't respond to what he's saying.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Annalisa, before we continue,
hold on one second, LTG, one second.
Hold on, wait, this is a compliment. This is a compliment.
I'm saying that Abba is upset that I'm saying what I'm saying about black men, but before I got up here, all of you guys were talking about what they are negatively doing and how they're contributing and how there's nothing that can be done. And I am the only one that thinks that there is something that can be done.
All of us think something can be done. We're asking you. You are literally the only one here that hasn't told us what you think should be done. Everyone here gave an answer. You haven't said shit yet because you're trying to fucking psychoanalyze low tier God over here.
I have to understand what his issue is.
No, you don't. You don't need to understand the issue of every single individual black man to give a... Sorry, go. LTG and Anna, go. You too.
I got to ask her a question. I got to ask Annalisa a question. First off, I want to tell you your voice does not annoy me. I'm not offended. I'm enjoying this. Second off...
I don't care. Honestly, whichever like black women are in the chat, I just hope that they're paying attention to this.
Wait a second. Listen real quick. So I got to ask you this question about black men. Are there different styles of black men? Like, so all right, do you understand the question real quick before I continue?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so there's different styles of black men. You labeled me into the realm of a Pookie and Ray Ray. A Pookie and Ray Ray is somebody like this. All right, so basically, look, this is the way I'm gonna explain this shit, you feel me? I'm full of fillers, I'm uneducated. On top of that, I'm loaded with tattoos. I got a bunch of jewelry on. I need all this fucking designer and bravado, so on and so forth. You know, that's what you label in a Pookie and Ray Ray. I don't understand structure. I don't understand family values. I'm fucking with multiple women. I got a bunch of different chicks pregnant. Mind you, I have no children. Mind you, there's no multiple baby mamas. I'm not in that Pookie and Ray Ray atmosphere. I would put myself in the same realm. I am like a Michael B. Jordan, Will Smith archetype with a little bit of swagger. Not a little bit, a lot more swagger. There's different styles. There's Lenny Kravitz blacks. There's Goon blacks. There's there's Jidion blacks. There's fucking ABBA black. We come in so many different styles.
Okay, I understand. So what I'm gonna say to that is.
All right, wait, 1 second. Before I finish, I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna let you talk because I don't mind hearing you talk. All right, so when can I ask you a question? Do you have children?
Of course she does.
Okay, so you have children. So is your
Jidion? Oh my God! Oh my Lord! He just said that, dude. Oh my God! Oh my God! Jesus.
Is your kid's father black? Where did she go?
She doesn't answer personal questions like that.
Oh, okay. All right. So I think maybe there's a little bit of resentment based off past issues to the point where maybe you dealt with the Pookie and Ray Ray. Have you ever heard of Pookie and Ray Ray articulate themselves like this? Have you went on my YouTube channel? Do I look like a Pookie and Ray Ray? Check the Instagram. I'm far from a Pookie and Ray.
Dude, he's trying to get her into his Insta. Oh, dude, this guy is fucking stupid. Jesus.
Hey Ray, you know what? There's actually girls. Real quick. There's actually girls that have never fucked with a black guy, but wait a minute, I fit the meta because I attract all types of women. Pookie and Ray Rays cannot attract Beckys. They can attract Latinas. Like I've went ahead and broke the barrier. I've dated Chinese girls from San Gabriel that never fucked with black guys before. Why? Because I'm not a Pookie and Ray Ray.
Okay.
All right,
so
there you
can
go.
So here's the problem that I have.
Also, like light-skinned women.
And again.
Jesus Christ.
Pookie and Ray Ray is an archetype. It's an idea. And in a lot of ways, it's an analogy. It's right, but it also represents a member of the Black community that is otherwise not contributing and destructive in some way. If you know that in the Black community that the Black family is fractured, if you know that the marriage rates are low and the divorce rates are high, if you know that any issue that happens in society, and it also obviously affects the Black community, only it's compounded and it's worse because they're already in a marginalized position. If you know that, then you marrying out is just as destructive as what Pookie and Ray Ray do. That's the point.
Okay, so
Anna, is your prescription for low-tier God to marry interracially? If you have to give a prescription.
Right. So no, but we're past the reason that we're past that is because he doesn't like himself.
Okay, but let's say he loves.
Why don't you just let low-tier God respond?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand.
Because you guys are trying to milk Anna and make her a lol cow, and that's
stop saying that. They're having a conversation. No one's trying to milk anybody.
Literally, nobody else is interfering. Like, she's saying you're trying to milk Anna. Nobody else is interfering. They're having a one-on-one conversation. Nobody's milking anyone. If she loses or takes an L to low-tier God when he's, like, simping on Maine, like, that's her fault.
It's not a fucking white savior. You guys are trying to, like,
every time you come into these spaces, you're always like, I can look for you. Let him respond.
I'm not doing it for her. I'm literally asking the questions that you guys won't ask because you want to see her, like, talk herself in circles. Ask a fucking question.
I've asked her 15 questions 50 times and she won't fucking answer any fucking question. Stop saying that. That's not true.
Let's say we believe low-tier God and he loves himself. What prescription would you give to him?
So obviously, any Black man in the Black community, if you are affluent, if you are educated, it would behoove you, or it would be advantageous to your community. If you're thinking about generational wealth, if you're thinking about building Black families and communities, it would be advantageous for everybody if you obviously married Black women and had.
Yeah, listen to her. She can't even get that off because she knows how bad that sounds. She can't even get it off right. She couldn't even put that out her mouth right. It came out crooked. You knew it too. You could hear it. You could hear her in her fucking voice, bro. No way.
Black children and gave them that structure, and you gave them those that socioeconomic advantage. So that
which makes sense. Unfortunately, it's just a separatist argument.
What's up, Jidion?
So what would you say to that?
Hold on, wait, Jidion. What is it?
What do Black women need to do, Anna?
They're doing what they need to do. They are.
Who the fuck? When did your name become Anna?
But
oh my God, Lav, just shut up and let them have the conversation. We don't want to hear a white woman interject every 5 minutes.
You talk for fucking low-tier God. I can't be like,
this is not about you. This is not about you.
We don't want to hear a white feminist to inject her theory every 5 minutes. Just shut up.
If it's not about her, then why did she just use the example of ABBA interjecting on LTG and low-tier God? ABBA's Black. You're not. Like, you don't get the same. Like, I don't disagree with the idea that, like, barring white people from these conversations is cringe. Like, barring white people is cringe. But listen, like, you're being, like, so disruptive, and you gotta read the room. You're a white woman, white passing woman, who, because I think she's Hispanic and Jewish or whatever. I don't know if she's cool with being called white. She's a white passing woman who is just fucking throwing herself into this conversation when there's literally, 5 Black people talking between themselves?
All the Black people want you to shut up.
Oh my God.
Anna, what do Black women need to do?
Abba, you're a piece of shit. You're an anti-Semitic piece of shit. Fuck you.
What the fuck?
Fuck you.
Levine, I like your sweater.
Okay.
Yeah, wait. Jesus, the optics of this. So, in the middle of a conversation where Abba is like saying, hey, guess what? You're not Black. Maybe you shouldn't talk about this shit right now because there's 2 Black people having a conversation about race. Just cool it for a second. And then she's like, fuck you, you're anti-Semitic. That's not a good look.
Twitter.
We're good. Everybody's got. Okay.
It looks like she's just like, oh yeah, I forgot, I'm not black, but you know what I am? Jewish, and you're anti-Semitic. Okay, I guess.
Okay, we all got our feelings out. Okay.
Anna, what does black women need to do?
About what?
About the destruction of the black family, because it takes two to tango.
They should continue doing what they're doing. They should continue getting their education. They should continue rearing their children the best that they can, obviously, with the resources and tools that
she obviously just fucking hates black men.
They have. They should continue. Black women bought up some land in Georgia to build homes for black men, women, and children. They should continue that. They are growing in entrepreneurship. They should continue that because we know that entrepreneurship and economic mobility puts them in a great position. They should continue basically doing what they're doing. Basically.
So your black women are doing nothing wrong right now.
That's not what I said. You said what should they do?
Wait. She's so fucking stupid. I nearly said it, dude. She's so fucking dumb. Anna misquotes studies even now on her answers. The black women that bought the land were actually 19 black families, men and women, not just women. Larry, I don't know what she's talking about. I imagine that's probably true.
Okay, you know what? I did say that.
Do you know what the black woman archetype is right now? You know what most black women look towards for role models now? Instead of Mariah Carey, she was biracial, but instead of Mariah Carey,
Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, Megan Thee Stallion.
They're looking at
is this what he's
Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, Ari Fletcher, so on and so forth. So it starts with the black woman's role model. So if your role model is Megan Thee Stallion as a black woman, I mean, me and you can't vibe because she preaches promiscuity. Cardi B preaches promiscuity. All of the black women that are role models, quote unquote, in that role model position, because whether you like it or not, when you have, a certain amount of money and a certain amount of fame, you automatically become a role model. Even though I'm a small content creator, regardless, there's people that tell me I've taught them this and I taught them that. So if I have influence with my small audience, what do you think somebody like Megan Thee Stallion has that teaches promiscuity? It starts with the black woman.
You know what's even crazier? Low tier God, fucking Cardi B and Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion.
Tristan,
they're all booed up.
I'm getting that.
Exactly.
I think that's the craziest thing about it. They all talk about, oh, girl, let any nigga eat you out. He a munch.
Yeah. You gotta buy me a bag. Like, look what's being preached.
All these girls are booed up. Every single one of those female have a man.
So you guys, are you guys saying that these female rappers,
your leaders are leading you into a ditch? Is basically what's happening. They're telling you to do one thing, but them themselves are getting strong men and leading you guys astray.
So what's really interesting is if that's going to be your argument, then black men are doing the same thing. They're telling you to sell drugs. They're telling you to shoot each other and kill each other. Only they're insulated from some of those consequences because they have money and those black men in the black community.
Well, even if the problem is Anna's doing this as a dunk, the worst outcome of them that they could possibly face is saying, yeah, I agree. But this counters your point, because your point was that black women are based and black men are not based. So she just ends up left holding the bag because nobody else but her said it's only black women that are the problem. Nobody said anything like that. But she said it's only black men. So when she goes in, she's like, yeah, but then you're going to have to say that like hip hop and rap is causing young black men to do terrible things. Okay? But then that's all of our problems. That's black men and black women. So you are wrong. Black women are doing things wrong and they should do better. Like, that's not a dunk on anybody else but her.
I don't hear guys saying in songs, yo, guys sell drugs. They talk about them selling drugs, which is
okay, I'm not gonna have this conversation.
That is true. What Jidion is saying, true.
It's not good, but they're not telling you to sell drugs.
Yeah, women actually tell you
to cheat on your nigga, get your
that is true.
Pussy eaten out, all
get this bag.
Yeah, whenever we listen to the gangbang or whatever, it's like, I rolled up, I did this, I did that. And I think they do embellish it. I think you're fucking stupid if you don't think that there's people that at the very least have a more favorable opinion of robbing getting licks off of people as a result of like hip hop. They absolutely do. People are gonna at the very least think they're a little bit cooler and shit like that. So there's a little bit of merit to the argument. I don't think it's that big of a deal though. But there is a difference between like the Megan Thee Stallion and shit because they are prescriptive. Fuck these niggas, you know, cheat on them, who cares, get the bag, use men for money and then ditch them. That's what they're actively saying. Now, the rapper equivalent is not the guns or the killing. They're not telling people, yeah, go out there, fucking get a gun and kill people. What they might tell you to do is like, fuck bitches and then disregard them. They might tell you to do that. That is something that like they might tell you to do, but it's far more the woman thing to do because it's on some girl boss shit. It's girl boss shit sells right now. You sick again? Yeah.
On him, Hot Girl Summer. But you're not hearing any rapper tell you to sell drugs.
Is this really your argument? Like you guys are really you're hyper focusing on the Cardi B's who
I think what? Cardi B is one of the most famous rappers in the world right now. Don't let her get away with that.
Mind you,
do not let her get away with that. What the fuck?
In comparison to rap and black men are a small minority, are you really making that comparison right now?
What? Who is she talking to?
Is that really your move?
All right. I think they were just asking you what you.
Nigga, 481 million views? Oh, they're nothing? Are you joking? $20 million. This is only. This is not that. 240, 40, 1 billion. But that's her old shit. 110. Like, who are you talking about? She acts like we're talking about fucking. I don't even know. I don't even know what name that people would get the reference of.
You thought about those black women.
And Alicia.
And like, I think that they make.
And Alicia, can I ask you a question? Who do you think is more replicated in the black community, Candace Owens or Megan Thee Stallion?
Fucking, are you joking? 1,000 times, probably over 100,000 times more often, Cardi B. Or sorry, did he say Megan Thee Stallion?
Replicated in the black community, Candace Owens or Megan Thee Stallion?
It's Megan Thee Stallion, then, yeah. Yeah, probably like 100,000.
Are these like? Is it like? I feel like I'm.
Ask you,
Anna, you gotta.
Granted, I don't think Candace Owens is a good role model either.
Hey, you gotta get to the questions.
What do?
I'm not gonna be and trolled.
What?
I'm trying.
No, I'm not trolling. No, I'm being 100%. I'm not the guy that's trolling
really
you.
Felt bad. Hearing the things that the black men have been saying today is really, really bad. And you guys don't have any skin in the game, so why the fuck would you care? It's entertainment. Clickbait. It's all click for you. But this is
you didn't answer the question. But you didn't answer the question. Who do you think black women replicate or associate themselves more with? The Ari Fletchers, the Cardi B's, the Megan Thee Stallions, or Candace Owens? Remember, because who has the money and fame, that's who's in power. So I'm asking you that question.
Listen, man, her silence speaks volumes, man. You can't be silent after a question like that. You can't do that.
So Candace
Owens, because every single person in the audience knows, right? You can be silent like this with certain questions where it's like kind of ambiguous. Like, for instance, what about the intricacies of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict during the 1960s to 1990s do you think is the most esoteric? And then you sit there for like 20 minutes and you're silent. You can let that because people are letting it hang. But this is every single person who breathes air knows the answer to this question. Everyone. Every single person knows. And when she's silent, especially when she's silent on a question like this that attacks her narrative, you're cooked. You're absolutely cooked.
Doesn't have money and fame?
She has money and fame, but I'm telling you, there's probably like a 0.1% of black girls that want to grow up and be Candace Owens. I promise you.
Well, why is it more than 0.1% black women that are getting their education?
You said, why is there more?
Right.
because they want to get guys that aren't black. I mean, I know tons of chicks that that are gearing towards
that's actually
gearing towards that Caucasian husband.
Right. That's not why they're going to school. They're not going to school because they want to be with non-black people.
Well, the thing is, black women are also less confrontational than black men. So you would have to agree with me on that, correct? So if I go step on a black man's sneakers, oh, we're probably gonna fight. If I step on a Mexican person's sneakers, I could be like, oh, my bad. He'd be like, all right, fool, just watch where you're going. If I step on a white guy's sneakers, he's like, if I step on a white guy's sneakers, he's like, oh, all right, excuse yourself.
You guys are fucked up people. This is really
yourself. Like, I can go outside right now and get into a fight with 5 black people, and I can go outside right now and not get into a fight with anybody else. I could stare at a black person the wrong way. We're fighting. I could stare at a white guy. He's like, what the fuck? Like, why is this guy looking at me? I stare at a Mexican guy. He's like, is there a problem, fool? And walks away. We're black men are, and I think you got to agree with me with this. We're extremely confrontational. That's why I believe that it cannot be repaired. Now, luckily, we're in a panel with 3 black men that are not confrontational. Jidion, I feel like Jidion is like the Hulk low key, because when some guys are too nice, they're fucking monsters. And then you got Aba here. None of us are confrontational, but there's a style of black men that are confrontational. Those are the Pookie and Ray Ray.
LTG, you would say that. So I guess because you're saying all these things, you would put yourselves in the category of the quote unquote good black man, just like the black man earlier who talked about being in an interracial relationship because he was the good black man, so it was okay. Would you say that's the category that you're putting yourself in?
I wouldn't put myself in the category of the good black man. I would put myself in the category of a new age black. If I was in the category of the black man you didn't like, it would have been problems. So what I've done is, regardless of what you said about me, I complimented your hair, your bone structure, your features, because you don't piss me off. See, that's the thing. Like, most black men you're gonna deal with, they're gonna argue with you. Me, I'm not gonna argue. I'm gonna let you chew me out, and then I'm gonna let it fizzle out, and then we're gonna get over shit. So when you say I broke in your heart, I'm pretty sure that I can actually repair it.
Okay, so
damn, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is crazy. A low tier god can do so much better than this chick. I have no idea why he's going after this chick. I really don't, man. At all. Like, why? Low tier god is like a baby. He's got baby Chad energy. I don't think he's like a Chad, even though he is like really tall and pretty built. I don't think he's at Chad potential, but or at Chad yet. But he easily has Chad potential. I don't know why he's going after this chick at all, but okay. Let's take a look. Unrelated but poggers. Lex Friedman podcast with Ben Shapiro.
The great lie we tell.
Oh shit.
Ourselves is that people who are evil are not like us. They're a class apart. Everybody in history who has sinned is a person who's very different from me. Robert George, the philosopher over at Princeton, he's fond of doing a sort of thought experiment.
Yeah. Okay. That honestly might be something I take a look at.
I promise you, when I'm saying you broke my heart, I don't mean you really. I just mean that.
Not the Lex comment, not the vid. Let's see. Lex Friedman. Lex here. I'll try and encourage Destiny and Ben and Destiny and Jordan conversations, but putting in a good word to Ben. By putting in a good word to Ben and Jordan. I would love to hear those. By the way, I've been checking in occasionally to learn about this community. You're all great. Thanks for making me feel welcome. Much love, WDGG. From Lex Friedman themselves. Pog. I actually want to look at that interview, though.
It's really sad that you as a black man, actually most black men today share the same sentiments and the same worldviews about the black community. And then to tie into that,
we'd all be successful.
To tie into all of that, I think it's also interesting that, yes, of course, you
Wait,
almost...
she doesn't really think that most black men think like him, right?
Exclusively date outside your race. So I just think that that's interesting. I think that it's really sad. And I think...
You know what's weird? Is in her ideology... it's kind of backwards. She's like, you can see her bias there because she's using black men's actions to explain like the worldview of an underlying behavior. Why does she think there is in her mind? Because I think the stats also show that black men are less likely to want to be in same, like date black women as black women are to date black men. Like black women like black men more than black men like black women. Why does she think that is? Why does she think that so many black men don't like black women? I want to know why she thinks that's the case. And if it has anything at all to do with the black women. Probably not, obviously.
And I also just want it to be understood that I don't think that you and I are in the same camp. I think that, yes, you and I both agree on personal accountability, but I think that I'm a bit more community minded. And I actually think I'm a bit more realistic, because for you to actually say that the thing about other communities that have been, you know, criminalized, marginalized, or subjugated in some way, they sort of over history made incremental and
probably thinks it's self-hatred. Yeah, but why do black people, or black men, I guess, hate themselves more?
Small changes, because most people started out in ghettos, in very degenerate and dangerous ghettos, white and black. The thing is, though, they collected and organized together, they mobilized, and then they moved out of the hood. That's kind of the idea. But if you have that mentality where there's nothing that you can do, where the system is the system, and you just have to kind of, you know, be subservient to it and operate within it, and, you know, to just try to get by, I think that that's fundamentally different than the way that I see the world and the way that I see the potential that black men could have. That's the difference between you and I.
Why are all of the responsibility on the black men to change the circumstances? Kind of cringe.
That is also the difference, I would say, between
why not black women?
Black women and black men.
Like, if our circumstances as black men aren't changing, but black women are doing all of the right things, it seems like black women are just being selfish and are only changing the circumstances for themselves.
Because that's why black women are...
And are leaving the black men behind. Like, I could easily flip the narrative on her. It's not that black men are leaving black women. And actually, there is data that, like, indicates that it very... The line of logic is pretty simple. And the parallels, or sorry, not the parallels, let me just say what it is. I've seen information that pulls me towards the idea that black women want to date black men, but they don't date black men on the basis, or that they have shitty relationships with black men because black men often don't make enough money or similar money to these black women, or enough money relative to other black men that they see in media or even around them, that it causes them to be dissatisfied. So as black women get more and more economically economic advantages, obviously because they're women, and women don't like it when men make less than them, they will often just not date black men, and so that kind of presents as a problem. So you get a bunch of women who say that they like black men, like pictures of black men, like personalities of black men, but they don't want to marry them because of exact problems like Anna keeps talking about, where it's like they don't make enough money, they don't have the social status that they're looking for. So it's like, why would a black woman free a bum when they don't have to?
Forward, despite the adversity, despite the systemic racism and the systemic issues that they face. That is the difference, and that difference is absolutely everything. And I think that
Can I ask a question for low tier God? Low tier God.
Sure.
So in terms of like what she's saying, so part of her argument is that if you have you've broken out of the Pookie and Ray Ray archetype and you become a successful black man, you've got your college degrees, you are pretty successful. How do you feel when she's saying to you, like, let's say every single successful black man decides to step out of the black community and date elsewhere? Doesn't it just drive black women and the rest of the black community even further into the hole? Or what's your response to that?
Wait, what was the question?
Saying to you, like, let's say every single successful black man decides to step out of the black community and date elsewhere. Doesn't it just drive black women and the rest of the black community even further into the hole? Or what's your response?
I would literally argue this is what black women are doing right now. Because there is no evidence to show black women have any of the data that I saw, because it was examining women's dating habits amongst women and men's dating habits, and it talked about black women specifically to black men. It talked about this exact issue, about fatherlessness in the home and women, black women not being able to find partners. And it's not just because black men are in prison. It's that when they get out of prison, or that when they try and build a life for themselves, they're too low on the scale relative to their black women counterparts. And a lot of black women just will not want to be in a relationship with them, which kind of feeds back into low tier God's lived experience, not because he doesn't make money, but because black women don't treat the black men well for whatever reason, and then the black men abandon black women. I think media is a bigger deterrent towards dating black women in general for most people. I'm not going to say the specific money thing was a thing, but I know the data I was reading was talking about talking about the money.
Response to that.
What would be Anna's response if you'd say that? Then it behooves the black men to do what the black women are doing and actively get careers and jobs, is probably what she would say. Like, if the black women were capable of doing it, why aren't the black men? Like, it's not black. I think she literally did answer a question similar, which is like, why do black women have to deal with these bum-ass, broke black men? It should be the black men that are trying to uplift themselves in a similar way to the black women have. That's probably what she would say. That we're just lazy, and that's the reason why we're not doing it. And black women did it, so.
Does it drive us farther into the hole? I wouldn't say so. We live in America, right? So everybody has a preference. You ever seen two black people in a relationship at Walmart? They look fucking miserable. But when I see, when I see...
Hey, what was that? What was that
Walmart,
noise?
they look fucking miserable. But
Jidion lost it, dude.
when I see, when I see a black guy with a Latina, they look like they're in love. When I see a white, I love seeing black women with guys that aren't black, because I know there's a proper balance. So for me, I feel like
balance of what?
If we get out and experience, maybe it's for the better, because the only way we're ever going to see blacks recovered as a whole is if we hop into a cryo sleep machine and awaken 500 years from now, because we're literally never going to fucking see it.
LTG, can I ask you a question? If you're saying that, black women are just problematic in relationships, why do black men have a 200% divorce rate with white women and other groups of women?
Because they think the grass is greener on the other side. Also, I think marriage is not really a thing for black men, considering we didn't grow up with that type of structured household at a high percentage. So I think that a marriage also is just a contract. I also don't believe that marriage is actually something that helps a relationship. I think, honestly, it hurts it. It adds dexterities to the relationship. As soon as we sign that contract, it's about finance. It's about tying everything together. So from that point on, you're fucking up the relationship. As soon as we sign that contract, it's no more serendipity. It's literally paperwork. So what is a marriage? It's literally a contract. So whether we're divorcing,
my point is,
but the thing is,
no, that's not my point.
Go ahead.
You don't
200% compared to what? Yeah, that's kind of the meme.
And let's understand what a preference is. A preference is, hey, I love two things, but I like this one a little bit more. Yours is not a preference. You don't date or like to date black women. Let's be very clear. That's what you said.
To date is
so
a
that's
preference.
Not a preference. Right, that's not a preference. That's straight up. They're excluded. Preferences are inclusive.
No, black women are not excluded. Black women are not excluded.
You said you don't date black women.
I mean, yeah, if you said black, because the correct term would have been like, but I do date biracial.
So Anna, I have a question. Do you think black women need to be the head of the household for there to be stability back in the black community? Because that kind of sounds like what you think. Like black.
Wait, Jidion, can you repeat that?
Like, I think Anna's trying to say that black men need to be the head of black women in order for there to be stability back in the black community.
But black women don't like to be conquered.
Well, that's what I'm asking. That's why I'm asking Anna. I'm asking Anna, is that what you're subscribing to? That you want black men to get their shit together so they can be the head of the head of the woman to lead the black community. Is that what you want?
For a community, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I would like, ideally, so if my prescription would be for black men to step up in the communities, in their homes, because a lot of people say, well, if you look at men and women in their relationships, women are a reflection of the men. So based on a social hierarchy, you have men and then you have women. So women,
what is this, fresh and fit reflection of the men?
Most of the time we're at the mercy of men. So if you see women in a community failing, you kind of have to look and see what men are doing.
What?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's very fair.
No, I don't even know what she's saying.
But like, do you not see because when you go on social media now, it's really, really bad where it's black women saying this about black men, and then black guys saying this about black girls and stuff like that, and it's a never-ending cycle. So do you not see how while it is an important issue, do you not see how this is such a surface level issue that really does not need to be talked about online and just needs to be dealt with individually? Because it's a really broad scheme to just be like black men aren't showing black women love because do you see what I'm saying?
You're asking me if I think that because black women are saying things on social media that we shouldn't have.
No, it's not just black women though. It's both. It's both. It's never Kevin Samuels. What do you think about Kevin Samuels?
Oh, that's a good question.
That's actually a good question. Yeah.
Right. So again, black women and black men doing what they're doing on social media. I'm more concerned with the things that we can control. We can control the culture, and if you guys don't think that we can, again, that's a problem. So social media is in many ways a part of culture. How much you allow social media to influence and impact your life is a part of culture. So whatever black women or black men are saying online, potentially, if we were able to revitalize culture, that those things wouldn't be as because you're saying that it's a big problem and it's all over social media. It would kind of dilute if we could kind of get a hold on these things and not let them have so much control over our lives.
So what was your opinion on Kevin Samuels?
My opinion on him as what? As what?
Like what he was saying. Did you like him? Did you like what he was
he good or bad for the black community?
Exactly. Was he good or bad? Was he a Pookie Ray Ray or was he a good one?
So yeah, in terms of the black community, if you look at the black community and you look at you just look at the numbers and you look at what's happening.
Who the fuck? Shut the fuck up, dude. She talks like every fucking leftist ever. She just she answers a yes/no question with a fucking discography, man. Shut the fuck up. Just answer the question.
If his message is women, black women, lower your standards, you're asking for too much, you want too much, and his prescription.
To be clear, with the women he was talking to, it seems like a lot of them absolutely were some of the most delusional caricatures of human beings I've ever seen in my entire life. Where there's women with 1, 2 baby daddies, fucking single mothers who want somebody that makes $100K. You're going to be lucky if you get a guy making $40K. No.
Is sort of exclusively directed to what black women need to do, change, fix. Then I would say that, that is that's not helpful to the black community because it's not truly representative or indicative of what actually needs to be done, which is that black men who are falling behind are the ones who should probably step it up so that there are greater numbers of good quality black men for good quality black women to choose from and have nuclear healthy
listen to her
homes and communities.
You see, I'm so happy you said that because all the people that he would help with their self-look and image and everything, they paid to have him talk to them, right? So all the black women that you see him talking to, they paid to talk to him. And his main demographic was to help guys. He wanted to help guys better themselves, better their image. He was an image consultant. But then a bunch of women just started, paying just to go back and forth with him. So at the end of the day, when he was trying to help black men, he couldn't because he was getting more orders from women trying to debate him and trying to you said da-da-da-da-da, when his real message was trying to help men better themselves, be more high value, all this and that. So Do you kind of see how, like, you know, it doesn't line up when his message is for men, but women are buying his services? So of course he's going to help women. And when he gives them the truth, then, you know, they get mad about it.
Jidion, do you know that Kevin Samuels, and there's actually a video, do you know that Kevin Samuels actually said that when he tried to talk to black men didn't want to hear it. They were not receptive to the message. They were not willing to accept anything. They had absolutely...
That wouldn't surprise me at all, because they're people and people are not very receptive to the criticism. I don't think anybody's saying that it's obviously black women are the only ones who weren't receptive. He said the same thing about black women. Half of his fucking views and shit came from content of black women not being receptive to his criticism. Why would I be stupid to assume that black men would be an exception? I think the problem is that's the only worldview that Anna has. She's like, well, if black men don't do this, then black women must do this or whatever. Like, black women are succeeding, so that means black men must be failing. Like, no.
Absolutely no interest in it.
Yeah, it's same for the women, of course. Yeah, it's just people. People are, if somebody calls me and I'm like telling them that all of their standards they've been looking for a person or partner with over the last 20 years has been way too high, like astronomically too high, and that I probably curved several different good people that I could have been happy with, do you think I'm going to take that well? Like, what kind of psychopath is like, yeah, you know what? I think you're right. Yeah, no, I completely agree.
And he actually said out of his own mouth that if he was to start talking about black women,
Bennett,
he would go viral and he would blow up. So I think, again, that the idea that these women are paying him for their services, again, especially when you have these very marginalized and criminalized communities, women are truly at the mercy of men. So of course, I would expect black women who are looking, yes, these women are looking to get married. They're looking to have families. They understand the importance that will have on the community. They understand the importance of it.
Yeah, but it seems like they're looking to start families with black men that don't really exist. Like, that's kind of the point of what Kevin Samuels' content was. That's kind of the point of the data I was looking at was women are having their standards are increasing over time. And especially black women, because black women are experiencing an explosion of economic success, of career success, and black men are not. And so you have these black women that feel entitled to equal or above, as all women do, equal or above what they make economically, right? All women, like, universally will very much either only date or pretty much, I don't know how to describe it. I don't know have the exact like numbers or rates at which it happens, but women care a lot. Their primary dating strategy is over how much their partner either makes or is socially validated. Men's primary dating strategy is based on looks, while women's primary dating strategy is based on social status. So, you know, if you don't meet their criteria for social status, they are way more likely to just not date you. And with women's increased economic and socioeconomic success, like, what are you going to do? There's not much you can do. They're hypergamy. There's not much you can do. Because, like, take me, for instance, right? I'm a black man. I make literally below minimum wage. And even though black women are very little, not desired very much in the, you know, dating marketplace, my heart goes out to black women. I think they have a really shitty dating life, unnecessarily. I think there's a lot of people that think like low tier God, where they just don't want to date black women because they're ghetto or whatever. And so I really do. I feel bad for black women, really do. And it's not just black men, but unfortunately. But I believe that I would not meet the standard for almost any woman, even black women, even though black women are supposed to be attracted to me disproportionately, because I don't make money. I'm a loser. But I'm not going to do the weird thing where like I expect women to like me even though I'm like don't have my life put together. I don't expect women to like me. I don't have my life put together. But I kind of don't like the idea personally of having to get so much of my life put together to be making significant amounts of money, 60,000, 80,000, 100,000 to even get in the door for dating. So it's kind of made me callous to dating. I kind of don't like dating as a man. And I definitely would not like dating as a woman. Fuck no. If the height pill and shit mattered, obviously it's not height for women, but you know what I'm saying? If physical appearance mattered as much for me as it does for women, I'd be very callous to dating. Very, very callous. Here's the clip, but you don't have to watch it now. It goes on till 9 hours, and it gets harsh sometimes. Feel better, bud. And TY for streaming. Thank you. Thank you for the $20 as well.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
They need a villain. They need a.
Okay, so it's a 36. Jesus Christ, he had so many people on. Let's look at this for just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
They need a villain. They need a villain.
Well, no, she is a villain, so of course we're gonna make jokes and shit. Yeah,
I'm
of course.
a villain?
Yes, of course.
What have I done that's villainous?
You constantly flip-flop between positions. You constantly make this appeal to being empathetic when you want the least empathetic people in here, and you find a way to make all of the conversation revolve around topics relating to you. Of course you're a villain. What do you mean?
It's happening right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's like you like trapped me in that.
Okay, well, you asked a question. Damn. Okay. Sorry. Well,
I'm doing it right now. Pixie, shut the fuck up.
True. Pixie? More like pix me.
Nice. It's okay, Lab. I've been the villain in DGG before. I've gone through there.
Of course you have.
I have. You can search up my name and you'll see a bunch of threads that are like,
do that.
Pixie, dumbass.
God damn, you're bitter, Lav. Jesus.
So we hate her. Like, why the fuck does she ever talk?
Pixie, your bubbliness is at like an 8, and Lava's like a 2 bubbly person, so you need to turn it way down, okay? We're gonna a big mismatch of energy here.
No, I'll be bubbly.
We need you to be way more booty, okay? Go break out the eyeliner.
DGG hates me sometimes, and it just is so unfair.
Can you like drop your voice like an
Whoa, she's ulting, bro.
Octave?
It's weird. She can ult on demand, bro. Dude, she got rid of the channel time, bro. That's crazy.
How do you all feel about DGG?
I love it. What a great community of people.
You think so?
Yep.
Why are you spamming women don't like black men? Why are you spamming that in my chat? I agree in general that we're not seen favorably, but I mean, Asian men statistically have it worse. Even though Asian men do make considerably more money on average in the United States, they still are very much disrespected.
What would you say the demographic is? Like, if you could explain like the average person, what does
she was calling your audience a bunch of liberal incels.
Well, of course, she's like stuck in like the hardcore like feminist excuse mindset where every single thing bad that happens to her is because she's a woman, because she doesn't want to take any responsibility for her actions.
Like what?
What's wrong with being
like
liberal,
being
though?
constantly?
Dude, this is so. Steven,
oh, you just asked me a question. Do you want me to answer?
No.
Or do you want to?
Comes in with the big brain. What's wrong with being a liberal, though?
Grandstand.
Actually,
if you go to grandstand,
no,
go ahead, grandstand. Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, go ahead.
It's funny because
yes,
like
queen.
When I'm not here, you'll like steel man all of my points, and like everything I said, you will literally repeat verbatim almost. And then when I'm in front of you, you have to like dunk on me for your fans to watch.
What?
It's embarrassing.
Can I please speak? Can I speak,
Sounds
queen?
pretty
Am I allowed to speak, queen?
Very funny.
Can I
Pixie,
speak?
that I'm the sexist one of the two of us.
Like I left. I literally today I like was watching your stream with that guy who came on, and you were like steel manning all of Anna's points. Everything I was saying, you were literally repeating, but I'm the bad guy for saying it.
I steel man other people's points when they're not around because 1, I don't like to beat up on the weakest versions of arguments, and 2, I don't like people being bullied when they're not here. I will attack Sneeko for what he believes or anybody else or you, but when you're not here and other people are shitting on you, I don't like that to happen. I don't do that. So if somebody were to come in later and they would say like, I think that Sneeko is like a piece of shit.
So you're flip-floppy. So you're doing that and then you come in front of me and it's completely fucking different. That's flip-floppy.
I think that's women respecting. No, stop. I want her to think. I'm muting everyone in this call. Stop. Hold on. Think about that a little bit more. When you say it's flip-floppy, Think through what I just said.
I went out clubbing with my friend, and his Indian woman called me over and said, "My friend here loves black men." I didn't know how to react. How can I optimally deal with that situation? What outcome are you looking for? I wouldn't, genuinely, my dude, if you're just looking to get your dick wet, nobody will blame you. Anybody that blames you is a fucking weirdo. If you're just looking to pump and dump, then pump and dump. If you're looking to be on some Giga Chad shit, just be like, yeah, I'm not into that. Like, it's, yeah. That's just fetishization, right?
Let it just stay in your mind for a moment.
Yeah.
When you're here and you say something that I disagree with, I'm going to fight you on it because I disagree with you. But when somebody else is here and you're not here and they start shitting on the worst versions of your arguments, I'm going to say, well, hold on, she probably thinks this or that or that. Doesn't necessarily mean I agree with you. Just means that I'm representing your argument to the best light, so it's not just a pile on shit on live session because she's not here. I'll do that for anybody. That's
Correct.
not flip-flopping.
Correct.
Okay.
Cool.
Wow. All right. Cool.
It is when it's from one extreme to another, though, because then you call me the villain now.
Calling you the villain has nothing to do with flip-flopping or non-flip-flopping. Didn't you literally tweet that you were the villain?
No.
I want it noted that this is the same man that says that she's smart. I want that noted because I don't take issue with the people that abstain from calling her smart. I don't take issues with that. I want this is the guy that calls her smart. Like, she is man, I don't want to commit to dumb. I don't think she's dumb. I don't think she's smart, though. She's definitely not smart. No way. No shot. No chance. You could say she's smart. Rose Wrist, smart. Dylan Burns, smart. These are people. Pixie, especially when she originally came on the scene, smart. Well, Erudite's older. I'm trying to pick people that are younger. I think Pixie's younger than me, right? Fuck, Melina's smarter, I think, than Lev. She's young. I think she's younger. How old is Melina? Melina's like 23, 24, right?
Like a day, no, like a
Laugh, didn't you literally tweet, the more they hate me, the more I'm going to join? If that's not the definition of a villain, is it what, like...
That's not what I said. I said, I'm going to keep going on Steven's streams. You can't stop me.
Is it... Somebody find the tweet. She said, as long as y'all hate me, I'll keep coming on Destiny streams. Notice how you just did it right. Notice how you laughed. Notice how you just did it right now, where I said what you said and I was pretty correct, and then you lied and said something different, and then I just pulled out what you actually said. Yeah, you said, oh no, I think I just said I'm gonna keep going. That's not what you said. You said, as long as y'all hate me, and now we're gonna move past it like you didn't just do that. But if I didn't have the tweet on hand, I would look like the dumb fuck, right? And now we're gonna pivot again. But go ahead. But I just, hold on. I just wanted everybody to see what just happened. That was like, what we just saw was a lavism right there. We just saw lavism in real time.
You're unlocking my toxicity.
Yep.
I'm trying to...
Does she not recognize that she just did that? I'm not sold that it was a lie. She could have genuinely misremembered conveniently in a moment that best suits her, right? What is it, the old Book Smart's Vosh thing, where Vosh conveniently has amnesia when it benefits him? It could be that she lost sense of herself, but
Pivot to a joke, make a meme, make a boo-hoo, I'm a woman, boom, 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 and then go to the next point. Go ahead. We're here. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
What the fuck is your deal?
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Go. Tell us what you want to say.
Oh, God. Steven. What is going on?
Lav, were you banned from the Discord?
Yeah, I was.
What happened?
I told someone to die in a war. And,
what the fuck?
Then they got mad and were like, mods, and I was like, oh, you're gonna call the mods on me, and apparently you can't snitch shame, so I got banned.
Oh, not for the death threat, but for the snitching?
It wasn't a death threat. Yeah, he said every time you come on, I like am able to like get work done or something, and I was like, well, maybe you should get a job. And then he said it was a nothing thing.
I want to know how the war thing came
I shouldn't have gotten banned. But
Gotcha. Are you gonna email Destiny asking him to unban you?
She is literally in the Discord server right now, so she's obviously unbanned.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Jidion's just got my energy amped the fuck up. Okay, I'm just another. Let me bring it down.
What did I do?
You triggered the fuck out of me. That's what you did.
How did I trigger you?
The problem with Steel Manning Lav is that she will act like this Steel Man position was always her position. See, they go, I agree. I agree completely. And she'll be like, yeah, that's what I meant, so that's what I said. So compete with my argument. That's not what she said. Lav brings up a lot of new, very interesting points that I feel like very few people were able to bring to light previously, but not in the way that she wants. I think with the way that she wanted was that she would give thought-provoking analysis or something that would enable people to really think about some of the things that they do or say. But that's not really what's happening in the way that she wants it. It's more like she's doing things that are unwise, and the response is there, and it's just not at all like favorable to her. But they present as good lessons, similar to the Rose Wrist Demon Mama review and tactic breakdown. She gives valuable insights on how people can interact with each other. Yeah, maybe you could cover old Kevin Samuels call-ins with men as a part of Red Pill vids. No, it's a good idea.
The voting conversation got me all riled up.
Bro, I thought you guys were all about my body, my choice. If I don't want to
I want you guys
my
to
body,
notice
my
something.
choice is a ballot option, my friend.
I want you guys to notice how easy it was to shit on Sneeko to make yourself feel better, and how like literally you could tell that it like hurt his feelings, and nobody cared.
Okay, I'm gonna use the S word. That was the hardest simp I've ever seen in my entire life. Are you serious right now?
I don't give a fuck. Did you? I don't give a fuck. I think
wait, obviously you don't. That's part of simping. No shit.
I think especially Jidion, you literally, this is literally what you did. You literally was like, yeah, he's a respectful person, and I stayed with him for a couple days, and then because it's popular to shit on him, you shit on him? That's
Dude, hold on. You're talking about intra-friend group dynamics that you are utterly clueless on. I don't know if you know any of the history.
But now publicly, he's like denigrating Sneeko in front of everyone, calling him surface level. What the fuck?
Sneeko does that to everybody.
I don't give a fuck if Sneeko does it.
Then you obviously give.
Practice.
Okay, if you don't give a fuck if Sneeko does it, then you're not allowed to give a fuck when anybody else does it.
I didn't see Sneeko do it. If I saw,
then maybe you shouldn't comment on it. If you don't see anything, then maybe you shouldn't say anything. If you're utterly clueless, it's okay sometimes to just not talk.
Holy fuck.
I don't know. That's crazy. Man, I really wish I had my conversation with her yesterday, but I had to cancel.
Just as
my voice was more fucked yesterday than it is today, which is something, man. It's absolutely something.
The structure. So yeah, it makes sense to me that Black women with low self-esteem are going to call into the show to see what they can do about their situation and their circumstances. And it also makes sense to me that Black men.
Jidion said Sneeko's chat was surface level, not him. No, dude.
Were simply
Sorry, we're going back. I wanted to watch some of that.
Able and unwilling to, considering the fact that they're not accountable for.
Is it your voice just fucked? Or you ill? Both.
What's happening in the Black community and what their part is in it.
Well, I mean, I could tell you multiple clips like off the top of my head where he was talking about guys, you know, giving them the same hard truths that he would give girls. Because at the end of the day, he's an image consultant. So if you pay for a service, he's gonna, you know, if you're overweight, 200 pounds and stuff like that, he's gonna tell you you're not high value. You need to get your standards in check. Like there's nothing wrong with that. So I don't see how you're, letting the girls off the hook that pay for his service because they're self-conscious about themselves. They paid for his service and he gave them the service. And the guy, and it's sad that was the thing that went viral the most. But, when it's nothing but girls just calling to try to debate him to, try to get a point across or, trying to make him look bad and stuff like that. Of course, that's what's going to go more viral is because one is actually seeking help and the other is trying to fight him and go against him and stuff like that.
I understand what you're saying. But again, if I'm not, no one's off the hook. No.
The war thing comes up because she likes to say men should go die in war. It's her own version of sexism. Do you have any clip of her saying that? Because that's a super fucked up thing to say, especially when wars in Russia and Ukraine, that's literally happening. That's like me saying you should be I don't know, sold into sex trafficking. because in like when there's an epidemic of sex trafficking happening, like in my fucking hemisphere, like that's a really fucked up thing to say. When there's like fucking thousands of men that are literally dying because they were forcibly conscripted.
No one is off the hook, not just from like a subjective standpoint. Objectively, no one is off the hook. We live in a capitalistic society. It is extremely difficult with the economy, socioeconomics, all of these things. No one's off the hook. But the problem that I have is the way that is going to permeate into the culture and the message.
Well, if it was just a one-off comment, I can let it slide. Like she can fuck up, a couple times. I'm not gonna do whatever. But if it's a recurring thing, that's different.
The overarching message that is going to push to the masses, which is that Black women, you're not good enough. Black women, you need to do better. Even though historically we know that that's what Black women have been doing. That Black women have literally transcended their plight to the extent that it's 2 or 3 to 1 when it comes to Black men getting educated and Black women getting educated. So while I can understand Black women need to be accountable for their choices in life, their health.
Was Kevin Samuels a bad guy? I never saw anything that Kevin Samuels did that was particularly bad. There might have been. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I think I'm getting like a memory of one thing that I feel like he did say that was like bad. I don't know. But for the most part, no. I think a lot of people were like cheering when he died kind of weirdly, when for the most part he was a decent dude of what I saw. So yeah. Like but I'm also fully aware if I went on Kevin Samuels' show, he would say some of the most brutal shit in the world to me because I already know that. Like I think I would be amazed if Kevin Samuels didn't say or could say something to me, or someone like Kevin Samuels could say something to me I didn't already know. Like I know that I willingly engage in like loser behavior. I know that I should do X, Y, and Z things, but I make a conscious decision every day to be a loser, to be somebody that does that. It's not like I'm haphazardly doing this. Which you could say is worse, but at least it's intentional. And I'm not going to be shocked when somebody says, you're like a loser who's 25 years old, doesn't fucking drive a car, doesn't have a long-term career. And yeah, I am. And I made that decision every fucking day. And I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was getting myself into. I know what I'm doing. I know that I'm ruining my chances at, long-term sustainable careers, long-term sustainable relationships with a lot of women. Like most women will not date me. It's probably fucking 12% maybe of women that will date me on Earth. Like, yeah, that's until they find out about my money and then they'll fucking break up with me or something. It is what it is, man. I know what I'm doing. I hope you recover soon. Also, your talks about self-improvement and what that looks like to you have been inspiring. Thanks for the content. I appreciate it, Momo. Would you, Ahrelevant would have a conversation with the lead attorney of Meteor? Oh, yeah. I don't know who the lead attorney person is. Mediocre tutorial and reviews. I would do that just for the meme because there's people that look like him. So I'd just talk to that guy for the jokes at the very least. But yeah, I'd talk to that guy for sure. Bruh, you're doomer pilled. Need I say more? I don't think I am. I mean, I am doing a lot to self-improve. I didn't talk about this, but I got a lot of compliments on, and interesting attention, unique attention, being, just by changing my wardrobe, simple changes to my wardrobe, couple $100, and I had a dramatic, I'm telling you, a night and day change to how people treated me, when I just took care and what I put on my body, let alone going to the gym. That those improvements will manifest a year from now, year and a half from now. Learning to drive, those improvements going to manifest, as soon as I, figure out actually how to do it and how to, in a place to go. I don't really typically need anywhere to go. Obviously the programming, my career stuff, will be good for not being broke anymore at such a young age. So yeah, I think I'm making significant improvements. But again, just like I was 6 months ago when I wasn't doing any of this, I'm doing it consciously. I was just like, hey, you know what? Maybe I should go to the gym. It would make people take me seriously more on stream. And I've been looking to do it my whole life. Like I needed a little bit of a nudge because I've wanted to go to the gym my whole life, but I needed a little bit of a nudge to justify spending the money. It's like, yeah, there's going to be people that treat my opinion more highly on stream. And most importantly to me is the idea that I could just show that it can be done for people if they just want to do it. If that's something you want to do. It's not easy. It's very expensive, but it can be done. And so I'm doing it. And it's fun. Granted, I go with friends, good friends. Go with my brother. I train with my brother. I talk with my brother a lot about it. It's fun. It's enjoyable.
Choices.
It's more fun than I thought it would be. It's less of a chore and less of a hassle than I thought it would be, which makes me think that other people don't enjoy it as much as me, because I was using other people's interpretations and other people's statements, and people do not like at all working out, but I like it a lot.
Whatever they're eating. I understand that, but that's a separate issue because, again, the message is not about,
depending on goals, gym is more like 2 to 3 year endeavor. I was just talking about seeing any kind of result from the gym, right? Seeing an improvement to how people treat me. And I think that in a year's time, you can have, especially with rookie gains, you can have a significant change to the way your body looks. Like I already have a kind of significant, I was told I have a significant a change in how my body looks. I don't feel like that's the case, but I've been told by people who've seen me that I've had a significant change. I've also put on like 20 pounds. And yeah, I don't feel like I see anything, but you put on 20 pounds in 3 months, obviously something about your body changed. I went from like 160 to like 180. That's going to be noticeable. I just didn't notice it, but yeah.
You're too big. He also talked about Black women as a collective. He also talked about the Black community and Black men as a collective. And the message was the same. The message is that Black women want too much. He even went in on their looks. He even said, out of his mouth, that the white...
Oh, yeah. I think I remember this part is one of the more disagreeable things that Kevin Samuels said.
Beauties of standard are the only beauties of standard, and Black women will never live up to them, and therefore will not be good enough. So again,
So this is probably just a harsh truth, but that's probably true. No matter how hard I try, I will never be seen as attractive by most people on Earth, let alone just in the West, as a white man with the exact same everything as me, except for obviously they're a white dude. A white dude with the same neat life, same height, same frame, and everything will be seen as better than me. That's just the reality. That's just life. It would be worse for me if I was an Indian man, and it'd be even worse for me if I was an Asian man. But that's life. That's the reality of it. Now, I couldn't tell whether or not he was saying that was a good thing or a justified thing, or that he would hope that continues, or that's the way that it ought to be. I couldn't tell. I could never tell. But I have heard him say what she's talking about.
What message would that have on the Black community? What do you think that's going to make not just Black men think, but Black women think? You think that that's a positive?
Because in my opinion, it's very possible that, with proper social conditioning and social balancing, that white men and black men could be seen as just kind of like a preference and not really a so cut and dry thing. Because I think a lot of it comes down to the social shit. But the reality is right now with the racism and shit that exists, that's the way it is. And it's possible, even without all racism, white men are still seen as the most attractive group of men. It could still be that Asian women are seen as the most attractive group of women, who I think are the number one right now.
Big thing for the black community?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I just can't take surface level you just saying that out of the blue as a fact of him saying that. If he did say that, then that's a whole nother thing. But, I just can't, take that. I have to take that with a grain of salt.
Okay, well, he said that. That's fine. So, no, I think that he was good for the black community.
Oh, that was your answer?
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna agree. I wouldn't say that he wasn't good for the black community. Kevin Samuels just provided entertainment for the simple fact that I don't think maybe he had the black community in his best interest, for the simple fact that he did die while fucking a Latina. So I think that it was an opportunist thing for Kevin Samuels to basically kind of use black women to catapult his fame. And it worked because simply and clearly he liked Latinas. I just wanted to chime in on that.
So that's my problem. Again, that black men have been using black women to sort of get where they need to go, do what they need to do, and then discard them. And then the perception that they give out to the the overall society is that, black women are shit and should be discarded and should be pumped and dumped. So again, you see the same thing with Fresh and Fit. You see the same thing with these black content creators in these spaces. And it's the same thing. It's the same message. And if you think that is good for the black family, or like that somehow is going to help how fractured it is, you think it's going to somehow help black women's and black men's self-esteem, or somehow bring them together, then yeah, again, I would have to say that's
why do black women get so like bent over? There was this guy, he was doing this experiment where he was trying to date 50 women in 50 states, right? And out of all the 50 women in the 50 states, none of them were black. And there was a big thread on Twitter where black women were really pissed about it, that he never dated one dark-skinned woman. So like, you say it just being, black men and stuff like that, but I feel like it's an insecurity. I feel like we all have an insecurity, black men, black women, but, especially with black women, I feel like black women have an insecurity between all races, where it's just like a feeling of not feeling good enough, where it's not just black men not satisfying them for them, but it's also other races. So why is it like whenever a white guy says, "Oh, I don't like dating black girls," black girls feel so offended and get so uptight about it?
Sorry, you said that white men saying that they don't want to date black women are getting offended?
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Well, I don't know. I mean, because out of all races, black women are the least like one of the least likely to date out anyway. So that to me is an anomaly. I don't understand that. Personally, I think that black women have historically always been race loyal, and that's kind of why they're in the position that they're in today. So I don't really, I understand that you see that, then that's your experience. I don't see that. Even in spaces and in academia, workspace, I don't see that. I overwhelmingly see black women wanting to date black men, to the extent that they're going to date black men that are not socioeconomically on their level, or academically and educationally on their level. So yeah.
I don't think there's any data that I've seen. Does she have data that shows that? I haven't seen any data that actually shows that. I've seen data that shows that black women might date, but they don't marry. Like, they don't get in long-term relationships with men with no money or socioeconomic status. I don't see any data for that.
They kind of push everything to the side.
Right, that was kind of the study I was referencing previously that talked about explicitly black women and black men's relationship, and said that part of the reason why there is so much, they thought there was so much fatherlessness inside of the black community is not just because like black men don't want to be a part of the family, but it's also because black women don't want to be with like a broke dude. They are more willing to look for, they're more like minded of this like Kevin Samuels type, where they're willing to wait for a 50, 80K earning black man to come swoop in and for some reason date their fucking single mother. I don't know. I gotta be right back. Sorry about that. My medicine showed up.
Just so that they can be with someone that looks like them and so that they can have a sense of self and preservation. That's what I see, and that's what the numbers also reflect.
Can I ask you a question?
I think black love is the best love on the earth. I think a black man should find himself a black queen and stuff like that. But I feel like, you coming in here, getting
I guess soy as fuck
on to low tier God, I feel like that doesn't help anything. Like, if he doesn't like black girls, it is what it is. There's enough brothers out there that love melanin, like I feel like black women think that
what does
black
enough
guys,
mean?
What do you mean enough? Like there's a lot of I feel like the majority of black guys,
because there's
black
more
women.
black women who, because like she said, black men are dating out, and there's more black women.
Hey Todd, thank you for the 5.
Than there are
Thank
black
you,
men.
Todd.
Like who want to date like hypergamously.
Out of all my homeboys that are black, I know all of them like to date black girls. So
The problem with that is, if you look at just raw numbers, there's not enough eligible black men for every eligible black.
See, listen to them use eligible. What they really mean is there's too many losers like me. That's what they mean. Like that's why I'm not sympathetic to this issue. Like, I'm not sympathetic to this at all, because I talked about this when I was going over this originally. I think this is what black women are experiencing right now is a microcosm of what women in general will face, because women are starting to out-earn men. They're going to have to face the exact same issue. Your standards are too high. It is what it is, man. Your standards are too high, and they're going to be too high. You're not going to find a man that makes as much money as you. You're not going to do it. It's not possible. It's soon just not going to be possible. So when you talk about eligible, because that's what they were referring to, was black women do not feel like they're eligible partners because there isn't eligible black men. But that's the key word, eligible, for them. Because what they consider to be eligible is on their same level. I don't think you're a scrub. I literally make less than minimum wage. I think I make half of minimum wage. Like, I'm an absolute loser by every single stretch of the imagination for a man of my age. I am. There are 16-year-olds that make more money than me. OMW, thank you for another 5. I appreciate it, right? But I know my place. But I also recognize that this shit sucks. This shit really, it makes me not want to date people with how people view dating, men and women. Right? If I was a woman, I said this before, I would be just as upset, maybe even a little bit more. I don't like the idea of my entire value being placed on my physical appearance. That shit sucks. And just as much as I don't like my entire value being placed on the job that I get in my career, when that is so incredibly restricted by where I was raised, to what family, to what ends, right? And now that women are being elevated on all of these levels, academically, career-wise, socioeconomically, this is a simple microcosm of the same problem that every woman will face in the United States of America soon. You're not going to find eligible men because eligible men are just rich men. And you're all going to be competing for rich men. Whereas previously, in the past, for a woman to look for a man that makes more money than her, it was as simple as walking outside. Most men did that. This isn't an argument to return to those times. I think those are juvenile times. This is an argument for women to stop having this archaic, draconian way of looking at dating. Women need to stop requiring their men to make more money than them and just abstaining from dating if they don't, because that is a big problem. Women are abstaining from dating if they can't find a man that makes more money than them. It's not like when men complain about not finding a woman with triple D tits or something, and they just settle with a woman, I don't know, who has B tits, if that's really what they're into, or whatever. They just are refusing to date in general at much higher rates than men. So, yeah, it's just kind of annoying and cringe.
Woman, if you just look at the numbers, right? Just raw numbers, raw data. So you add to that, and by adding.
Can we not generalize all women for the loud ones? No, I'm not talking about social media. I'm talking about the data. The data shows that women are far more likely to just choose to not date if they can't find people within their brackets. Women are starting to make more money. And I'm speaking directly to her argument about eligible black men. And when she's referring to eligible black men being not men that are economically incapable. Which data source? I don't have it. Actually, I might. This actually might be the one that I have on me. Give me a minute.
To this compound the problem in the incarceration rates. You add to that, other intersectional challenges. So what you're left with is a very, very tiny pool for Black women who are looking to create stable environments and families. They have a very small pool to choose from. And this is why dating interracially can be problematic.
But the main reason why me and you were talking on this, what do we call this, a show, a podcast? The main reason why we're talking right now is because we have white people in our lineage.
What is your point?
What do you mean? Did that go over your head?
No, what's your point?
I mean, you're talking about dating in the Black community, this and that, but that's not how we got here. We got here through race mixing, quote unquote. That's how we got here in the first fucking place.
Right,
that's why your skin is light. That's why your features are red.
We're here now, right? We're here now.
I'd have to ask one of my mods. I went over it in Discord, and one of my mods was talking to me while I did it.
autonomy and agency, and we make our own choices, right? Now, in 2022?
You know,
doesn't speak for all black women either. I'm not saying all black women are like this. What I'm saying is that the black women, if they don't change their dating habits, a lot of them are going to be very, very unhappy in dating, because a lot of black women think like this. There's black women in general's primary dating strategy is social status. To deny that is ridiculous. Like the equivalent of this would be if women started to get progressively uglier over time, because that's what's happening to men. Men are making progressively less and less money relative to women. And with women wanting men who make equal to or more money with them, less women are going to be satisfied in dating. Like if women started just over time getting uglier and uglier and uglier, men are going to start getting upset. Obviously. It's just the same thing applies for women here. So there needs to be a cultural change.
Speaking of powerful black women, you know, why did Serena Williams diss Drake and skip over Common to marry a white guy?
Sorry?
I said, why did Serena Williams, since we're speaking on powerful black women, why did she diss Drake because he wasn't, you know, why did she diss Drake? Why did she say fuck Common and marry a white guy and have a mixed kid? I mean, I feel like black women practice this shit too. Actually, black women get congratulated when they get themselves a white guy. Black men, we get frowned up on.
Wow.
I mean, you guys are rewarded.
I don't know. Is that true?
I actually don't think that. Yeah, I think that because black men have
women will date men who make less if they have legit goals. If the men have legit goals, you know what? Actually, I get very tired of having these conversations in the way that I do, because it feels like there's always some. I agree, and men don't care about women's looks. What they really care about is personality. So if you're getting rejected by men because you're an overweight woman, just get a better personality. I agree. I'm just tired of people like removing the lived experience of so many millions of men. I don't care anymore. If you agree with the idea that that women just love dating broke men, I don't care. If you're a fat woman, you don't really have problems. Get a better personality. You know how fucking retarded you sound. Don't talk to me. You know if my voice wasn't gone, I'd be much more heated. But this is just the reality. You're fucking retarded. And stop posting inside of my fucking chat. You fucking retard.
historically been doing it so much more than black women. I don't think that, don't use me as the representative. I think that black women, the only time that we have an issue with black men marrying.
Like if you're a woman and you think people think you're ugly, just get a better personality, you fucking dumb bitch. Like, I don't know what to say. You're fucking stupid. Men obviously care about women's personality. Women obviously care about men's personality. I'm not saying that that isn't the case. What I'm saying is that women are primarily looking for the amount of money that men make or their social status. If they're liked in their communities or if they make a lot of fucking money, men are primarily looking after looks. And if you work within reality with that thought process, you will be 9 times out of 10 way more understanding and educated on people's actions than you will with any of this other weird bullshit. The fact of the matter is, that's how the world works. If you're an overweight woman, get ready to have your life be a living hell. That shit fucking sucks. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable. It's unfair. It's cruel. Same with being a broke dude. And especially as women start earning more and more money. And as well, when it comes to being an overweight or unattractive woman, as the beauty standards get more and more elite with advancements in makeup, new cosmetic surgeries, like the BBL stuff, right? It gets harder and harder to compete as time goes on with certain dynamics. Shit sucks, but it feels like there's people in my chat room right now that are trying to say, not all women. I never said all women, right? What I'm talking about is a general trend that people experience that helps them when they have this in mind going through their life. If you disagree with me, fuck it. If you're a fat bitch, get a better personality and men will treat you better. You are so fucking retarded. You would never say that to a woman. You would never say that to a fat woman who's getting fucking thrown around, figuratively speaking, thrown around in the dating market because she's overweight. You would never say that. That's such a retarded thing to say. That's so stupid. God, it's just it's just ridiculous. I just don't care. I don't care. If you don't want to hear the arguments, then you don't have to hear it. But to even entertain that you're not just being juvenile is ridiculous.
Outside the race is when black men like you come and say the reason that
wouldn't it be the same thing for men also, since only a small percentage of black women are childless? Are you talking about, what are you talking about? I don't understand.
they're doing it is because black women are bequishas and ghetto and you know, all of the other homonyms that you just brought up. I think that's the only issue that black women have.
That's not the reason why. That's not the reason why I started to.
It is the reason why. It is the reason why.
So you're telling me the reason why I decide to date women of a different ethnicity?
No, I'm telling you the reason that black women have a problem when black men date out is because it's never really about just dating out for them. It's about dating out because black women were either too much of something or not enough of something. And
this is true.
That's simply not true. If it was true, you would have.
Well, sorry. No, I don't mean that it's true as if black women aren't whatever shit. What I'm saying is it's true that it's not just as simple as dating out. I agree. Usually when black women are sequestered out of somebody's dating pool, it's because they're ghetto. It's because they're ratchet. It's because they're whatever. So black women feeling a type of way about men dating out is whatever. But I would also say that there is a culture of that when it comes to black women dating out black men. But also, to be charitable to black women, they don't date out as much. So I think it's perfectly valid for black women to be bitter about that organization. I think Anna is one of those black women.
Better outcomes with other races.
When she said there's not enough black men, why would childless black women be a factor?
Then you don't. So that's.
Oh, you're talking about for eligibility. Because, yeah, I guess under the standard of eligibility, you could say the same thing. There's not very many eligible black women because there's so many black women that are single mothers that for black men just wouldn't be eligible because they don't want to raise somebody else's kid.
It's not true, and that's why black women have a problem with interracial dating when it comes to black men. When black men interracially date and they are gone and they do their thing and they keep their mouth shut and they're happy, nobody really cares, actually.
What I'm doing when I actually create multicultural children, what I'm doing is I'm instilling culture. So if I date a Latina, right, I'm giving my kids language. I
would tell them to lose weight, same as a guy should improve himself. I'm not saying that fat women shouldn't lose weight. What I'm explaining is an organization of society that makes it difficult for a group of people. I explain time and time again, I am a loser that should get a real fucking job. I'm not beyond the scope of criticism. I know what I should do, and I know what I am doing, right? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that when I talk about men, and that it's really unfair that there are men who are being removed from the dating pool just because they don't earn enough money, because often they need to start earning money in wherever they can as soon as they can. Like me, I needed to do that. You know, at 14, 15, I needed to start earning money for my household, right? So I didn't have the luxuries that a lot of women have, where they aren't seen as a head of the household just because they were born with a penis, or needed to afford luxuries for the household because they were born with a penis. But that's the relationship that a lot of young men have with their household. And so I think it is, so what I'm trying to communicate is that there's a lived experience that men have where they are removed or segmented in the dating pool because of how much money that they make. And that it's very unfair and cruel towards those men. However, I think it is a little more justified than men's primary dating strategy based on looks. I think it makes more sense to filter out people based on their income than it does their physical appearance. That's just logically for me. But that being said, it's very cruel to do that, and it feels terrible as people that earn very little money. But for but I kept getting, it felt like I was getting a lot of pushback that not all women do this. I wasn't saying every single woman fucking has this strategy, but most of them do. Most women are people who will go after men that make similar or more amounts of money than them. And if they can't find them, they might end up with men who make less money than them. That's fine. But that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that's what they primarily look for. And when they don't find it, they are significantly more likely than men to just leave the dating market and not even date. When men, in comparison to when men can't find a woman that meets their ideal physical attraction standards.
My kids' culture. What is Black culture? Hip hop, jewelry. Why don't you tell me what Black culture is? Tell me what Black culture is in America. Let's see what that is. Was it fried chicken? Why don't you tell me?
Yeah, no, this is a waste of time.
It's not. You're not answering the question. If I race mix, right? If I step outside of my quote unquote ethnicity.
When dealing with a matriarch growing up, would you say the reason most Black men leave the community is because of the reasons LTG states? Because their mother looks like a Black woman? No. I genuinely think it's because of like bigotry. Bigotry, yeah. That, granted, to be fair to those men, I think it's bigotry that's born out of personal experience. If that's what you mean, then I think it's because there's a lot of Black men who have terrible experiences with Black women, horrible experiences. And typically, when you date a non-Black woman, you're not going to have those similar experiences, not because Black women are bad and non-Black women are good, but probably because the area that you're in, that's significantly worse, because chances are that's how it works. If you're Black, you're probably growing up in a poor area, statistically speaking. And when you're interacting with someone who isn't Black, you're probably going out of your socioeconomic area. So you're probably going to like a suburb or something. So you're thinking, oh, well, Hispanic women are great. But the reason why you're having this interpretation is because you're, dealing with somebody that had the availability to grow up in a two-parent household and whatever, and economic opportunities and all of this, because they didn't grow up in the same place as you. Generally, it can just, I think what's far more likely is that you just kind of, people grow on your nerves, is what it is. And in like, your fucking, the culture that you grow up in, especially if it's as antagonistic as a lot of Black people, their environments tend to be antagonistic. My environment was pretty antagonistic. You'll grow a kind of animosity towards that that like environment, and you'll kind of just want to change your pace.
Yo, LTG, man, you gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, it's about.
No, my voice is fucked.
I said, but like, you gotta.
He's not trolling. Let him ask the question.
Yeah.
Let him ask the question.
I'm just saying. So let's just say I marry a Black woman. Fuck the marriage thing. It's a contract. Let's just say if I have children with a Black woman tomorrow, what type of culture am I giving my kid?
Sorry?
What type of culture am I instilling in my Black kid if I have a 100% Black child with a Black woman? What type of culture am I instilling?
Whatever culture you want to instill.
But that doesn't make sense, because what is Black culture? Now, if I have
Makes
this
sense because you're a man, right? So you get to decide what's
But the point is,
acceptable.
there's almost like no beneficial. I mean, unless we're going for athletic specimens, there's almost no beneficial for me to, quote unquote, date a Bonquisha, unless I'm just trying to create NBA athletes. Because if I do that, I'm trying to create a house.
I don't know what he's on. It completely, like, does he genuinely think that if you have a full Black kid in the middle of fucking, I don't even know I can't even think of the whitest, richest place. What is the whitest, richest place you can think of? Fucking Hassan's neighborhood. You have a you know, a full black kid in a sans gated community, you think that they're going to end up like a quote unquote bonquisha or whatever the fuck? West Hollywood. Why does it seem like the most successful, educated, non-typically stereotyped black men go for women outside of their race? Because they're more around women that are not their race. If you're a successful individual who is black, chances are you are not going to be around black people, because most black people just aren't successful. You're probably going to be around disproportionately white and Asian people. That's just how stats work. So if you are a successful black man, you're probably going to be working in an area, in a building, with coworkers who are not black. And most of your interactions are going to be with those people.
So that's going to have tension, because black men and black women, we have...
Yo, what video games were you addicted to? I just started watching your VODs. I was wondering. Dota 2, growing up. I have like 10,000 hours in that game. What else? I've played 1,600 hours of Tarkov. I've played like, I think 400 to 800 hours of Company of Heroes. I played 1,100 hours of Vermintide. I played like 800 hours of Arma. I don't remember any of the other things.
Tension, whether you like it or not. There's tension there. On top of that, my big thing is culture. You know, when Aba...
if my throat wasn't completely fucked up, I would have been in these.
Asked me, what am I? I couldn't even tell him. But see, the good thing is I can actually...
They could, to be honest. American black culture is pervasive. That's why black immigrant parents are super against American black culture and try to sway their children away from it. And a lot become entrenched. What are you referring? I'm assuming you're talking to somebody else. You played any Modern Warfare 2? No, I stopped playing COD. As soon as you play Tarkov, you can never play a Call of Duty game ever again. I firmly believe that. Tarkov is I think the objective best gunplay shooter in the history of mankind. I think there's just no arguing that. And it's just so much better than every other fucking shooter. I don't know. It's not even comparable with other shooters. There are two of the most racist black people I've ever heard talk, and I know literal black Nazis. Oh shit, dude, nice. I played a lot of Tarkov, like 4K, and I thought I was addicted. 4K, damn. You put some hours into that game then, yeah.
If I have a kid that's biracial,
Tarkov is a menu simulator. If you're bad at it,
actually give them a piece of something to claim. They could be like, oh, my mom's Hispanic, blah, blah, blah. I heard people come from this and
that.
Do
you want the last hour of this vid? No, I gotta go soon because in a couple hours I have a conversation with Brittany. We'll see if I can make it to the conversation and how I can have it. I have some medicine I'm gonna take. I have some cough drops and some Tylenol, cold and flu. I'm gonna take both of them. I'm gonna see if I can't go to sleep and then wake up and have a little bit better of a chance at speaking. Have you talked about Aba anti-Semitism? I'm 90% sure he was joking.
And yeah, you know, my dad's black. So at least he has something, or she has something to describe herself.
LPG, it's sad that you don't think, as a black man who also is not a victim, that you don't have any agency, that you don't have any influence on the culture that your children subscribe to and are raised up in. It's
culture?
Sad that that's
what is black culture?
One second. You can't have it both ways. You can't say I'm not a victim and then say, oh, well, there's no culture and there's nothing I can do about it. So I have to be with another race who has a culture and I have to superimpose myself into that culture because there's nothing. You can't have it both ways. If you think that there's a problem with the culture, you are in a position to influence the masses and to do something about it so that you can actually have children and say, yeah, there is a culture and it is not degenerate.
So question.
Do have a culture,
hold up. Can you guys just
T1 I can, sure. I think I have it.
The original question, which is, what is black culture? What is it in the American context? What is black American culture? Help them define it.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Black American culture, what is it?
He's just age black. That's what
Black American culture is. It's the food. It's the music.
Wait, hold on. What type of food?
What?
Are we talking gumbo?
I'm not saying a specific meal. I'm not going to say like spaghetti. I'm saying that food and the food that we eat is a part of your culture.
It's a little general, though. Do you have any more like? Can you give some specific examples of like these foods, these types?
Can't we just say can we not just say soul food or what? I mean, what is there a reason? Am I missing something?
Cauliflower, spinach, okra, pork chops, okra. Yeah. Some chitlins. We love.
Did nobody else say oxtail besides me?
Oxtail is not even black American culture. That's like
black American chicken.
Caribbeans.
Yeah.
Soul food.
Oh, Caribbeans are black.
Soul food.
Yeah, I don't know why we're not going with the obvious ones here.
I think none of us have the fucking answer. I mean, now, if we talk about Jamaicans, now, when I say blacks, I'm talking about American blacks. I'm not talking about blacks on a broad spectrum globally. I'm talking about American blacks. So when we ask you this question, what is black American culture? All you've said so far is gumbo.
Okay, Jesus, hold on. Can I volunteer an answer here? I don't know why. Anna, Anna, hold on, Anna. Is there a such thing as black culture to you?
No, this conversation it's not serious.
It is a serious conversation. Hold on. There's like 11,000, 12,000 people that want to hear if you know what black culture is. Or what does black culture mean to you? I'm curious.
Listen, I don't have to prove anything to you.
No one is asking you to prove anything. It's just a question. Does black culture mean anything to you?
And to the extent that this is the type of time that these black men are going to be on, and now I can see that, and I've seen it play out. I've seen it all day, as a matter of fact. But
can't answer the question because
Anna,
black culture doesn't really
black people in America, we're lost, Anna.
Let's appreciate. Low tier God's being told to preserve the culture, to enrich the culture, to make it better through his own having.
Yeah, and she has no answer to what she's preserving.
It's a valid question. So he's asking you, what is this black culture that you want me to fight to preserve? And he's asking you to identify, and you're saying
I answered the question, and you don't like it. I said
no.
I said to create your culture. That's what I said. I said
wait. What? Nobody creates.
Wait,
hold on. Nobody creates a culture. That's not true. We're born into cultures, right? Nobody can single-handedly create a culture.
Right, just like nobody can single-handedly create one, it's going to take more than one person to change one, right?
Why would you want to change a culture that doesn't even exist? And you're telling people to just create it. There is a culture. Oh, there is a culture. What is it? Tell us. What is the culture then?
What I'm saying to you, when I say that you create the culture, I'm saying that you as a man.
Genuinely though, why can't she just say like fucking shonen anime and shit, fucking soul food, fucking shit like the goddamn church or religion broadly. Fucking, I don't know. Street Fighter, yeah, the fighting games. Yeah, hair, shoes, fashion, fucking shit like that. Why can't she just say that?
You have a part to play in the culture. That's what I'm trying to say.
So there is no wait. So there is no black culture right now that you want to preserve. There is no black culture.
No.
Oh, then why do you care if he... Wait, if there's no black culture then, and that's all gone, then who the fuck cares if he marries outside of his race? There's nothing to preserve. Who cares at that point?
Because again, culture can be changed.
What? There's nothing to change. You said there's no culture. There's nothing to change. It's gone.
There is a culture, but it's a degenerate culture. So why am I gonna... Why is that the culture that I'm going... No! There is a degenerate culture. It is self-destructive. It is extreme, and it's extremely exploitative and lucrative.
What makes it degenerate?
Wait, hold on. No, wait. I'm going to play the ABBA game from yesterday. Can you name 3 positive aspects of black culture?
No, I'm not playing that game.
It's a tree game, yeah.
Play that game with somebody else.
All right.
Okay, I want to appreciate something. So you're saying it's a degenerate culture. Now you want him to marry with a black woman who's from that degenerate culture that you named degenerate, and then afterwards you want him to father children who are black who are going to be ascribed to that, and you want him to be part of some kind of collective movement to change that thing that everyone that you agree is degenerate.
right? That's not really how it works. When I'm talking about him having the capacity to change the culture, what I'm saying is, he's in a position of influence. So from that position alone, he has an ability to change. I'm not saying that he's going to revitalize it overnight. Obviously, it's going to take a very long time. But what I'm saying is, him dating out is not going to help the situation and the current state of the Black community.
Why does he have an obligation to help the Black community?
It's not going to help the current state of the culture at all. That's what I'm saying. The only thing that dating out does to the culture is reaffirm that Black women should not be married and dated, when in reality, statistically speaking, that is not even true.
Okay, but Annie, can I ask you a question? Because, like, on the one hand, you don't like that.
I mean, statistically speaking, I genuinely don't know. I would have to look at when she's talks about statistically speaking, that's not necessarily true. She's referring to like how much money Black women make. Men don't give a fuck about how much money you make. The only which way, I mean, is like a massive amount of debt. That's the only way. And there probably is a lot of Black women with a lot of debt, but because a lot of them, a lot more of them have the ability to go to college. But college debt is good debt. I have a whole thing about that. But yeah, people don't view it that way, but it is. The most, I should say, not all in general, but she's looking at stats like Black women are independent. We don't care. I do not care. Even as a very liberal man, if my girlfriend no longer is employed and wants to pursue a creative career or whatever, that's fine by me. She can do whatever, because I can sustain myself, and then by proxy I can just have another person sleeping in my bed. It's not that big of a deal. A lot of men view it exactly the same as me, where they just don't really care. It's not a really big deal. Would it be cool if she made a fuck ton of money? Absolutely. They don't really care. It's not that big of a deal. It's not a deal breaker. It's not even really much of consideration. Yeah, they don't care. They don't care about Black women having degrees and shit like that. So this would be something where she just kind of needs to reevaluate. She needs to have a Kevin Samuels talk.
That Black men are not marrying Black women, but then you've also said that Black women who are marrying Black men are marrying low-value degenerate men. And you've also said that Black women and men need to be more race loyal. So what do you think Black women should do?
And I said that Black women are doing it to their own detriment. My prescription is
No. I'm asking you, what do you think Black women should do?
Black men need to be.
I'm asking you what you think Black women should do. We're not talking about Black men. I'm asking you what you think Black women should do.
Black women, I said that they should continue doing what they're doing. They should find men. They should find men who have more commonalities with them. They should find men who are more aligned with them academically and educationally and socioeconomically.
Listen to that. Yeah, there you go. It's
all of those things.
But you said you wanted Black women to be more race loyal. But you're also saying that Black men.
All of those things are a part of culture as well.
Okay, but there's an issue with that. Earlier, you said there's less Black men than Black women. We all agreed, and that now with the current college dynamics and how things are changing rapidly, that Black women are completely outpacing men in terms of college education, and they're pretty much outpacing them soon in terms of income. That's not going to be possible for them to date their equals or their superiors. So they're going to have to eventually start dating broker men or men who make substantially.
Gunther actually brings up something that's pretty important. Okay, but in her worldview, these women are raising Black men she hates, and they're doing it alone. That's actually, I'm not sure it's of a crazy importance and significance, because there's plenty of Black men that do actually grow up in environments that are self-hating, because all they hear about is how much Black men suck, and they themselves are Black men or young boys, and they'll hear how much their dad sucks and whatever. Like, that shit happened to me as well, where it was like, my mom will be like, yeah, your father was a piece of shit. I don't know my father. I don't know his name. I don't know where he lives. I don't know what state he lives in. I don't know if he's alive or dead. I have no idea about the status of my father. He could have been a great person. My mother could have been a bitter, horrible person to him. Now, she's not a great person in general, so it's definitely possible. But it's also definitely possible that he absolutely was a terrible person. But that's the thing, I don't know. And the only information that I have about these relationships is that black men, at least, you know, what should have been my father, was a terrible person. And that's like at the jump, my information that I'm getting. I know there's other black people that have had this experience. I think it was Abba and Breach talked about this. I don't remember.
Less than them. Because one, there's less men.
I'm not going to do it 23andMe. I don't want to meet my father. I don't want to do that. I don't want to meet my father at all. It sounds terrible. I just don't know why I would.
The amount of men who are educated and who have the education that you're describing don't exist or there's not enough of them to go around. So what are you saying to them now?
Sorry, to black men?
What do you say to black women? Because your advice doesn't work because there's not enough black men to go around.
No, it does. I said to find men that are more aligned with your values, to find men who are more aligned with your education and your
Right.
your
Those be black men or white
So
men?
those are non-black men, though, right?
Right.
Okay, so you want them to date out.
In some cases, yeah, it would be.
Okay, so you want them to date out and marry outside.
No. You have to understand.
Ideally, I think no, right, Anna?
You have to understand cause and effect. It's not that I'm saying, hey, that's the effect of black men not actually doing what they should be doing. It's the cause is black men. There are not enough good black men to actually marry good black women, and as a result, the effect is they don't have a choice.
But yeah, no one is saying that's ideal, but that was basically the same answer earlier that Low Tier God gave. Like, I'm sure, or he can answer if he wants, but if the black women that he'd met, or if he felt black women in general were a different kind of way, he probably wouldn't mind being in relationships with them. But he's giving the same answer that you gave, that he didn't have a choice, essentially.
No, when I say that black women don't have a choice, it's not because the fact that you're even comparing what he said to the situation that black women are facing is insulting and disrespectful. Black women are simply looking to date and marry hypergamously so that they can help their the black community and structure the black family. I'm not talking about. There's a difference between black men marrying white women and putting their resources in their communities and in their homes, and black women marrying white men and putting their resources still into the black community.
Okay, so when they marry interracially, black women will put the money back in the black community, but when black men do it, it's like they're leaving forever.
Can I?
What?
Yes, that's exactly what happens.
Well, that seems
what? The discrepancy.
That doesn't make any sense.
Here seems to sound like, and you said this a little bit before, Anna, is that black men set the tone for like black women's desirability.
Right.
And so when they are disregarding
since when
you, then you cannot date hypergamously because the culture is that black women are not something to be valued even for white men.
Right, well, that is absolutely a part of the culture. That's absolutely a part of the message that Right.
So then your passion and vigor makes sense when you're like, okay, if I'm trying to date hypergamously, unfortunately, it's up to black men to even say if I'm desirable enough. So can you please at least like not protect me from like.
Wait, if you're rejecting me because you want to date hypergamously and I don't make enough money for you, why the fuck would I look after your feelings about desiring you? Why would I desire you if you don't desire me? Like, fuck you. What? Even in her charitable interpretation of what this chick is saying, like, no, fuck you.
Eurocentric beauty standards, but
also, that's not how it works. Black women aren't negatively impacted with the shitty media attention, with the shitty narrative that's spun about them because of black men. That isn't happening. I don't even know how you even came to this determination. This isn't even a thing.
Can you at least value me so that other men can look at me and value me, because that's how men, that's what the sexual marketplace looks like.
Well, no, so I wouldn't say all of that, but the ultimate goal would, yes, obviously be for black men to
recognize that both sides need to do more. I think everybody needs to do more, and I do agree with black men needing to do more and black women needing to do more. I think there is especially for, honestly, I think this is pretty unique to black people. The level is unique to black people. I think the level of accountability that's given towards the system and not personal agency for black people's actions is pretty inappropriate. I don't think there's, and I think in many places you get fucking canceled for saying that we should have more accountability for black people and their actions. Like, I think what Destiny said about George Floyd, there being some things that he could have done to be able to completely avoid his own demise. I shouldn't say demise, it makes it sound like he's a fucking video game character. His own death, murder, I would say, was there, and that's just absolutely true. But that's absolutely something you could be, that could be pretty yikes for people to hear. But yeah.
Of course, love black women, to uphold black women's beauty and strength, but they can't do that because they're having a problem doing it with themselves.
Really,
so
do you and your bro have the same dad? Considering we're identical twins, I think it would be very difficult for us to not have the same father, MKX. So I'm gonna go with yeah.
I'm trying to get there first, and then everything else can happen, including including sort of revitalizing culture and community.
Do you have like a, earlier you said that when black women date interracially, all of a sudden their money stays in the community. When black men do it, don't. Do you have like a source for that? Do you have any kind of proof that when black women date interracially, they're keeping their money, or is that just like your perception?
No, you have to look at Pew Research and the Brookings Institute. You kind of have to do your homework. I probably
no. What does that even mean? How does that even work for black women? Because I obviously understand how that's gonna work in general, right? Because it's not staying in the black community because there's no longer just a black family. But do black women just ship money back to their family or something?
To Stephen a while back.
There's a study that says that black women's interracial money stays in the community.
No, when black women date interracially,
there's no way he's gonna find anything like
interest.
There is no study that would study this. No way.
Remain with the black community and black.
He's finding absolutely nothing. I don't even know why he pushed inner
interest, and white men support that.
I mean, that's if they're in a position of power.
Well,
but usually that only benefits black women, not black men.
Anything that benefits black women benefits black men.
Not necessarily.
What? Wait. We literally just went over the fact, her own ideology, that when black women are now being elevated socioeconomically, they're not willing to take black men with them. We just went over that because black women want to be hypergamous and they look at black men. So this is just objectively not true. Black women are getting elevated and they refuse to try and elevate black men because by her accounting, hypergamy. I don't think it's as severe as she's making it out to be, but it's definitely prevalent.
If Destiny tries to help Jidion shape his views like he supposedly does with Lav. Guys, I'm still waiting for the day that we have the, how do I put this in a nice way?
I feel like his beard has grown so much.
The not conventionally attractive woman of size person on Destiny's stream that is loud and obnoxious and is permitted. I'm waiting for the day, guys. I'm waiting. That's gonna prove it. That's gonna prove that all of you are wrong, and all of you that are acting like it's just because it's hot women and whatever, and you know there's that element at play. It's gonna prove you all wrong, and you're all gonna be like, I was so wrong. I was so wrong about Destiny, and Chud was right.
How? It'd be so mean to prove this. How do you prove this? This would be so mean. Like you would go, okay, guys, X chick just showed up. It proves it. This would be so mean.
Chud was correct that actually anyone of any size, of any appearance can come on and have really shitty, retarded takes and be defended. Doesn't matter. That actually anyone.
Wait, what?
Wrong about Destiny, and Chud was right. Chud was correct that actually anyone of any size, of any appearance can come on and have really shitty, retarded takes and be defended. Doesn't matter.
You know.
If Destiny.
We'll see.
Certainly.
No,
Okay.
if they're raising
hold on.
kids.
Do you think having black children is extremely important?
No, I think that having healthy children is extremely and happy children.
No, but for the black community to change the culture, you said they had to have black kids.
I never said that.
Huh? You literally told Low Tier God he had to stay in the culture and marry a black woman to be able to change the culture, and by marrying out and assuming another culture, that's not what he's doing.
Yeah, that's what she said.
That is what you said.
Look, hold on. What I'm saying is, him marrying out perpetuates a negative stereotype that's already permeated in the culture. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if he really had any vested interest in himself as a black man and in the community and with black women, it would behoove him not to do that.
Right.
And
right.
To the extent that he does, that also changes the culture.
Right, exactly. And I'm saying when black women do it too, it has that effect. Do you agree or disagree?
When black women date out, they change the culture?
Absolutely. Well, they're not having black kids, and so basically
The difference is that black men are getting black women pregnant. They're just not marrying them.
No, we're not talking about that.
Oh my God, you're so dumb.
We're not talking about that. We're talking.
Please don't open your fucking mouth. That was such a dumb thing to say. What a dumb way of phrasing that. Holy shit. Listen to the way she said it.
No, they are getting black women pregnant.
Black men are getting black women pregnant. What are they, raping them? Are they raping them, Lav? What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck is wrong with you? The fuck? Are they raping them? What are you talking about?
They're just not marrying them.
No, we're not talking about.
Jesus Christ. Like, you act like that's a one-sided deal.
That we're not talking about that. We're talking about the idea of someone choosing. Hold on. We're talking about the idea that someone chooses a partner outside. In your opinion, you were saying that basically it changes the culture because they're having babies with these other women and they're not creating black babies, and so they can't change.
Like, obviously, the black women are like wanting that sexual interaction. And to just boil it all down to the black men are not sticking around is just ridiculous.
Change the culture. That's what you said earlier. And so I'm wondering, why is that not the case for black women? I don't understand that. With black women out here having kids, other kids, like, I don't understand how those kids are somehow helping and changing black culture. They're not. No?
So because again, you have to look at the reasons that black women are dating out versus black men. Black women are not dating out because they're having any identity crisis or because of self-hatred.
I'm not talking about the reason. I'm talking about the effect.
Right, but the reason contributes to the effect.
So are you saying there's a different effect when black women have biracial kids?
Damn, that's a terrible place to leave it, or it's a perfect place to leave it. I can't really tell. I do need to go though. I need to get some sleep. I need to take some medicine. I need to eat. I need to drink. It's been 6 hours I've been streaming. I've gotten a lot of support from chat. Got a lot of people in here. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it so much. I know my voice isn't what it used to be. But I should be back hopefully within 2 to 3 days. I should be feeling a little bit better. I got medicine. Yeah, I got 2 things of medicine. Hopefully be back on track. Okay. Later today, at some point, perhaps 4 to 5 hours from now, I'm going to be having a conversation with Brittany Simon. Hopefully my voice will be a little bit better for that. If it's not, then it's not. But I think I can have it with the voice that I have right now. And then after that, I'm going to get, I think, interviewed by Queen Alexa at my Discord, not yours, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is 10 Eastern, I think, is when that's happening. Let me take a look. Yeah, 10 p.m. Eastern. So yeah. Okay. All right. I will see you guys later. You guys have a good rest of your day. Thank you for joining me. I hope you'll join me. I will probably stream the Brittany Simon conversation on Twitch because my Twitch streams haven't been getting enough love. And then I will stream the Queen Alexa thing maybe on YouTube. All right. I will see you guys later. You guys have a good rest of your day. Wait. I don't know if I am going to stream. I think I'll stream it. Anyway, you guys have a good rest of your day. I'll see you guys later. All right? Bye.